Futures trying to get back into positive territory, or hold on to positive territory here as we get going for another day with a ton of earnings names to get through this morning. So many reports after the close yesterday. Few coming out this morning as well, including Roblox with not great numbers. Downside in a pretty big way here for Roblox active daily users. Bit of an issue it looks like as well. So negative 9% to start things off here for RBLX. Overall, the market though, trying to hang on to early pre-market lows. No real significant economic releases today. I haven't seen any scheduled Fed speakers either as we head towards, again, Thursday and Friday going to be the two biggest days for economic releases this week. CPI for July coming up on Thursday morning in the pre-market, and then PPI on Friday. So we await to see if there's going to be any kind of market move heading into that. Dollar a little bit weak to start. Treasury yields back to the downside to start as well. It is Wednesday, August 9th, 2023. TraderTv.live starts now. Yeah, there's a look at the overall market, the Qs anyways, back to the downside right now, but we are holding on to a slight gain here over where things ended off yesterday around that 372 for the Qs. As we look to some earnings, surprises, decent ones across the board to give us a possible boost this morning coming off. Initially we were quite weak yesterday. It was a bit of a grind back to the upside throughout the entire session as we continue to look towards, more inflation data, as I mentioned, to come. Later in the week, it is an earnings bonanza this morning, I guess.
Yeah.
Give me what you're excited about so far.
Rivian had a great report. They did well on earnings. They did well on delivery. So we'll have a look and see how they do the rest of the day. Obviously, the Penn deal with Disney and the I don't know what to call it, the selling of Barstool back to Dave Portnoy. So that's going to be an interesting link. They haven't done as well as DraftKings. So it'll be an interesting day here, Brenda.
Yeah, a little bit complex. We were sitting here last night when that news came out, and it was up for Penn, obviously down for DraftKings on that note as well. So we'll take a look at both. Upstart, wanted to mention real quick here, guys, trying to hold on to 43, it looks like, or trying to get back above 43. Big move down, another one that reported, obviously. So many to get through. As we get going on a Wednesday morning here, as the week, it's, as I said, kind of a wait and see ahead of more significant inflation data coming up later in the week. But the overall market at key levels, to say the least here, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. For sure. Again, it's going to be golf shirt day. I like it. Brennan, we'll get them on board one of these days. I think it has to be like 100 degrees Fahrenheit or something ridiculous to get him on board with that. But there's some hot stocks today, not always for the right reasons. Disney could be breaking out. That's a good thing. Penn, obviously, we talked about the deal. That's going to the upside. But that super microcomputer, which they have been following, like NVIDIA and super microcomputer were the two big AI names that were going up. They reported earnings. They're down like 15% now. Upstart's going to be SSR when the market opens up. Roblox got hit as well to the downside. It hit 10% last I checked. I want to double check, is it still there? Right around 10% to the downside. There's a lot of plays that are pulling back rather heavily, and there's been some good SSR bounces, so that's going to be back on board. The Chinese ADRs are gapping up. I said there was no chance that Alibaba was going to give you the breakout, because if you like a breakout, when the end of the day comes on a Chinese ADR, guaranteed in the overnight session, you're going to end up with a gap. So I was favoring a breakout on this off of the lows on BABA, and it is breaking. It's already gapped a couple of points higher, so I'll probably be looking for a dip buy in something like an Alibaba. Rivian for sure as well, got to be on watch. Didn't even mention Lyft. Lyft is another one of the names that got battered on earnings. I don't think it hit 10% down, but a host of names in either direction if you happen to like it, and as always, some big tech to hopefully lead the way. Although I still feel as if it's pretty mixed directionally. I don't know if we're falling enough for it to be bearish or bouncing enough for it to be bullish, but individual names, you're good to go.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Roblox there. We're already in the money now, 40 cents on this Roblox trade. Let's see if we can get the party started on that one as well. Long Roblox. It's not, position board not working Fabian, so I'm long Roblox. But right now, yeah, it's not bad. Rivian only lost $94,000 per delivery, so that's not so bad. Their margins are only minus 34. Wow, there it is. Nice move up there. We just took that Roblox long right there. We're long at 28. We just got out some at 70 right there, so we're ringing 50-cent register right now to start the day.
Awesome.
Awesome way to start the day. An awesome way to start the day with everybody here today now. So we'll start it off. We'll see where it goes. Thanks for that, Fabian. I still need this update once I get filled. But there it is right now. We'll see what happens. And only a small $13 million loss per day there for Rivian. So great company to be invested in. But let's just go over here. If we're going to use it, I put it on the sticky note yesterday about Lucid. And today I said, let's just use Lucid as the framework for yesterday. Lucid went down, based out, then started to go back up to the upside, and we wind up losing on the short. So I don't want to short Rivian today. It's going to start the day in the positive zone. Why not try to go? There has to be more than one player in the EV space, right? Can't just be Tesla. So Rivian's trying to join that. We know Rivian can get going, obviously, on the daily chart. Huge move over the last month and a half. Pretty much priced. You're going to look at Upstart, and we're going to talk about that, and you know how it goes to $72, then right back down to $40 today. I just feel like Rivian is actually trading like a real stock here between $24 and $28. Now they come out and they don't disappoint. So when you don't disappoint, you got one place to go, and hopefully that's going to be the upside. But the other thing about Rivian is, too, you have a great $24 bottom. So that was something definitely to look out for as well. And I want to thank everybody that came on to the aftermarket stream yesterday as well. Over 7,000 views, which is pretty nice. So we'll see if we can do much better on that today. And I want to thank everybody for supporting. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. Thanks, Brendo, for all the help. And then Ramin stuck back to run that show as well. So we're going to be back on there tonight. But a shout out to everybody that's watching here today. Watchlist.tradertv.live, plus the sticky note is out. Let's get this party started.
Look like him. We're just talking about RJ. CEO RJ on CNBC right now for Rivian. I mean, it's a tough day when you have to answer questions on a report like that, as Sean was just highlighting a few things there for Rivian. But hey, they increased their production forecast, so there's that. But kind of chopping around here, not doing a heck of a lot. There is a long list today. I'll zoom in here so you can get a better idea. AKAM, Akamai Technologies, they reported Penn, we'll get into this Penn, Disney, DraftKings deal. DraftKings down about 4% on that note with Penn and ESPN. Twilio, Upstart, another one. Jack in the Box, Wendy's owner, they reported. Roblox, we talked about just coming out this morning in the pre-market here. There's Win, there's Plug, there's so much to discuss. Where do you want to go here?
Oh, goodness, you're putting me on the spot here, Brendel. Upstart did very poorly. Surprise, surprise. I mean, we've heard a lot about this. Consumer spending is less, and obviously that hurts their business model because they're financing more expensive products. Their conversion rate went down, meaning that people that applied for loans for certain products and actually got converted into a loan was down 13% year over year. So it's a tough go for these buy now, pay later names, Brendel.
Twilio, another one here. Interesting look. I was just checking out Disney, just popping up here on a volume scanner, actually. Trying to get back to 89.50 there for Disney higher pre-market. Here's another one that's higher pre-market. Twilio on a beat across the board. Initial move was downside. It was a forecast that was better than expected, so we get all the way up here to 63. Good look for Twilio, guys, to start.
Yeah, the thing about Twilio, and I want to get to that chart in a second. When you look at the daily, like between 60 and 64, it's been hanging out there for a week, and unless it gets out of that range, I don't know if it gets too sexy. But when you say Upstart, and Upstart obviously Upstart's down a lot, and they're shellacked today. You talk about the consumer and buy now, pay later. I go right over and look at Affirm, which has already rejected a recent high and which was already trending down. That's why it's only down 2.5 in sympathy. If Affirm had held on to 18, then it would be down 10% today. In sympathy, but it had already made the pullback, and you're underneath the 50 period. You just closed underneath for a couple of days, and now you have a consolidation underneath that. 16 was previous support going into this range. 16 is like short till. There's always a chance Upstart goes squeezing. A firm can definitely go up today, but I look at that area. It also would be going red to green if it took out the 16 level. I want to short the pop into that on Affirm, and as you mentioned, Twilio. Maybe not every single earnings name. Up 7% seems really exciting, but as I was mentioning, there's $60, there's 64. It's been hanging out going into earnings in that range, and then you get like 1 day underneath and then a reclaim of that level. So if Twilio breaks 64, okay, room to go. If it gets down underneath 60, you go back into yesterday's range where it absolutely crumbled $3. But at 62, right smack dab in the middle, that's a no-fly zone for Twilio. But it does have a chance. 64 breakout certainly could happen. A stock like this can move another couple of dollars and break it out. But sitting right in the middle, that's a no-fly zone for me. I do like that sympathy, a firm short into 16 on Upstart earnings to the downside. If there's an SSR bounce, then at least I have an out at 16 on a firm.
It's funny because like Upstart is not like a firm and Upstart are different companies. Like one is Pay Now and one is just the financing there with Upstart. So I'm a little bit surprised that they are moving together, but we'll wait.
They always do.
Yeah, I know.
They always do.
That's weird, but okay, we're in Roblox. I'm really excited about Twilio. I think Twilio has a great opportunity. It's the number 2 name here on the sticky note today. 10% up on revenues, 54 versus 29 cent beat, better guidance, long 63 break. That's it. So I'm going to go long on the 63 break. It's written down right here. I actually have the order in right now. If it happens in the pre-market, it happens in the pre-market. This is 63 right now. I want to take that level and just go along with it. This is a good name, has lots of room to run. Could see 68 today, could see 70 today. We need to get long here on Twilio. It's only up 6%. It's not a huge move for this kind of a name. It was down to 53 yesterday on the report, then ripped up $10 and stopped at that 63 level. So if you want to break it, let's break it and let's dance. So we're going to sit here with Twilio today and see about a break on that one. I love the numbers. I love the space. It should be able to work. Look at the daily chart. Absolutely just barcoding right here around $60, ready to break higher. They get the report they need. I think this name breaks higher. And hey, if we're wrong on it, then yeah, we'll probably have to wind up getting out this pre-market bottom level, 61-ish or something like that. So make sure that you're able to hold something in your account that can lose $2, $3. And if you're taking 100 shares and you can't lose $400, don't take this trade. Like that's kind of the trade that you're looking for, and kind of the risk and reward, the risk management up there for TWLO. So I really like the spot. I've missed trades like this before. Like when I said, oh, watch Adobe break this level, and then it breaks it and goes like, $30. I mean, Adobe's a $400 name, but that's the example that I'm trying to go with. And there's lots of these days where you say, oh, Snowflake, that kind of a level break. Well, if it ever gets there, and then the next thing you know, you look back and it's up $5, something like that. So let's not miss this opportunity here on Twilio. And if it fades out and we miss it, well, we're not going to miss it because the order's already in. But if we hit it and it is not correct, then yeah, we have some levels to get out on as well. So, we're here to dance. I think this is going to be a good trade for us here today on Twilio. So I like that name heading off their report.
Just checking on Gorilla Technologies. Just saw that pop up in front of me as well. Little one, GRRR. It's been a bit of a wild mover for the past couple of days. Nothing new that I can see anyways for GRRR. Roblox, on the other hand, 8:30. So yeah, call is on right now for RBLX. Just be aware of that. So overall, not good. Downside here as the numbers come in worse than expected. I also saw a few people mention that this number is light. So 65.6 million active daily users, still up 25%, but I guess they were expecting more.
Yeah, they have a goal for 1 billion daily active users, so quite ambitious. Here's a look. They're saying video game spending is down as the consumer looks to restrict their spending or spend it somewhere else, more on services. But there's another little conflicting tidbit here coming from Sony. PlayStation gaming growing. So whether you're on the bull side or the bear side, there's a case to be made for both.
8.5% here, guys. Again, the earnings call on currently here for Roblox.
Earnings calls, at least it's early enough. Like, it's not a CCL situation where, like, the earnings call will be on. Like, they'll report earnings 20 minutes before the bell, and then the earnings call is, like, right at the open. So there's a triple bottom on the daily chart for Roblox, just underneath 34. If you look at it from, like, the best closes down at this level, it's more like 34.5. But you've got pretty much two there. That's 33.70, triple wick bottom. And then 33.70 is essentially the low today on a dark pool wick. 34 did hold. That's exactly 10% down. So just note, if this gets underneath $34 at the open, it's going to be short sell restricted. That sets up an SSR bounce. Stocks don't have to go up when they do that. But it definitely lends some help to any time you get momentum going to the upside in the stock, which has fallen off, then it can definitely help that bit of a bounce. I like that SSR bounce on Roblox. There's a few that stand out today if they can get going. Roblox underneath that at the open. Once it's SSR, I'm looking for that bottom. If it breaks 33, there's $30 is a level. By then, I would just be playing it by every dollar on Roblox. I don't really see a short in here when it's down this far, and should double check the locates. I thought I had that up, but I switched it to Palo Alto, which I didn't realize was at a good price. Only 4% short float on Roblox, but that doesn't really stop it from having big moves. It's going to be volatile regardless of what the short float is. So it's not a huge short float. It's not one of those types of names, but I still do like the SSR play. It's not just 10, 20, 30% short float names that you look for that kind of a bounce play in. I do like it on those, but XPeng was an example. It doesn't have to be a big short float for you to get a nice SSR bounce.
All right, we've already tweeted it out on Roblox. Missed it, wasn't able to add it to the sticky note, got it on the late side of it. So if we go over here, I've just added it, and I can talk about it here because I included some charts. So if you're gonna look for it, go over to @TraderTV, Sean, find out new profile pic, new charts right here. So Roblox, we're already long $34. Why? Because if you just hit this chart right here, you go back to May. There's a 34 bottom right there. That's what we're going long off. You get a huge flush from 46 down to $34 there in the last 2 weeks. So let's see if it wants to hold that level. It's not rocket science. Trading is easy, and we're going to wait to see what happens now there at $34. So I said that last week a couple times there, where you just need to make trading easy. It's not easy, but you want to try to make sure. I took a fill there just so it would show up on the screen. So we were long 28s. We got some out at 70s, 5s or so. Now we're going to wait to see 34, 35, 50 after that, and then we'll see about it going back up to the upside. If we do somehow take 30, like I said, you're not in Roblox to say, oh my God, if I lose 20 cents, I'm punching out. Like, Roblox is going to be a violent name, so I'm going to have to try to hold this, try to make $1, $2, try to hold it $1, $2, right? So I have the levels written down there. I'm not going to be exactly 100% accurate on all the levels coming out right off the open. Let's just see what it does. I'm hoping we do get another bump. I'm waiting at 35 to get some out of this one. We've already rang the register once. We're already up on this stock, and we have a decent position. So if it can go up to 35.50, I think that's a good cash. And would expect to be out of half probably if we get to that level, and then we'll see about a nice move to the upside. I haven't even been able to go over the report. I'm just simply playing off technical levels right now, which is really all that matters, right? I sort of channel my inner Arun a little bit there when Arun says he doesn't even care about news or anything, just looks at key levels. So for Roblox, there it is right there. It's $34. We're going to go long off that and see if it works. Hopefully we can get a little bit of a bump up here. Seems overdone, but again, I haven't read the report, so what the hell does that even mean? Hopefully we can get a nice little bump up here. And if we're wrong, we're wrong. Nuvei comes out there. Mixed financial reports as well, NVEI. So a couple different names popping off here. Upstart's definitely going to be on our radar for financial services.
To Ryan Reynolds with Nuvei, NVEI. Just checking out some numbers here for CVNA. Still, I mean, depending on where you look, still between 40 and 50% short. So CVNA comes out with adjusted guidance for the remainder of the year this morning. I mean, there's some highlights for you. It's obviously a decent move, 7%, decent move, but the short float here always going to be the talking point.
Yeah, the revision, $75 million EBITDA. The street was looking for 45. They're also making more money per unit, $5,500 per unit. Previously, it was less than $5,000. So it's a good look here. It's a kind of a what is it called? I can't even speak today, Brendo. A mid-quarter update. We'll see what the rest of the day brings.
It's
Wednesday.
What are you gonna do? Just double checking here. 44, I guess, was that last level on the daily chart, guys. But nice look, anyways, for CVNA and Twilio.
Carvana's been forming a bit of a wedge up here. Like, it's gone from ridiculous, obviously squeeze play to that double top that it would have been nice and fun if you got a break out of that double top. It just never happened. I think if this gets back above $60, it's an obvious squeeze for another leg if it breaks out at 60. So that's, it doesn't happen. You can be excited about all you want for a technical trade, but it's still a real company that is, when it falls, it's going to fall fast because of the fundamentals. This wedge needs to resolve itself. I don't know that I want to touch this at the open. Because if you had a chance for like a tight breakout or a trade off a lot like double bottoms, that's been reasonable the last couple of days. Now you've extended back into a very wide range and you're in the middle. If it wants to hold 47, show you some signs of that being a good level. Again, last week, by the way, 47 was a great buy spot for a couple of days, like in the afternoon, and then the next day it was like, yeah, there's where your consolidation is. That's where we're going to hold it. If that's back, fair enough, but then show me that at 10 o'clock, because usually with this stock, it either goes right away or it gives you a dip opportunity somewhere between 10 and 11 o'clock. So I don't think you have to be in. On a day where Carvana goes, you don't have to be in it right away. That's what I know. So I'm not going to be looking for it at 9:30, but I do want to see if it's holding that 47 level, maybe giving you a consolidation. Okay, then go for it and maybe play it into the 50 level. Don't want to take any breakouts on this stock today. I only want to be looking for consolidation, dip buys, and then take part in the move instead of trying to grab that high break. I don't really see anything setting up on Carvana.
Okay, we're getting a little spicy right now. All right, so new position alert. We're going to hit it again. Rivian just fell into 24.30. There we're long at 24.25. We just took a piece out right there. I'm not sure if we want to be into too many of these positions here heading into the open, because Roblox has come down in and breached that $34 level. So we're getting ready to possibly get out of that one if it doesn't want to keep going. We'll have to deal with it. But there's Rivian, fell into 24. Again, another sticky note name right there. These levels aren't by fluke, man. We write them down for a damn reason. And there it is right now, another 10-cent winner here on Rivian. And we're taking some out. So I'm actually sitting here at 38 right now. We can cancel it, sub 100 lot. So, oh wow, big size there at 40s. So we'll see if it can hit that 40 level and take a little bit out there for it. There it is, yes sir. So we'll go spin the money early here on Rivian. Again, there it is, another one there off the sticky note. We talked about a 24 long. We grabbed it right there, so it's making our trade on Roblox seem a little bit less tedious right now. So Roblox also coming in, breaking down below now that $34 level. So if we break 33, like we said, man, we're trying to make $1 on this name. We talked about 35.50 coming into play there. That was sort of our expectation. So being long 34.30, we got to give this a little bit more room back down to the downside. We're out of half of our Rivian and holding on for life here on Roblox. This is pre-market trading, man. So I talked about this on the stream last night, and make sure you join me again today at 4 o'clock. And we just talked about the amount of capital that we can put into some trades. And it's not worth doing anything here in the pre-market before the money comes in. If you're just going to scalp it and play WeWork or something like that with little shares or whatever, WeWork's a different story because there's a lot of volume everywhere and liquidity. On a stock like this, you could just drop. Like we were just sitting here at 34.70 getting out, right? And actually barcoded. We could have got them all out right there for 50 cents. But you're waiting for dramatic moves one way or the other. And if you're just caught the wrong way, then you have to make sure that you have risk management and you are out of that trade, right? So that's what we're doing right now with Roblox. And then, of course, Rivian is just bouncing around. Oh, yes, sir. Okay. We could take another one here on Roblox. We'll do that up to 46. 20 cents early. We'll do that. I mean, I'm still waiting for a 25.50 break here on Rivian. So far, so good here. 2 pre-market trades for me. And one has worked out. One is working out. And Roblox, of course, pending a nice little move downside here. I guess we probably should have read the report.
Just having a look at some AI movement so far this morning. This one, SoundHound, to the upside in a decent way anyways, 13.5% up here. I mean, it's $2 stock, so not a huge move, but smaller loss, decent sales across the board. I was just reading a little bit. This is one of those companies that when you call a business and you get one of those robot computers on the phone that doesn't understand a thing you say, comes from SoundHound AI.
Apparently it makes money because it was an earnings surprise of 16.75 up to the upside. Yeah, they were looking for a loss of 12 cents per share, only 10 cents per share here, according to Zach's consensus estimate. So we'll see what the rest of the day brings for this one, Brendo.
Yeah, 42% increase for sales year over year. Not bad, guys, for Sound.
Sound doesn't sound terribly interesting to me. It's one of these ones where you want a stock to do something. I don't know. When I say do something, I always want something breaking out or getting to a range, getting to a new price. Like that's what I kind of think about. I've got to pull up the weekly for you guys here. if you look at what the stock has been doing, okay, $5, that's a great level to trade off of, and then $1 has been absolute gold. Again, you're in the middle. You're at a support level, which does give you some opportunity. At least you were when you were down at $2. But if I see like a penny stock, it's not a penny stock, but it's a cheap stock. Like you want to be trading it. Okay, well maybe you can. As an example, if it was down here holding a 190, then consolidation, okay, take a break, risk 10 cents, and then look at all the room it has to the upside. Or it gets to a 250 level, holds a top consolidation, you're breaking at 250. In and around these ranges, I find this is not where you want to trade names like this. And only because you mentioned WeWork. There was a question about that Proterra. When is it getting deleted? The stock that went 50 cents to like 17 cents yesterday. I saw tomorrow for it. WeWork said the words going concern. We don't really talk too much about this name except for when we say bad things about them, and it feels like that's every time it comes up. Obviously down 17%. Earnings didn't go well for them, and they did. And look, they're talking about are they going to be able to survive in the long term, which has been the story for some time with them. I don't know if they're going to go under or belly under, but it does feel like it wants to test the lows here. I mean, 16 cents was the previous bottom. It attempted to bounce off it once already, and it got up to almost, this is dark pool prints mostly, but it got up almost to like 18.5 cents. If this were to get past 20, I think it could go into like semi-squeeze zone, but I like the 20 level, and I like that all-time low of 16. Those are the two levels that I'd play with on WeWork. And that Proterra, if it pops, I'm shorting it. I think it's, from what I saw, it's being deleted tomorrow, which means that there's a couple of days. If it goes up, I want to be shorting pops. They're going to be removed from the index. That's PRTA.
So I'm actually getting, I got a lot of goodwill with the family. My cousin's fiance used to work for WeWork, and when they IPO'd, she asked me about what to do with the stock, and I said, if it breaks $10, get out of there as fast as you possibly can. And there it is right there, breaking $10, gets out. I think she wound up getting out between $8 and $9 right there. So today she's going to be getting a phone call and then maybe a text with this chart, and then we'll ask for when Lambo, because right now down to 20 cents for WeWork, an absolute disgrace of a company, all the way down to the downside. I don't know. Just the way that they've performed here. SoftBank got the heck out of there. Anybody holding, I mean, I just feel like, look, I don't blame anybody for investing in it. I think my Tilray is still down, even though Tilray went up 35% yesterday. I checked in the middle of the day there, it was still down 81% on that one. So it's not like, you know, we're picking all the tops and bottoms here of all the names. But WeWork, again, just kept breaking. Eventually they'll have to reverse split if they want to stay alive. They'll probably go, I don't know, 100 to 1 or something like that, get back going up here, then you can just short it again. So for right now, WeWork, I won't be trading it. Obviously, it's sub-dollar. That's not my cup of tea. So it's just a pretty sad state of affairs there for them. And I just hope that for anybody that's trying to bottom pick, I hope it can work out for you. There it is right there. WeWork as a sell, $5.99 right now, 17 cents. AMC, a nice little buy as well today, bouncing off that $4.95, I believe, yesterday. We'll watch to see if that can hold today. And then I really like Palantir. Palantir's back on the watch list now. Well, not back on. I mean, it's a day two play here for PLTR coming through. It's a 17.20 long. We'll see about that today. Breaking through yesterday's high in the pre-market or in the after show, I guess. 17.20, the afternoon show, right there. I'm looking for a break of that level on PLTR. So you can see it's obviously not you know, the high of the day, but the high of the day was at the open. So we'll see if it can take out that 17.20 again. Kathy Wood buying a bunch. It's probably on the rundown. So
yeah, she bought a ton.
Yeah, Kathy Wood buying a ton. As we said, man, even as it was happening, I showed you Kathy Wood on the level 2 yesterday. So you know, that was important, and that's why we want to thank everybody for watching.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
Hit the like, hit the subscribe, have some fun with us every single day, and you know, hopefully we'll be able to put some good trades on for you as this day goes on. It's just 9 o'clock, so let's go over to the bridge again with Brendo and Sharif.
Just looking at this ASNS, a couple of people mentioning this one. Decent volume. There was a positive story for this one. Obviously, it takes out 380 there on the daily chart on the way back down. So might be a fade for ASNS. Anyway, it is 9 a.m. Let's get a check of the overall market here to kick things off Sharif's going to look at the futures.
It was a bit of a tough day yesterday trying to hold on to 4,500, but we did. We ended up closing at 45.18, which was a good look because we've been battling with it all day. Market strength coming back in later in the day. Today, if we're looking at yesterday's close, 45.18, if we buy up off that level, it may be a long to the north side. If we can break above that 45.50 level, that's been a stubborn level for the past little while. That's another possible long, Brendo.
All right, let's go. Tons to get through this morning as we head towards the open. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that. Very easy, watchlist.tradertv.live or scan that QR code, enter your email address, and you can join the 32,000 getting that every single day for free. Let's talk about Rivian here. We discussed it briefly there to kick things off. Downside right now back below 25.50, which was key level yesterday for Rivian coming off. It's not great as far as earnings, but there's a but. They increased their production forecast.
Yeah, they produced 14,000 cars in Q2. They delivered about 12,500. They're guiding up for the full year from 50,000 to 52,000 vehicles that they're going to produce. Revenue, look, they made about 1.12 billion on the year. Compare that to last year around this time, which was in the mid 300 million. So it's going in the right direction. It's not perfect. With respect to cash on hand, though, how much they have, because we compared this to Lucid yesterday. We said the Saudis were financing Lucid and they were able to stay afloat about 6 billion. Well, Rivian's got about 11.5 billion. So it's not a bad look for them.
Yeah. RJ has done speaking on CNBC, CEO RJ. There is, however, I wanted to mention, there's shout out to MKBHD on YouTube. There's a great interview that he did with the CEO of Rivian where he talks in depth. They actually did the interview in an R1T. So the whole thing is in one of their trucks, which is kind of cool.
Cool.
Anyways, they talk about the second generation platform. So they're already started to design and work on and work towards manufacturing the R2 series, which is going to be a smaller, multiple model type of platform as well. So really interesting. If anyone wants to go check that out.
Get to Rivian, I have to make a correction because I was just discussing WeWork in the chat with Joe, and Joe said WeWork's got a 2% short float, and I looked up and the source I had said 20%. I said no, I see 20%, but I do want to go here to Float Checker. Float Checker has multiple sources. We're not affiliated with them, but 2 to 2.5% looks right. FinViz has oddly two numbers there, but the 20% I see at only one place, and everyone else has about 2%. So it's an insignificant short float on WeWork, which oddly enough, that kind of makes me want to short the pops more, given that. So I thought it actually had a short float. It does not. I want to make that correction there. So shout out Joe. Thank you for providing that. Rivian, after what happened in Lucid yesterday, you guys know this is a flag set up on Rivian that I kind of like the breakout. We had it for one day and it was going, and then it just could not follow through above 27. So you had that one day of kind of a good trade, and then after that, it's been fading back in. But it's still got support down underneath 24 that I think you can lean into. You saw what Lucid did to the upside in terms of a not good quarter, quite frankly, a not good quarter, and then getting a rally. Now, that some of that's short interest and all that good stuff, but until you busted that support down, it's underneath 24 where the support is, so I get it. It's like 23.5, it's 23.60, but to me, that's a go zone on Rivian. I don't really see a breakout trade that I like. The 24.50 yesterday was an afternoon style play breakout. That level doesn't really matter anymore when you already break out from it and you're starting to pull back in. But I do like it if you get back above it at the open and can consolidate there. I do like the trade. But once you've busted down, it's 23.60. That's what you're looking for. That's kind of the Alamo on Rivian. It's been holding this channel for a month. So as long as it holds that bottom, it's been good every single time for the last month if you've taken it underneath 24. I don't see any difference today.
Yeah, we're long already. We've already rang a couple registers on Rivian, so let's just wait to see. Again, it's on the sticky note. If you guys want to watch that, it's at Trader TV Sean on Twitter. I'll call it up for you guys. again, right here, we've already talked about our Roblox trade, which is going to the downside. But right here, there it is right here, Rivian. We like it. It's the #1 name on there, 25.50 long. And I just said exactly the same thing here. Let's just use Lucid as the framework and just look long today. Better delivery numbers, lower loss, only $94,000 per vehicle. Should spark the name here. 24, great area support, long. That's it. You know, on earnings, you take risks and you see if it's going to pay off. So let's wait to see here if that is true for Rivian. Again, here today, I like the company. I didn't even know about what Brendan was talking about there, the lower model. I think that's a very good idea to start to provide something a little more affordable, a little smaller. I think that's a fantastic idea. So, you know, it is a little ballsy to take a trade while the CEO is on CNBC, but whatever. I like that 24 long. Easy to point out 24.60 there, 23.60 as a possible bottom. But for me, you look at the daily chart here, 23.80. I don't know. I mean, that held yesterday. But this very bottom there of 23.50, whatever, man. If it gets down to there, then we'll deal with this at that point. But for right now, it's a nice little 25-cent winner. So we'll be barbecuing up some profits here on Rivian so far today. And yeah, so far so good on this trade. We're now 20 cents in the money on it. Let's see if it can hold the bid into the open. We'll have to wait for NASDAQ imbalances to come through. Right now, we only have New York, so there's going to be nothing on here. Let's go Rivian. So there it is right now, 25s to 57s. 30 cents in the money right now, and hopefully we can get a little bit more. I don't even have any offers until 24.80, so if we can get up there, then that'll be a good little trade there for Rivian. I like it. I like that bottom of 23.50. If it breaches it, we'll be out of here, right? So it's no problem. Good planned out trade here on Rivian. Follow the yellow brick road, led by Lucid.
Just seeing a big mover here. RenB, little one, guys, up, yeah, 250%. We don't have a lot of data on this. I'll double check on this, but $1 up to $3 already for this one. RenB on a tear right now. Also notice this. Yeah, Bitcoin just took back 30,000 once again. So a bit of a move over the past couple of hours here on the 24-hour chart there for Bitcoin. Lyft, however, did have a nice move initially off of earnings, gives it all back, and is now down, obviously, on the day. So, I mean, revenue beats, EPS beats, Q3 guidance better than expected. Problem here.
The problem is they're engaged in a price war with Uber. So if you look at the average per mile fare, it's actually 10% lower than it was last year. And this is a struggle that they're going to have, and it's going to hurt their margins. However, the good side of it, their active riders grew about 8% year over year. So they're looking for profitability here, Brendo, in the third quarter. Not profitable yet. They're looking for profitability of around 75 to 85 million. All the while, Uber already posting the fact that it's profitable. First quarter it's ever been profitable.
Just quickly on this RenB, it's a AI headline. So AI company Jedi Cube and Renovaro Biosciences, which is this RenB, announce a binding exclusive letter of intent to merge. So RenB merging with Jedi Cube AI company for that one, guys.
I just said every single. You said Jedi and AI in the same sentence? Oh my goodness, to the moon. Oh, for the love of.
You might be right.
Okay, so it's kind of a low float name, that RenB. I'd be really cautious with it. We don't have a lot of price data for it. Only the last couple of days, so it's not one that I would necessarily dig into until I see the open. But Lyft, 13 or 14% short float, down 6%. This was wild and kind of an example of the first move on earnings not necessarily telling you much of anything about the stock, because if you looked at the first move, look, if you took a breakout after market on Lyft, it's not as if there's a lot of good ways that you could have lost if you were reasonable about it. Like it hung up there, gave you all the time in the world to be able to grab a winner if you so chose. But if you decided to hold it overnight, then what was a 20% gain is now a 6% loss. Maybe even a little bit more than that, depending on what you would have bought. So that's the kind of swing that can happen after market. It is setting up for this $11 trap, at least currently. And what's interesting about the stock is above $11, this has been a really big level 11. It was resistance for a breakout to support. At the 200 period sits just above $11. It's in a very, very tight range that once you trade away from 11, the upside and the squeeze is certainly there. But it plays both ways. It's a flat bottom break through 1060. So in the middle of here, I don't want to really do anything. I kind of like that breakdown into an SSR price, if it gets down through that 1060 level, I need to see volume above 1010, hold that 200 period above 11, and then hold that 200 period above 1150, that on the daily chart. And once it does that, I think it's got a lot of room to run. I'm generally a Uber is good, Lyft is bad type person. There's no acknowledging there was some quality in that report. But anytime you reverse a move like that and then take out the bottom, I usually think some people have been caught off guard. And I know it's got the short interest. It's just difficult to look at that kind of a reversal and not want the flat bottom break underneath. If it breaks the low, I get in. I probably risk. When I take a breakout or breakdown trade, I'm going to have that tight stop. You want that working right away. The idea is that stops get run, and then it just starts flushing. If that doesn't happen, you can get trapped at the bottom on a stock with 13% short flow. Like that kind of a setup is not where you want to be holding it too much against you, because if it starts squeezing, it gets pretty ugly. So I do like a bottom end break here on Lyft. I won't put a stop order on this stock until the market opens. I think it's not that kind of a liquid stock where I would want to get triggered by a stop at 910. Other names might be, but certainly not Lyft until after 930.
All right, let's go one more time. Spin the money here because we just took 40 cents on Rivian, Randy. Took a Rivian long there off 24, so that's a nice little move there. Rivian down 1.3%. Today, we just took. I'll take a refill coffee if you asked there, Randy. Thank you for that. I have half of my first coffee left, but it gets cold up here pretty quickly. There's Rivian, just took it out at the 50 period right there at 64, so nice little ring the register on that one. Look, Neil just covered Lyft. I'll talk about a position that I own. I bought Uber off earnings right down here. They came in, busted out. I waited for it to sort of barcode a little bit. Good report. Took out this $33, $34 level. Did not get anything out here at 50. If it can pop up today, especially if Lyft wants to get going off those bottoms, then I do think that we could get out of some of this at 47, 48. But I do want to get more shares if we do come back into this 42 level here for Uber. So Lyft, obviously, it's nice to see that they're gaining some rider share. They're gaining some more drivers, which is great. We know that the economy for jobs, looking pretty strong. So gaining on that side of things. But they're having to discount, the ridership there. So if they can't bring the profitability back, then I don't know if they're ever going to be able to compete with Uber on the long end of this scale. So for me, I think Uber just continues to be the ride-sharing name that you want. They have many more levers to pull than Lyft. We talked about international exposure and everything like that. I say you play a little bit. There's a couple names. I was talking about this with Sharif. There's a couple names that I want to buy on dips. Actually, I only told him one. I said, I want to buy the NASDAQ on dips, and then I want to buy Tesla on dips, and now I forgot about Uber. I do want to get more shares into Uber here around this $42 to $40 area. So these are two names, Uber and Tesla, that I'm looking at. And the thing is, I am being influenced by where I think these names are going. Uber and Tesla are kind of one and the same because all Ubers eventually are going to try to turn into either electric and or AI generated with the maps and the driving capabilities. So I like both of these names. Like I said, was just traveling in Europe, and Ubers were all over the place. Easy to ride hail, and I like it. I think that's a better name than Lyft, but Lyft is probably valuation there down to $10. Probably get a lot of day traders looking at this name here today. So definitely where the volume is where you want to be trading. I just don't have an edge on this. I would say 950. You might want to get involved at $10 and then use 950 maybe as your bottom. So let's see what happens here with Lyft. It was a pretty violent move there yesterday.
All right, let's talk Twilio here. Here's some highlights for you if you were with us earlier. We mentioned it briefly, but they report after the close yesterday. Nice look to 65 at the high there. Aftermarket beat top and bottom. Nice look, 1.04 in sales billion versus 984. So looks good.
Yeah, a 10% year-over-year increase in revenue. That's nothing to sneeze at. But the look here, actually, before I talk about that, I want to talk about Datadog because it's just becoming very company specific. Earlier in the year, we heard about how cloud was going to decline as companies looked to kind of constrain spending, and cloud was one of the areas where they were going to do it. We saw AWS, we saw Google do better than expected, but Datadog coming back yesterday showing us that that's really not applicable to every company. Twilio, though, doing a lot better, but the guidance, Brendo, is what worries me. They're looking for 980 to 990 million earnings. The street's looking for 1.02 billion, so a little bit less than expected there.
A couple of question marks. Just quickly, Amazon losing a couple of executives, looks like in their drone delivery operation. No reaction here yet for Amazon, but just be aware of that again. 2 executives from their drone delivery departing from Amazon.
Okay.
All right.
Good look there. Just with regards to Twilio, they're probably not as expensive as you think on an earnings basis. Like their forward was like 30, their price to sales is under 2, so it's not as if they were sitting at prices like this is a completely ridiculous, put this back on my coaster, level. So if it holds on to 60, I kind of glossed the dip here over. It's been a really good support level at the $60. If it were to get down there, I think it's reasonable to look for buyers at that 60 range. Just understand it did hwadunk underneath that level yesterday and then come right back in. Whenever a stock has a flat bottom, does a break, and then spends one day or a half day underneath and comes right back, I tend to look at that as, okay, that's a rejection beneath that price. Go right back to thinking of that as support. So I think that 60 is reasonable. As far as the breakout goes, I like it more above 64. I think if it cleans this level out, on the weekly chart, 67 is much more significant resistance when you look at a weekly than it might show up on a daily. But there's room from 64 to 67 if this can make that bust out on that price. And what I mean by, let me just show you the weekly chart. If you pull up the weekly on this bad boy, like 67 is much more clear resistance, and then you have these local tops of like 64 that can get you to that 67 level. But if it does go down to 60, that's been a very good consolidation range. I mean, it's not really just the breakout with this stock. 60's held multiple times.
Yeah, so we have bids again. It's all over. It's the second name here on the sticky note. Number 1 name is Rivian. Number 2 name is Twilio. And we are looking at that 63 break. So if we do get a 63 break on Twilio, we like it. And then obviously that 60 level is pretty clean as well. We're bidding that down there. But for Roblox right now, someone said, how am I lowering my price? Because we just got out. It broke through 34. I got out of some shares there. We still have a position at 33.26, but it did break back down below 33. So we did get out of that play there at 33. We're still in it, so we still have a chance for this to go up, back up to the upside. But now we need to make at least that dollar because we just lost. Our average price was 33.93. We got out on a 33 break, so we'll flush ourselves on the toilet about 95 cents there on Roblox. Does have the potential to go back up? Of course it does. It's only 9.17, but that report hit in the pre-market, and now people are just trying to figure out what it wants to do. But there's that breakdown level there of 30. I mean, that's why we got out right here. So there's the breakdown of 34. We talked about that coming back into May, coming back into February. So Roblox absolutely taking everything back almost all year. Its whole gains could be coming back in today. So let's wait to see. I don't think we get down to 26 or 20. Oh, thanks, Randy. I didn't see that we got back down to 26 or 27 today. But you are definitely breaking through that $34 level right now. So we'll play this a little more cautiously now, and then use just a 50-cent stop or so. 32.50 to the downside there. Could get flushed early. If it does, we'll get stopped out. We don't have a whole heck of a lot of shares on this name, but it is making the move down. So that is Roblox. And then, of course, Twilio I consider to be one of the better names here. And we're about to get long right now. Breaking through 63. Hopefully we don't get Robloxed on this where it hits the level, then comes right back down. We'll see if that does happen. It is a risk taking shares in the pre-market. Obviously, I understand that. I'm all about risk management. So, we'll see if it can come through, and then watch out for a 60 break on the downside if we're wrong. So, this could be a disaster taking this early, but I don't want to miss it either. So let's wait to see what happens here with Twilio. Looks like we're about to get long on a 63 break.
Just seeing a move in oil back to the upside here. Just be aware. Let's talk UPST here. Sharif and I were just discussing the fact that it didn't. I mean, if you haven't looked at this in a couple of days, you missed a huge move down from 67 back to 41 right now, coming off of their report. It was 25% in 3 sessions here, and that's where it's trading currently for Upstart. But obviously more at the lows, closer to 30%, in fact, at the lows here for UPST. Bit of a miss, to say the least.
Yeah, decline of 40% year over year on revenue. Never want to hear that. Conversion rate was also down for the amount of people applying for loans and actually following through with them, down 13% year over year. So it's not a good look. But technically here, for my fib heads, look at this. This is the breakout point. You say 12 1/3. That was maybe May 9th, May 10th. We get to the top here at 72.50, Brendo. We've retraced 50% since that breakout in 3 days.
Is that a thing?
I guess.
Fib heads. I mean, it's been up 350% at the highs too. So wild year so far for Upstart.
Technically, my household are fib heads, not because we use them on the chart, but because for the last half year, the Fibonacci sequence has been in my kitchen because my daughter was fascinated by patterns, and that was kind of like a cool and fun one. I've dabbled with Fibonacci's a couple times. I don't really use them, but I've dabbled with it. Interesting concept to be sure. And you're always looking for something to be able to take profit out there. But Upstart is going to open SSR, one of the many names that's going to do so. It was actually strong yesterday. Yesterday was a breakout day on Upstart, and then it's the aftermarket when he got Huadong. It's not good. You need some growth, but it's a squeeze type name. It's a big short float. I think 37% I want to say is a short. Float still on this one. If it's going to bounce, you have a 3-day move like this, there's almost every single person that looks at that, as a day trader, you're just thinking, wow, look at how key this 40 area was in terms of the breakout. And just underneath, it was about 39, former high, and then it broke that out, and then you almost got a double up off that. I got to be thinking SSR bounce here in Upstart. And this is the one that I think provides maybe the most of an opportunity. So if it's the 40 level, fine, maybe even the 39. I don't like a breakout for an SSR play, like 44 break. That's not the way that I look at it. You want it coming down in, making that bottom, and then coming up. So I think that 40 level stands out as the first. You have the aftermarket bottom at 41 also in play. I will be there at 9:30 looking for a false break at either one of those two prices, and I'd even throw in the 39 as well. That is a big, as Shree pointed out, that is an absolutely massive drop in 3 days for a name that has a huge short float. I can see this one coming back to the upside and giving you a shot. And if you can get one of those wick bombs, it can be back at 44 in an absolute heartbeat. This can move up in a blink. Just always have a stop. When I take that trade, my stop is if it breaks 41, downside, holds 40.80 and comes back to the upside, maybe I'm long 41.25. Stop is at the local bottom. If it makes a fresh low, I'm out. If it squeezes from there, congratulations. But it's a very binary style trade.
Yo, shout out to M Nice here. And I take offense, M Nice, because I've been talking about oil for quite a long time, talking about XLE, talking about buying it for myself, telling you guys that I've been doing that. We talked about Chevron, we talked about XOM, we talked about all of this. So I don't know what else to tell everybody other than every single time, and it was just not even that long ago, man. You're back in here in early July. You know, we talked about this level right here coming into play on the XLE. I was only recommending really the ETF. Obviously, I do own Chevron and XOM, and I own some pipeline as well with Enbridge, which is, of course, gas. But, you know, I've been liking this for a while. I've been buying them ETFs here in Canada, and you are right, man. Oil right now, the CL taking out, this is a weekly chart, but you're going to see this goes all the way back, taking out October highs. So you're talking about 8-9 month highs right now in oil, and it's been taking it out. So I'm going to say congratulations and awesome to anybody that's been on this trade with me, because all of us probably diversified a little bit with oil, and I just feel like you need to be there. All this EV talk, and this is why I'm not super excited to own a lot of these EV names, other than the biggest one, we talked about that already, is because, oil's not a dead commodity by any stretch of the imagination. Still used everywhere. You got to use it in production. EV names are great, but we're living in first world countries where there are tons of EV cars around. There's going to be combustible engines used forever, everywhere. So I don't want to say forever right now, but we'll wait to see. But I do say congratulations to anybody that's been long XLE, and I think it's about time you can even get longer on these names right now. Why not? Taking out levels, you want to play momentum. I'm going to have Michael Noss on the show tonight at 4 o'clock. I'm going to tell him, let's talk a little bit about oil and see if there's any names that he specifically likes there as well. So Michael, if you're watching, get ready, because we're going to do that there tonight. Oil breaking out, I like that. I'm going to make a note about that. Thanks for bringing it up, M Nice, because that chart is very M Nice, and it's oil there, Sharif and Brendo.
I saw this note yesterday. The EU regulatory body looking into the Adobe Figma deal. Looks like they've extended their deadline by 10 days again. Just be aware if anyone's looking at Adobe. Shouldn't be a big deal, though. Quickly, we talked about, or we mentioned Palantir coming off of what happened yesterday. There was a couple of analyst moves on the stock today, PLTR, but this was kind of interesting as well. Kathy Wood in there with her buy algo to the tune of 14 million notional in shares yesterday for Palantir. Here is Penn. Those are the numbers, obviously. The bigger story, I think, this deal with Disney.
Yeah, well, look, their betting segment up 66.2% on the quarter. It's not a bad look at all. They just inked another deal with Disney for $2 billion. They're going to do a collaboration for sports betting with ESPN, obviously owned by Disney. In exchange for that, they're releasing or they're getting rid of Barstool Sports, giving that back to Dave Portnoy, but they've retained a 50% interest if he monetizes it. If he sells it for a profit, they get a 50% stake. Now, let's look at the chart here, Brendo. This is the chart on Penn. Sure, up 17.5% on the day. Compare that to DraftKings, though. Look, a marked difference between how they're trading. DraftKings, though, taking on the chin today because of the news for Penn, down 8 3/4.
What do we do here, guys? $30 obviously staring on the face here for Penn.
I'm going to start quickly with Disney because this is a time that Disney has a day trade, I think, today. So if you look at the chart, it has been kind of holding 85.5. We talked about that for a couple of days. This news could be what gets it breaking out that top. It's about 89.73 or something is the high. I'm going to like the 90 break today. I do have a dip buy set for the close. I mean, the closing price, it closed at 88. If it dips down and around there, I want that 88 long to be sure. Disney's got some room to go. I mean, 90 to 91 sets up. And then when I'm just looking at the weekly here, once you get past 91, there's a 95 level, and then there's $100. So this is one that's starting to go. I think it is reasonable. Take a look at the long. I understand all the hang-ups that go with Disney. It is what it is, but I think that's one that has a chance to be able to go today. And then Penn, that's not a name that I don't think anyone's traded this on the show before. The liquidity on Penn is done $3.6 million. I don't think I've seen a 1 cent spread at any point on this stock since I've pulled it up. So I want to see it open up so get a sense of what the liquidity may or may not be. It looks like it's a continuation breakout above 28, but for all I know, like the slippage on this stock resembles a $100 stock and not a $30 stock. And I've never traded Penn until today. I do like the setup for a break off this 28, so even if it were to dip down to 28, that looks pretty good. I just feel like Disney is a much more likely thing for me to express the trade in today than Penn. But if it starts holding a bit at 28 and it looks pretty reasonable, maybe there's a long off there. I'm just not sure. Like when the level breaks on Penn, what are you getting? Are you getting 2s and 3s or are you getting 10s and 15s? I have no idea. And so I don't take breakout trades if I have no expectation of where I would get filled, even if it looks interesting.
All right. It's too bad we can't clip yesterday's moment when I talked about DraftKings should be doing some kind of a deal with Disney and ESPN and talked about how that was flowing through. And then all of a sudden, 8 hours later, Penn gets the deal done as if we had that magic 8-ball working for us again. And bang, there's Twilio, 40-cent win on Twilio right now as that's starting to get going here off the open. So that's going to be a good one. People asking why DraftKings is down. I told them what to do yesterday, but I guess they didn't listen. Nice move to the downside right now. You know, they don't get that deal. And I just kind of thought of that out of the blue. I'm surprised it's down 10%. I thought that's probably, wow, a little bit overdone right there. All right, forget about all this, man. We've got bigger fish to fry. Look at Rivian right now. Monster move to the upside here for RIVN. And guess what? Your boy's on this one right now. Nice little dollar here. Hopefully, we can break through 25 and we can get an early Dollar Club member right now through Rivian. So let's see if we get something out here at 90. Get that going. We're out long at 24.50. And again, if you're just rocking with us for the very first time, thank you so much for doing that. But make sure, please, go grab the watch list right now and grab the sticky note. Rivian's right on here for the long. Not only that, we also posted out when we got filled on Rivian down here. This is about an hour or so ago at 24.25. So there it is right now. If you're in this name with us, or with me, congratulations, because there it is right there, hitting 24 to 25. It's an early member. Not yet. Let's hit it. We'll see what happens here with Rivian. Up to $25 off that 24 bottom. It's all good in the hood. And then there's Twilio again. This name is already looking to go a Dollar Club member here as it's trying to go to the upside. I'm going to cancel my 64 and see if we can get like 64.50 or something like that here off of an early bounce for Twilio. So there it is again. Two for two here on the sticky note names going forward. So thank you again for checking that out. We only have 30 seconds now until the bell. So looks over shoulder.
The imbalance, I checked the imbalances. The only thing with an imbalance is WeWork with a sell imbalance of 2.6 million. There's really nothing there except for I saw no big names. I did not see NVIDIA. NVIDIA just dropped $3, and I didn't see it on the imbalance locator at all. I like Google. Google was strong yesterday. We talked to 132 break. I actually still like that one for a breakout. That's the big tech name I'm looking for. But wow, NVIDIA with a bit of a crumble. I'm not sure. I know they were presenting in a conference. Maybe that has something to do with it. But 7 seconds. Ramin is on the bell in 3, 2, 1, and ring it.
All right, let's go. All right, so we're going to watch out for, I'm just going to watch out just real quick here. We could get stopped out if AMD continues to go up. I'm looking to go short on that one. Those of you that watch me trade AMD, you guys know how that normally goes quite well. We'll see if we can do that again. Here goes Twilio. It's not even open yet, and there it is. It's your first dollar club right now. And there he goes. Now it's open. Now it's in the money. 64.11 officially now that member of the club. Roblox does drop down though. It breaks down through 32.50, so we got on that name. There it is. $1.50 right there on that one. So we'll go props up to everybody that is a member of Sticky Note Nation. There is that 63 break there. A little bit of hot dog cannon to start the day for that. Let's see where Twilio goes. And then there goes Rivian as well. It's trying to join the dollar club as well here. Dollar club negative was Roblox, so we'll have to wait to see. This day is just getting started. Thank you for joining us one more time here, tradertv.live.
Well, NVIDIA is still falling. It might get to 440 really quickly. That was yesterday's support level, so sometimes something unexpected happens. I just got into WeWork. I told you it was a sell and bounce. I'll be shorting pops on that stock pretty much every chance I get. But 440, if I see that, I'm going to go for a long bounce on. That's insane, NVIDIA. I just don't understand why it was moving like that. Going back over to Upstart, we talked about this for an SSR play. It does not give the dip. It only wants to rip. I don't want a 44 break, but now 42 is a local bottom. So that's the bottom. I thought it would be 41. If it gets down in there and fails a 42 break, I will go for the SSR bounce play on Upstart. That is a big one. Yell is halted. Remember there was a news yesterday on Yellow. It kind of got the spike late in the day. They are still threat of going under, everybody. But it halted to the upside after flushing to 3 to 2 back to 250. I'm going to pay for locates. If this gets up to 350 again, that could be an interesting short. As I said, I'm going to be in WeWork. I might take multiple trades in here. It broke back down under, so it's back under that 17. I'll short it to 15 and then play it by ear every cent to 2 cents.
Okay, AMD, we're short that name. We tried to get more at 113, didn't fill us up. We'll see if it goes back up to the upside, but right now we're short at 80s on AMD. We talked about trying to get short this name. We did. We took a bad price. We had to hold that against us 30 cents. As I said, it did go back up through 113. So I'm going to take 30 cents now here on the bid. If we can get a 50 fill, we'll take it. There it is right there, so we'll spin the money there for that one early, and then hopefully it can spin it late. I mean, we're just taking a piece out right now, see if it can come back down. Where do we think this name can stop? AMD, nowhere. I'm not even looking for a stopping zone right now, but we do have 112. I mean, yesterday off the close, there we had SMCI come out and report. And then there you go down here to 1210, 1220 or so for AMD. And there it goes, man. Thank you so much. For all of you that are like, just go back and trade the best name that you trade. There's AMD in, so we did take some money on that play. Now let's see where it goes. Neil mentioned NVIDIA, so instantly I just triggered over to that one. Rivian still 50 cents in the money, but falling. Good thing we got that 25 fill, that's for sure. And then Twilio's gone to sleep, so it had that big move early and not much late right now. So we've already taken out $1.50. This name will probably be a wash for me if it does continue to go down. NVIDIA's I'm not even looking at this yet. So let's just let Twilio work itself out, get going. Next stop, hopefully 65-ish for TWLO.
Both shorts I'm in are good. You might see me in and out of a buyout. That's the thing. I'm long. It doesn't care what the market does. I'll get to that at some point. But you broke 440 without any kind of fanfare on NVIDIA, and it just touched 438. I got the Lyft bottom break. So that the pre-market low on actual volume, you had some stuff on really light volume before 7 o'clock, but after retail had come in, you had a 1065 bottom. I took that break, got to 1050, rang the register. WeWork is the other one that I feel like could be hopefully an all-day trade. If it breaks 15 even, I will be looking for places to get more of this. Whether it's on pops or consolidation breaks to the downside, I think you could see 10 cents today, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to take 16 cents. I mean, if you get 10%, that's 16.5 to 15, so you take that profit when you can. NVIDIA may be making a temporary bottom, possibly. It's still underneath 440 and flushing. Maybe this has to settle down. I'm going to back off this because I'm not even sure. There was no imbalance. I don't know why it was dumping like that, but that's exactly what's happening. Here comes Upstart to that 41 level. There was no bounce off 42, as you can see. I'm now looking for that 41 level for a fail breakdown. It has to go under, recover, and then look for the long and give it to the local bottom. I want the long back through a failed break of 41.
All right, so another trade idea here, Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat was the #1 name profit-wise here on the show yesterday, so we'll go bang on that. We'll see if we can get it again. We had a nice long yesterday off the bottom of 12 there and took it out right at the close right here at 13.10. So let's just see if it wants to hit that again. You know, pretty much barcoding here off the open, and there's 13. I have a break of 13.15, so hopefully that can come through, and we'll definitely grab that. And there it is, man. Okay, we are right here on AMD, so we took some more shares. Let's take another 50 cents. Like, I'm not trying to play around here. Like, if we can get big winners, we'll try to hold on to these, put them in our pocket, and with come big winners, also come big losers. But there it is right there, man. Let's go. Let's see if we can have Diamond Hands back down to 112 right now, where the players dwell. But this is it again, man. You play the names that you're strong on. Play the strong hand, and right there, AMD, a nice move coming back into the downside. Let's go. Bring the pain, as they say right now on AMD. Let's see if it gets to the downside here, as the NASDAQ is breaking lower right now again. So, wow, man, it's great to be back here once again for the show, and let's just see if it can keep on trucking in the right direction here. So far, so good, man. AMD Tank City, Twilio. I don't know, man. Should we just take a 64 print? I feel like we're getting a little bit, like, why isn't it breaking there? We know that 64 is relatively key level there. All right, you know what? If it comes back up to that area, let's just take 80 cents and then just hold the rest just in case the market does want to die of slow death right now. I'm going to take another piece out on Rivian at 60. That was, and
another one.
And well, that was one of them. And then we have
Another
Twilio.
one.
And now we have AMD.
Another one.
So there you go. We're going to go 3 for 3 here. Sans Roblox, which already took out 32. Look at that Roblox call. Horrible. Went long, got out of the way, and thank God we did. Now trying to bounce off 30 finally.
3-0?
Trey zero.
Wow. So speaking of 30, it's not 30, it's 40. There was a bounce at 40 on Upstart. I'll get to the shorts that are working, but Upstart just bounced off 40 and might take it right out here. So there it goes. I tried the SSR bounce off the 40 level. In and out at that price, just in front of it. If it's going to go, I do like these even dollars because there's no real key levels. 39 would be the next shot I will take, but it is absolutely crumbling. Speaking of crumbling, Lyft is falling as well, now down to 10.40. I think $10 is reasonable. It's an obviously psychological level as you get to the downside. WeWork is attempting a bounce. Like I say, no one ever went broke taking profit. Bring the register when you can. It just bounced off 14 even. Got a 16.5 short. I still think it can fall pretty much all day long, but I'm out of almost half of it and looking for a reload spot. Could be the 16 area for a lower high for sure there. What an absolute, this is so weak on a few names here, but I want to point out, did we mention Apple? Did you talk about Apple yet?
No.
Apple just, what is this wick on the chart? Apple just got under 180, so everything coming to the downside. So you have major support breaking on some of the bigger tech names. It wasn't just NVIDIA and the chips that were going down. I mean, you have big tech names dropping too. Watch out for Softy. That is bouncing off a 326 low. Could get ugly for the market if we can't hold on to these levels. I'm only short, so far so good as we go to Brennan at the desk.
One from yesterday, guys. Not seeing much on the Citigroup with a note on Lucid, but just trying to go back through yesterday's high, getting a little bit of follow through here maybe for Lucid.
$8 down.
Let's go, man. AMD right now, man. Let's go again on that one. Let's go. Good idea. Put the money in the bag and just keep it going, man. This is exactly what we're talking about on that trade. Boom. Neil said NVIDIA's going down. Instantly go over to the stock that you trade the best. There goes AMD, crushing back down into 12. Not only did we like it, we reloaded it, and it's too bad we didn't get any more because we were just sitting right here at 13.20 to get even more shares on AMD as that is collapsing back in right now. So far, so good on that trade. We're going to test Roblox now. You know, it has that $30 level. We've already lost on it, so bring the pain again, I guess, right now in Roblox. This time we're only long at 48s. So hopefully, it does have a chance to bounce off 30. But hey, if it takes that $30 level, like I said, you're giving everything back to January now. And I was just saying, like, oh, maybe we won't see 26 or 27 today. I mean, I don't think we do, but we dropped from $40 already all the way down to 19, and I don't even know the report. So we'll have to wait to see what Roblox is talking about there after the show. But it's been a nice move to the downside, and here it goes, trying to break through $30. This is a 50-cent worth of a shot here, and I think it's well worth it. If it breaks it, and we're gone, and it's going to do that. I mean, the sell pressure here is pretty intense. Here it goes, trying to take down 30, so we're gone. Hands off, breaks 30, we're out of this one. Looks like it's trying to get a little bit going here. I don't know, trying to bounce off 10 a little bit. We'll buy a little bit more here, but here it goes, trying to break down through $30 is Roblox, and it's a disaster day for that name. But you know what, man? This is why you trade, and you trade multiple names when the setups are there. Because look what the hell is happening to AMD. You want to talk about a dollar club? Well, it just joined it right there. So nice little move there for AMD on the way back down. That's what we're doing. Good trade there. Bad trade on Roblox, and there goes Roblox breaking through $30. If we don't have that trade today, but we do. So there it goes, breaking through 30. Now we have to let Roblox just settle down because this name is on one the wrong way.
Yeah, that looks like a classic SSR level on Roblox. I'm in Upstart, but I just grabbed that break. If it's a false break at 30, I'm all over that. We talked about 40 level for Upstart for an SSR play. I had it bounced off it, we're adding, and then it broke down anyways. But then the 39 level was the next step. It touched 39, it bounced off, and I'm long in front of that. These are SSR 10% down. It is short sell restricted. I'm looking for the bounce off of these levels, and if we can get it, great. Stop sits at the low of the day. I always want to scalp something out, so if it gets up to 40, I want to make sure I've grabbed profit, and then we can hold on for the rest. That is the same play over there in Roblox. Talk about the even dollar levels being something. Like if it gives you this kind of a move off 30, long at 30, local bottom 29.90. So if it breaks 29.90, I'm out of that bad boy and then walking away from it. We forgot to mention Palantir. You mentioned Palantir. I don't think we've looked at it. 16 was kind of the level yesterday, and it's getting down there. So, man, you hate to dip by everything, but, I mean, 16 was pretty darn good yesterday. If it gets back down there, I think 16 is where I'd be waiting for the long. I'm not going to be starting this at 16.50. I think you wait for that bounce if it can get down to 16 even on Palantir.
All right, I'm still watching Roblox here as well because I want to put on like a, kind of a real position here if it does come through again, because we've lost on it and we don't want to just like keep on trying to get in to losing positions back and forth. It's just that if we do take out 30.25 here, I think that's enough for me to get back into it right now. So there it is. We'll use a 30 break, like Neil said there, 29.90 break or so back down. This could be absolutely disastrous or it could be great. Let's see what happens here with Roblox now trying to get back up to the upside. We could take something out if it hits 50s or so because this is a better position. Now that we have a level that we've sort of seen, this is the first time that it's actually held something. So let's wait to see if it does hold it right now again. Hopefully it does. And I don't like to trade on hope, of course. But let's just wait to see what happens here with Roblox trying to break a little bit higher now through that $30 mark, holding 30. There was some size there at 30.30 I just saw. So potentially an issue, but on earnings day, we're not really looking at size, thinking that that's going to prevent anything from moving here. So let's go. Let's see if Roblox can handle it. Doesn't look like it wants to again, but hopefully it will. Twilio, we did not get that fill, sorry. 64, so it's dropping down as well right now off that 64 level. So, darn it, here comes Roblox right back in again to these levels. There it goes. Roblox now breaking. I'm not even on that stock anymore. There goes Roblox breaking back down below $30, and there it is. The flush down again. So we tried it one more time. The fail name on Roblox there today. I said we'd sort of wait for it to barcode. It didn't really do that. We thought we had a 30 level. We did not, but No Roblox, no cry when we have AMD on board as well. Rivian also a Dollar Club member. Wow, Rivian went to 25.70 there as I was watching this Roblox trade. Absolutely monster there for Rivian. No wonder we got out at 25.20. There it is, man. Hopefully you had some good luck. We don't even have Roblox on our sticky notes. Stick with what you're trading, Sean. Don't do anything different here.
So Upstart did make a decent bounce initially. It got from 39 to 39.50. I'm like, okay, we get profit halfway, and then it took out 39 even. So you take that shot, adhere to the stop. It was the same thing with Roblox. I thought it was worth the risk down there at the 30 level. Again, it's a very, very tight stop in there. As you broke down in Upstart, you have a pretty good idea. I said, if that continues its move to the downside, I want to short 16 on a firm. Firm got to 16, went to 16.03, I think it was 02 or 03, came back down in. I got it through yesterday's high at 15.8, and it already hit 15.6. So this is already falling back in there. It's a bit of a sympathy play. It tends to fall along. So when you see that continuation downside on Upstart, which is down 27%, by the way, I mean, this only down 2% isn't even that crazy. NVIDIA, we're going to go to Brennan. NVIDIA is now at 435. NVIDIA is absolutely flushing. The 50 period sits at $430, and that has been a pretty decent level on NVIDIA if we see 430. I haven't traded the stock yet, but that doesn't seem that bad for bounce play. Berendo.
Early high flyer, 338 million on the market cap, not for Apple, but for this one. TNGX, huge move after the close yesterday, off a better than expected earnings report, starting to go here again. It's not tiny, 300 million market cap, about 30, looks like 30, 40 million float as well, but 84% here for TNGX.
All right, you know, we have to Barry Horowitz ourselves a lot around here because of AMD. Down to 11.30 right now, guys. $1.50 in the money there. We just took it out. We only have a small piece left of this name. Oh, and there it goes. What's up to Palantir right now? Just popping in the account. And let's go. Yeehaw for Palantir. Let's go. Spin that right there, man. We getting excited again, man. Your boy is here. We're back. A nice little trade here on PLTR. Give us those 35s. Nice move to the downside to 16.21. And there it is, blowing right back up for us there. We played that same level as yesterday. There it goes. Yes, sir, man. Screw you, Roblox, honestly. Without that, man, this is a jam today. But there it goes, Roblox, getting hit. But we're saying Roblox, what's that? As we take Palantir. Watch out, man. We just got out of about 40% of that trade there on Palantir. So, we'll see where it goes right now on that name. Hopefully it continues to go back up to the upside. We just cashed a bunch out. We got a great fill on that flush there. So let's take advantage of that one more time. I'm going to take Roblox if it does break through 30. So there it is. We have one more trade here on Roblox with this name. So, hey, man, if we get busted again there, then that's that. Sometimes you get these little bounce back plays. I'm actually going to, let's just check out Beyond Meat really quickly here just to see what that did because I don't want to get busted on that. Okay, so that fell back down, so I don't want that anymore. Whoa. I thought maybe the momentum might have been there to take that 13.15. Looks like that was a great short, not the other way around, Sean. So, all right, so Roblox there fades out a little bit. Let's just punch out of a little bit of Roblox because it didn't work. Right there on the 30 fill. We got some out there at 98. So not too much of a hit so far there on the third reload, basically. This was one trade. We tried it again at the 30.25 break, and now we're trying again at the 30 break, giving this one down to 29.50. Man, we're here to play. Unfortunately, though, Roblox is saying it's a very expensive game today. So that's what's been causing me a little bit of strife on that play. So we will make sure that we take some profit on names that we've been hitting quite well today, right? And that does include that Palantir trade. So that's why when that spiked up there, I was like, all right, we'll do that. So far, so good there. Let's see where we go now in what's been a very, very busy day, man. Upstart, everything just kind of dancing around here. So let's see if we can get some action finally.
Yeah, that T2 is making another move here today. The last time it got to this 34 level, it was complete rejection. That first long we had last week was pretty much at that same price, like off of 33, 34. If it can break back out here, it's got room to retest that 45 level. You guys know we were all over that last week when it was strong. Obviously a little bit weaker now. I just want to see a bid above 34 before I get involved, or maybe a dip buy into 30 cents if I can see a bid. I do like that look. That Proterra, I said I would short it if it got to 20. It's pretty darn close. If you see that pop in, I will be looking for the short on that in addition to WeWork. I'm seeing, Upstart's still falling a little bit here, but wow, NVIDIA it feels like it's made a bit of a bottom here. It just wicked 433, and then the higher low 434. So a lot of times, if it does this, I look to play to VWAP, and the local bottom, that 434 level, I like is the out. So instead of giving it all the way to the low, because you're counter trend, can it hold on to the higher low is the question that I want to ask here. And then can you get like a little bit of a relief bounce? So it's going to be a quick in and out. Yeah, of course, instantly. I'm going to go for those tight stop trades every single time. I only want to try and grab that retracement in there. If I see some actual reason why it's going down, then I will join trend. Going back over to one other name, at least one more that I think has a chance to get to this. Wow, okay. Alibaba, I have a bit of Alibaba 94. I know we mentioned this yesterday. But 94, I thought was a breakout yesterday on Alibaba. I'm sitting down here looking for that close price and buying the dip on Baba. I did not favor the breakout. It is getting pretty darn close. This was up 2%. Now it's pulling in the gap. Anytime the Chinese ADRs want to sell the open, I want to be very patient buying that dip. So I'm waiting at 94. I'm open to the idea of something higher than that, but I'm really, really patient with these. And Baba's the one I want based on what I saw yesterday in the afternoon. I like that 94 level.
All right. Wow. Good day so far here. AMD, I know Neil keeps talking about NVIDIA there and it taking down. I don't think we really have specific news on this, but we just trade momentum, and this is what day trading is all about. You take trades, you wait for them, and there it is. It's now $2 in the money right now on AMD, really creating some nice feels for me here. So that's going to be a good trade. Hopefully it can continue to make, wow, now down to 110. This is, I don't know, a little bit speechless here. We're smoking on that today, that's for sure. Nice move to the downside. I want to thank everybody for all of the love. I mean, I just see that in the chat, and it's really, that's what it's about, right? It's about taking trades that you believe in, and then when this happens, you know, you do ring the register a little bit, and that's why, you know, give credit where credit's due. It's a great call here on AMD off that 113 level. The market collapsing back in again here today. Normally we would be shorting Apple every single day. I didn't like the movement that it had yesterday, or else this would be a monster winner again for me. This is my #1 stock of the month. We absolutely crushed this on the first day I came back on Monday on that 183 short, and we should have had it again today. We should have had this trade. I've been really weak on Apple. I've been talking about that. I almost put it on the sticky note there, and I actually put 182 long break. I should have just said, let's just continue to respect the short 182. I saw the movement there yesterday. Yeah, unfortunately we have this wick. Let me just clean this up for you and I'll show it to you, because this 180 yesterday and what happened there at the close, I really thought that starting here at about 3 o'clock, we made the move from 179 all the way up to 180, pretty much in a line. I mean, we had this little drop down there at 330, then it just kept on going up, and then into the close there wasn't bounces and everything like that, but I thought maybe Apple had to get going a little bit. Wow, that was wrong, as it made that move right down there to the downside, and thus creating a little bit of a headache on that play. So we'll have to wait out for that one right now. Palantir is rocking. We just got a piece out there at 40. Let's take another piece at 36. Maybe that is what it is. But again, stand up, Sticky Note Nation, because I wrote down on the sticky note 16 long. So when it comes to 16.20, of course that's a long. So we put that in there. We get that. I mean, and I said to I said it even on the tweet, you got to be lucky sometimes, and that's a lucky fill. I mean, we basically have the very bottom of the day here on Palantir. We have 1621s. The bottom is 1620. So you sit there, you believe in the name, and you take the long, and it is what it is, as they say. Welcome to the party, man. It's a lot of fun here today, and I hope you're enjoying it so far as we continue to watch Roblox try to make a move back up. That's 30.25 here. Let's see if Roblox can go. I'm not sure. About time to cash out a little bit of AMD as it's trying to bounce around here right now. Don't get too greedy, guys.
Speaking of bounce around, all the way down to 24 for wick bottom here on Rivian. You can see aftermarket, obviously 24 round number. It was positive. Now it comes right down. I waited for it to get down to support. It wicked underneath 24. That's an easy entry. Scalps them out at 24.20, then reloaded at 24.05. Let's see if it can hold this 24 even level. Looks like it's going to be a decent one, but you want follow through on these plays. Again, if it makes a fresh low, I'm just out. Some trouble at at VWAP here in a firm. It broke out from 1550. I got 80s down, and we're going to take 60s out twice now. I want that low of the day, but if the market doesn't keep falling here, you might base out a little bit now that you're getting closer to 10 o'clock. That opening range has been good for the up-down play on a firm. Now I just want a little bit of continuity for this short. Going to get to WeWork, which I forgot when I was trying to punch the bid, was short sell restricted, which is probably every single day, as bad as it is. So I missed my reload on WeWork, but we're still in the short. Let's go to Brendo.
More earnings, guys. Blink Charging reported 12% to the upside. Not a heck of a lot of movement here overall, but notable volume, much higher than normal, but 5 times relative volume today. Beat for BLNK.
Oh, the other name on earnings that's going crazy is Dutch Bros. Shout out to anyone looking at Dutch Bros. They did beat estimates there. Their sales were a miss, according to Brendan. I didn't read the report, just get that out of the way. This is what I'm getting from Brendan. It was an EPS beat and then a miss on, I guess, sales revenue missed by $4 million. But it's up 21%, Dutch Brothers. I've heard it is fantastic, but I do not know because I've never had it myself. Look out. This has not been a bad IPO, but look at the 35 level here. A lot of room if it gets past 35. I'm trying to zoom out a little bit further so you can see. Thank you very much. If you go all the way back, wow, this is taking forever. There you go. You are now back above, not the IPO issue price. The open on the IPO was like 32 something, maybe 32 half, somewhere around that range, 32, 33. You are back above that price, which is big psychologically for Dutch Brothers. Any consolidation above that 33 area, I think that's where you're looking to buy the dip. It's a great historical price anytime you're looking at a recent IPO. So now that it's back above it, I think you look the long in front of that level and can stop out underneath. Pretty reasonable there on Dutch Brothers. Great look, up 20%. The stock has moved more than that before.
Okay, man.
Oh, thank you.
We're doing it. We're doing it again. Oh, thank you so much, Rob. One more time, as I got a couple cold ones here. And I don't mean beers. You know what I'm saying, Rob? Thank you for that. What was that Korean stuff that you recommended to me again? Soju, yeah, that's some sweet stuff right there. Here it goes. Let's go Roblox. Spin it again now on that 30 long. We'll spin it because we're making some money on it. You guys know that Roblox has not been a successful trade so far here for me today. Let's see if it can continue to work. Right now, AMD, obviously $2 club. We just took that out. And I just tweeted out, I want to say thank you, who we're going to have on the after show soon. I'm lining up all these guests. It's going to be a great opportunity. But I want to give a shout out here to Brian Shannon, our friend there. Shout out to his book again on a VWAP right now. There's a VWAP break right there, downside, nice take. And I just said right here, we're going to take some out ahead of that key level of 110 on AMD. So then if it starts to bounce back to the upside, right now we only have 10% left. We're out here as we go. Yes, sir. Palantir ripping again. Not really, just at 40. It's just nice to see the net climbing up there. And there goes Roblox now, 60 cents in the money. Hopefully that can hold. We have the position on now. We can, if this somehow gets up to 31.50 or so right now, then we will wipe our tears away on this stock and see if we can't get a little bit of money back there. It's too bad that the second break there of 30, when it went back down in, that actually happened, because that was the misstep for me on Roblox. Taking these trades, we weren't really into too much damage. It was really once we broke back down there, that 32.50 break, that was the problem. And then that's where we sort of started off, a little negative on that. Let's see if Roblox can't get going back up to the upside now. We've taken some out. We're only out of 1/3. We have 2/3 of this trade left, and I'm just looking at 31. So that's 31.50 there. I don't even have any offers. Let's put an offer at 30. Like 30.90 or so. See if we could take something out on that one. Palantir, good at, wow. Look at that rip there for Palantir, man. Huge move to the upside as that just continues to go. We're right back up to VWAP again, and hopefully you're rocking with it, man. It's been a very, very good day. We'll ride the bull on some of these names and see where we can get going. But there we go. Roblox breaking, Palantir breaking, AMD big trades alert. I'll throw it back over to you, Neil. Big day.
Yeah, not a bad day at all. 24 is now held twice on Rivian. Keeps getting to that quarter mark. If it goes a third time, I never reload a third time on a bounce play like this. Even an SSR bounce, I'm not necessarily going to love it. It's been good. It doesn't mean you have to go to the well over and over and over again. But Upstart, these bounces have been pretty violent, and I like this one. I think that has the best potential of any of the SSR plays, just given how volatile it is. We went off the 39. That was much better than the 40, but it still did not hold a low. It is now retesting the bottom at 37, so you know the drill. If it holds this low, I jump into the long, I give it to the low, and I think there's a really large range that it could bounce to set upside. Affirm's still working in the money. WeWork, as I said, like that's just falling like an absolute rock. And I never really got into that Proterra, but that could be the next. If you're watching some big tech names, Microsoft is really holding on for dear life. And I don't know if that can hold a 325. I like that price before, but I'm not really thinking big tech just yet. Not while these squeeze type names are still giving you these big opportunities. We can always leg into those a little bit later. But here's that 37 on Upstart. If it holds 37, I will be in this long, bouncing off the bottom and then stop out at low.
All right, all right. There's my kids going off to the Italian bakery and buying some cornetto I just saw. So, yeah, going over to, it's croissant.
Oh, you said, yeah, that's
going over to,
I gotta try this.
Rome has cost me a lot of money in Rome and now a lot of money out of Rome.
It's just a croissant.
So, yeah, it's just a croissant. Yeah, that's true. But I buy my kids everything all the time. Okay, so, and then, you know, they get brios and they get all that stuff too. So, here we go. 30 bucks on Roblox. We just got some out at 30.58 right there. I don't know. Seems to have been slowed down a little bit. We still have that 31. Let's see if it could take it out and go back up to the upside. Airbnb, what's up, cute puppy? I mean, I love Airbnb. That's been a big holding for me lately that we bought into it. Look at this. Nice little fall back down here for Roblox as that's coming back in again as well. Rivian there. I don't know if you just had it there. Broke down through 24, so watch out for that possibly.
I didn't reload and I didn't hold through. You know how I roll.
Okay. So we're going to watch out for Rivian trying to make a move in right there. Oh, and then a stock that we've sort of left a little bit here. All right, so part of trading these earnings plays, we have some key levels here for Twilio. It has fallen back in, right? We took that $1.50 early, and that's kind of part of it when you're trading these names. You got to pay attention to plays like this, right? That you can get an early bump off of an imbalance or just off of a good report, which I thought there was a great report there for Twilio today. Still up 6%, but not up 10% like it was. So nice little move back down for them. We just bought at 61.75, giving us now an average price of 62.50. So we're not in trouble here. We're not trading this with big shares. I mean, we could get in trouble. I mean, you know, ask my wife, I get in trouble all the time. And we could get in trouble here with the stock, but it has to still break back down below the $60 mark. So if it does that, that's when we hit alert, and then we get a little bit in trouble. So we'll wait to see, try to average into this. I'm letting this sort of float through. I feel like this name should be able to get going. Not 10 cents. It was 54 cents versus 28 cents. I just got to check out my notes here. Well, that's what it was. 10% up on revenues year over year, plus a good guide. Doesn't seem to want to hold that bid, though. So we'll have to be patient here with Twilio and see if it can hold that exactly downside there for Twilio. We did reload Rivian, so we're going to wait for that 24.20 there, see if we can get a little piece out there on Rivian on another reload. Again, Rivian, one of my top stocks today by far, as we hit this early, took a buck. It's already part of the club. We've had today, man, we've had a Dollar Trade Club negative member with Roblox. We had $2 Trade Club with AMD, which was well celebrated. And now with Rivian, we had a Dollar Trade Club. Let's see where it can go. It seems like it's pretty weak there. Watch out. Looks like there it comes back in. We shouldn't have talked about it. Now it's coming back into 23.50 again. Not
23.50.
Yeah, I'm just saying it just broke 24. Next level will be 23.50. So let's see what happens here with Rivian as it is bleeding here.
That would have meant my stop didn't trigger. So that's why I was like 23.
Yeah. No. Not there yet.
Yeah, I didn't opt for the reload the third time through on Rivian. It ends up taking out the local bottom. So that's the play. You look for the bounce, you get out. Like you've been getting bounces, you're just not seeing follow through. Obviously, you're seeing it time and time again on these names, but it's worth it. Like you take the paper cut, one of them goes to VWAP, and it's pretty interesting. Upstart, this will be the third time through, and it just wicked the low at 37. I had my stop at the even when it was bouncing off the even, but when it wicks underneath that, that's almost a better setup. So I jump right back in for a wick bottom. I want this through 37.5. I think if this gets to VWAP, it's definitely an appealing one. I will go back over to WeWork just to show you guys. This is SSR which means when it made this curl, this is on me because I'm trading multiple things at once. I need to be aggressively offering to try and get that same 16.5 because I can't hit the bid. You can see thousands of shares there on the bid, but you cannot remove liquidity from the bid without an uptick. That's the only reason I didn't add anything there. I added under VWAP, going to be getting out all the way to 14. I don't know how low this one can go, but if this is Upstart's bottom, I think VWAP and then try to hold for the dream if it can get back to 40, as it's well past 10 o'clock. Let's get to happening now.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Hey guys, 10 o'clock, more muted action to have a look at as far as the overall market is concerned as everyone looks ahead to what is to come tomorrow. Inflation data on tap not only tomorrow, but Friday morning as well. So here's the overall S&P, the SPY, anyway, back to basically where we ended the day yesterday. CPI tomorrow, PPI to come on Friday. If you were with us in the pre-market, talked about a lot of stuff, including Rivian increasing their full year production targets. Earnings, more or less positive right across the board. Left Palantir as well. Kathy Wood in there yesterday buying up $14 million worth of PLTR on Tuesday. Because I promised Sharif, here's a look at some upgrades and downgrades for you. That came through in the pre-market this morning. A number of these we've discussed in depth. Obviously, DraftKings to the upside from JP Morgan. Some weakness worth noting from big tech once again. Apple specifically coming back into the downside about 0.5%, guys.
Yes, sir. And just a couple of things to note here. You did get that continuation on TTOO. Looks like it wants to go here. I'm going to start working in off the 34 area. See how far this one wants to go. T2 Biosystems. I think if it cannot hold on to 33.5, you think you almost need to get out of this. Upstart, yes, it finally goes to the upside.
Yahoo!
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's a crappy pun, and there should be some better puns when this stock goes up. But anyways, Upstart finally getting to the upside. Got to zoom in so you can see how ridiculous the drop is, but it just filled in front of 38. I might double tap to 38, respecting the range, and then go 38.5, 39 on the way to the upside here. So good start for this. It's not that much worse, not much better. Upstart, good start for Upstart. But until you get above 38, there's no home run to be had on this SSR play. You are still falling to the downside on that Affirm. When this happens, if you show me a consolidation level and I'm bidding right underneath it, it's like, nope, either you bid in front of 1550 or you're waiting for it to drop off of that level. So I'll bid in front of it, ring the register there, and then look for the low of the day up at 1525. We said this is the one I'm shorting. If there's a pop, if I see any kind of a pop into the 16 level, I want to short a pop on a failure of said level on Affirm. And there we go. Upstart through 38, so now it's starting to go a little bit better now. I don't know if it's a Kincaid spike just yet, but it's getting pretty darn close. You have to make sure you take your outs on this, take your profit, but the SSR bounce usually gives you a really tight stop trade with which to work. So you can risk relatively a bit of a little on a downward trend to try to capture a lot, but you've got to adhere to those stops on the way down or it doesn't really work out.
All right. Running a practice. I'm not here Friday running a practice tonight. We're in Oakville tournament for the rep girls team for High Park, so that should be a lot of fun.
Hope the weather holds.
Coming through. Yeah, I hope the weather holds as well. Hopefully that'll be good. So we'll be here all week until that day, and then Obi will be taking over, and you'll see what he has to bring for the first show here, and then we have Max coming back from vacay as well, and then I believe Neil will be filling in on Friday for the closing show. Make sure you check out the closing show today. It's a very exciting new venture that we're trying out here at Trader TV Live, where we're going to host the closing show one more time for you. We're going to talk about earnings. We got some big guests lined up. I'm going to answer questions in the chat much more than we did yesterday, as yesterday was just a trial and error. So today at 4 p.m., join me for the closing show. I'm already lining up Michael Noss. I want him to talk talk about oil and some nice plays that he sees lining up for that. So join us today after hours there. A great. I think we had a record yesterday, over 7,000 views on that show. So thank you so much for continuing to support that. Continuing, we did one day so far. All right, Roblox, some nice outs on the upside there. We'll see if that can go. Palantir, we're out of 70% now, only 30% left. We got a great fill. Whoopsies, we got a great fill up here at 50. That was key for us, man. I mean, if you ever get a move down like this, retrace back to VWAP, we're taking that out. VWAP was 54, we took it out at 48. We took another fill at this level there of 42 or 43. So as we drop down, it's gonna be hard to win on these longs if this market just continues to do this. So, hopefully we can get some relief rally in this market, but we may not get that at all. I'm holding out for Rivian still. It's gone back and forth, in the money, out of the money, in the money, out of the money here. Let's just wait to see what happens with Rivian. That was a great fill for us. Like when we took that fill down here at 23.90 and then got out at 24.20, like that was fantastic. We didn't have enough shares to worry about this. I wasn't even my net was just fluctuating so much with Roblox and Twilio and all that, that I didn't even notice this move up. So we got into a reload situation, and right now we are, don't know if we're gonna like it, but we are reloaded right now on this name. So watch out, man. There goes Twilio. Twilio's now cracking lower, lower, lower. We have our full position now on this name, and it is down minus dollar club right now. Yeah, it's down to 60.50 right now. So you do have a couple more beatdowns coming here for Twilio. Watch out to see if that $60 level holds right now. Doesn't look like it wants to, but let's wait to see if it does right now. I'm not gonna go too crazy here. We're only out of the money now, 80 cents on this name, $1.50 in the money on AMD, and that should have been reloaded at 112 at the 50 period. So definitely missed opportunity there as well on the reload for AMD. Sometimes trading, we always get this question. It's like, I'm right now in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names. Tough to sometimes see everything, but that's why I'm always looking back and forth. So thank you to everybody for the continued support.
Well, that's Twilio 60. I don't have a level 2 for it right now. And then sometimes that happens. Actually, I can throw one over, but I'm hesitant to do it. I will do this one, but I don't think this is it's dropping the money as the stock is dropping, but there's a nice bounce, SSR bounce, but it's only $1 on Upstart. It cannot seem to get away from this 38. This is a key level because the market's still falling here. You could test 45 on the NASDAQ. If it can hold on to this 38, I think we can get up to 39. I said I would be out in front of VWAP. Thought I had an order there. Let me get an order in front of VWAP. So if there's one more pop to the upside, we'll look to grab that out. Hopefully we can get that 39, but we've already paid ourselves on this. TTOO just took out the 35 level and the 36 level on the way up. I was able to add on a 36 break and get some out in front of 37. I'm looking at that 35 as an exit point now. So I think I just get out at 35, and if it comes back into VWAP, then work off the 33 level. I do like this to 40, but there could be multiple ways that you get to said 40 level. We's about to break the low of the day. That doesn't really matter.
Rivian.
It is going to be about, look, it's got to be about Twilio and that 60 level for me. We said it's a good level on the daily chart. It has bounced off this like time and time again. It was at over-unders or under, and then back over, rejected. One day underneath 60 bucks. I think this is a good bounce play. That's what it's been today. If you've been looking for longs, you have to be patiently waiting for it to get to a key level. So 60 is that key level here on Twilio. I'm going to be ready for it once we get to that bottom.
Finally, Roblox, nice little move back up to the upside right there. We just take 80 cents on that play. It just hit the 50-period moving average. So we actually got, what did we get there? I think we got 80s, didn't we? We got 86s there on Roblox. So that was a good one. Came right back up, hit the 50-period moving average. We got out a little bit ahead of that. We might have got at the top, actually, there. We'll see if it can now continue to move back towards the upside right there as Roblox trying to go. And here it goes. Again, we've lost on it. We have enough shares where we can make it back. Let's see if it does happen. But, not trying to get greedy there. You don't need to make everything back. You don't want a revenge trade. You just want to make sure that you make the right trades, right? And that's why we get out at the 50 period. I do have another one there at 31.25. And we just took another fill right there as well. So hopefully now it can bounce up. Let's put an order at 31.20. See if we can grab that one back in. And that's going to be the play for me on Roblox. Great back end trade on this. Just didn't have the ability to hold out for that. Let's see if it does come through again. Roblox, nicely done. Wish we had more shares at the bottom, which we did, but we got stopped out of that, our second try on that one. I know Neil's talking about Twilio here, comes right back in again. This has been, again, a name that's been on the watch list the whole ride. Let's see if it can go back up to the upside. We tried to get some out at 61 and was not able to sort of ease back on this trade, but no dice on that. Rivian has been falling down. We'll give back some. We just tried the long again, got out at 23.50. Now I'm like, you know what? The way this trade is happening for us, it's a really aggressive move to the downside, but you have stopped here at 23 before, so maybe this is finally the bottom. We're not playing this with big shares. It's already like, I'm waiting for that lucid move. Doesn't seem to want to happen, so we probably have to wait back on this, take back some shares on Rivian, and then just see what's happening right now. So it is falling back down, Rivian into 23 bucks. Watch out for this bottom here. We'll try it one more time, but this is getting to be pretty spicy down here near 23 and change. Wow, what a day, man. Trading all of these aggressive names today on earnings, you never know where they're gonna go. You've seen Upstart, Roblox now, Rivian, lots of size on the bid, but if no one comes in to buy these names, there's only one way to go. They're losing $13 million a day, Rivian. It's a good thing we're not losing that much trading it. What's up, Bren?
Another earnings name here, Axon. More cloud movement, guys. Just took out the highs here, 206 coming into play. Better than expected earnings across the board, raised their guidance and forecast as well for AXON.
Oh, good.
So, I mean, Nikola just went SSR as well. I just looked over. I'm like, how are some other names doing? I'm just going to point out, Fisker's only down 3%. Just file that one away if these start bouncing. That $6 level looks pretty interesting for a potential break. But I'm now in Twilio, so you know the bounce plays have been tricky to come by. Couldn't hold the 64 break. The 64 break actually gave you 50 cents, but I thought there was room to 67, so I got in and out very, very quickly for a very small hit, when really the scalp play was probably pretty good. But now you're down at the 60 level. This is pretty nuts here. I'm hearing a weird squeak coming from somewhere. And it's kind of freaky. You guys hear that? What the heck is that? It's like a chair squeaking.
Your chair is squeaking.
It's very eerie.
It's bothering Neil.
No, it's like get some WD-40 or something for it. I'm like, what the heck is that? So 60 on Twilio. I am long. If it gets underneath there, I'll give it maybe 10 cents underneath, and that's about it. But you've got to take the profit when these bounce. Here's a perfect example. Upstart was just holding that 38 level. We had scalped out to there. Now it's right back into the low. If it makes a fresh low, I'm out. If it bounces again, I can try replaying that long. I'll go back. Now I can show you guys.
Oh, Rivian just crashed.
Let me show you guys we here for a second, because it gets to the low of the day. I'm going to get out and look for another short to pop situation. This is start with it and then hopefully end with this one. I think it could go down all day long. If Rivian's going down, I want to see if Nikola can hold now that it's gone SSR. So Nikola just made a wick bottom after going 10% down. This feels like a good bounce play as well. Taking it too long and giving it to 192 I don't like from risk to reward perspective. The stock like this, VWAP, is sitting closer to VWAP than it is to the low of the day. So that's not a very good bounce price. I'd like to get it somewhere around 95 if I could.
All right. Oh man, we'll have to flush ourselves down the toilet again, man. Like yesterday was Lucid, and today it's the other way around. So I don't know. Can't figure it out. Might say away. Rivian just took down $23 to the downside. Like we went 25.50 to 23. We've been trying to catch the long. We've been getting some out. This was the last time that we weren't able to get anything out on the bump back up. So yeah, definitely a big F for fail on Rivian today. Thought there was a chance there. I don't really know why. Obviously the Saudis came in and must have been buying up Lucid yesterday. No one's coming in to buy Rivian yet today. And when we see it, hopefully we'll be able to grab it, but we're not seeing it right now. Downside, pretty big move there for Rivian today off of that bottom. So yeah, it's taking names for sure down there. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with Rivian. Wait for it to barcode. It never did that. The only time it really barcoded, I feel like, for a good trade might have been right here, 24. And we got out of that at 23.50. So, you know, that little breaking zone right there, if you had thought of a red day for Rivian, then that would have been the great one there, because you finally get a barcode, then a breakdown. That's the kind of trade that you're looking for when you're looking for this kind of a setup. So congratulations anybody that had that short. I did not. Continue to fight the long game on Rivian. Just not working, and maybe now it goes. I don't I don't know. I thought it was going to go earlier. I don't want us to keep legging into what has been an unsuccessful trade. Google bouncing off 130 would have been interesting. Didn't even get down there. I think it got close. Yeah, 130.79. So that would have been a good trade again. I mean, the market's not really bouncing.
It's consolidating.
So it's consolidating, exactly. So you got to get above the 50 period to get excited about that. For me, I feel like the missed opportunity for me, there's always going to be lots, but we've been on Apple back-to-back days and had quite success with it. I just flipped it over based on what I thought I saw yesterday was some buyers at the end of the day. Did not expect the NASDAQ to sort of dramatically fall the way it did here off the open. Obviously, we took $2 on AMD. That was a good one, but we missed this on Apple because if I had still thought red, which I was thinking off 182, I just thought we had a chance to get to 182 today. We didn't. So there's that 181 breakdown. Easy trade off the open. We probably would have got a lot of it out at 180, so it's not like we would have had $3, but that was a great trade all the way back in. And I'd like to reshort this if it gets to 179.50. As long as this is under the 50 period and we're not near VWAP here on the market, I like that trade. Let's just see if it winds up working out. Just like Roblox, we had some patience with it. We waited for it. And we're able to catch a little bit of a bottom and make some money back up there to 31. So, let's hold on to some of these trades now and just see where we go. I'd hate to see Rivian trying to battle back now on this name, but we'll see if it gets going. I don't really have a trade for Rivian, but I'll try to find one.
So whenever Upstart's in play, I'm looking for the opportunity to short a firm. I'm now out of a firm. It was yesterday's range almost perfectly. It wicked the top, couldn't hold on to 16, enter right back in. Scalps them out when it gets to this level. That's a 60. Nice little consolidation off the 50. We get out there, and then low of the day. So pretty well structured in terms of the setup, and at least we're able to execute that pretty well. Have to go to Upstart. I said you've got to pay yourself out. You've got to find ways, if you're going to be on the wrong side of a trade, to pay yourself out and adhere to your stop. So each time I am out at that low of the day without compromise, and I'm taking my profit on the bounce that it gives me, not the bounce I want, the bounce that the market decides to give me on that SSR play. It is making fresh lows. When in doubt, if you continue to look for these, the only thing to do is, and again, every single dollar's been pretty good, but if you look at the weekly chart, this is $30. I mean, this is a decent level here at 37. We already tried that bounce, but this is $30. There's nothing in between it on the weekly. On the daily, it's sort of a similar thing, although you can look at 34. So 34, 30, those are two levels I will also try for sure if we see them on Upstart. Anything is possible with a squeeze name, so don't think that it can't go that far. It absolutely can. As we go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, a number of them moving around, including this one I just saw pop up here on a heavy volume spike. GNS, Genius Group, just taking out 75 cents there. Maybe some stops getting run, but 18.5% for GNS. A number of little ones to deal with this morning, including this one. RenB, back downside, gives it all back, essentially, right back to 145. They announced this early on. AI-focused Jedi Cube going to team up with Renovaro Biosciences. So that was RenB this morning. TNGX is Tango Therapeutics on a bit of a run here. There is a low float portion to this. Not seeing anything specific as far as news for TNGX, but started to go in the after hours yesterday. SoundHound still moving around as well this morning. $2 trying to hold here, but gives it all back after earnings. Better than expected for SOUN.
Shout out Tease Trade. You're absolutely right. Disney is almost at my level. It's not there yet though. If you're you can call it catching a falling knife, buying the dip, whatever euphemism you're at, whatever you want to call it, it has to be structured around where are you wrong. Like what does it mean to be wrong on a Disney dip buy? For me, I like the closing price. That's at 88.13. You had the 88 level, and then you look right in there after the close when it rejected it. It's a few shekels underneath, like 10 cents underneath. So I think that's a reasonable place to put a stop. And then I know where I'm going to be getting out no matter what. Now, if it wicks that bottom, like breaks underneath and reclaims 88, I actually like that play more. So generally speaking, a wick bottom entry I like for twice as many shares, almost in every single circumstance of a stock. A level I like does a run of stops and then regains a level, I'm always going to like that a little bit better than just sitting on the bid because there's some more momentum going with you on that play. I am in that Twilio for the first time off that 60 level. That's a New York stock, Neil. So it did bounce a little bit, Not really enough. There's a lot of room in here, but I like this back underneath 61. If it gets back to those pre-market lows, 61.50, I think that's the kind of bounce I'm looking for. If it can go that $1 to $1.50 and I'm risking 30 to 40 cents, that's the kind of play I'm looking for. Oh, WeWork. I need to find a way to get more of this. It's tricky when a stock is SSR. Like I said, you can't hit the bid, so you almost have to. Sometimes you just got to be sitting there legging in, but after the open, when it was rolling over, I missed some chances to reload WeWork. This is one, like Nicola the other day, like we start with this. I know I like to short in WeWork. We shorted multiple times. It's back under 16. I'm not saying it's going to 10. It's just a logical price level. It's making fresh lows. You can see this is that 16 level that we've been shorting pretty much all morning, now down to 14. There's a big bid at 14 even. Maybe it breaks, we'll see, but there goes Twilio. Always have yourself an out. Yeah, holding the shorts, maybe I should have held on to the Affirm short, but hey, I had my structured trade, and a win is gonna be a win. But we showed you why I liked it on the daily. It does make a little bit of a bounce and then does not wanna go. So I'm in, I'm out, waiting for the key price level to take my shot. But wow, is this market heading to the downside? At 10 o'clock, a lot of times you can figure out what the trend is, not just by looking at a chart, but like what is left on. Like, what am I getting in and out of quickly, and what am I holding on to that's been pretty easy? Like Affirm, we held the entire time, and then you're able to hold on to We, which is flushing, but every long, it's like in, out. You can get a few wins in there, but you've got to adhere to those stops, otherwise you're getting absolutely shellacked. One name that we haven't talked too much about, the big cap tech. If I'm trading squeeze names, these 20, 30% type movers, you're not always going to be as involved in big tech in that situation because you've got to make sure that your bandwidth is in the right spot. Meta got underneath, and look at what it's doing with my support level. Probably a really good short. Like, I'd probably take a long here and lose, but the second it gets underneath and wicks the other direction, like wicks above this level, suddenly it turns into a short underneath that 309. However, look, I knew I was going to be trading. I'm not in Twilio still. I'm out of that one. I knew I was going to trade that. I knew I was going to trade Upstart. I knew I was going to be looking at all these squeeze type names, and for sure WeWork. So I did miss out on Meta, but that is the opportunity cost. It is setting up for a short underneath that 309 area. If it does make a bit of a pop, you got a nice $2 range that you can work off with here on Meta. And NVIDIA, they had that flush at the open. I tried one bounce play, again, in and out pretty quickly. It is just flush city. When in doubt, zoom out. Where is NVIDIA heading? Oops, I want to go to the daily chart. The 50 period is at 430 even, and underneath that, there's 400 support. 420 is usually psychological. Those would be the levels to work off of. And 430 is pretty much here right now. I think it's worthy of a 430 bounce. There's not much else under that till you get to 420.
All right, we didn't get out of everything on Twilio, but it obviously it did break 60, so we got out of 75% of the trade. Of course, now it's going to show us into the money on this stock, but this is just probably a relief bounce there off of the 60 level. So that was, I guess, not a great idea. We took it early. We were up on it. Now it's going to be a red mark. Let's see if it can get going back up to the upside now. We're just going to try to hold on to that one. That idea not working. What I'm really amazed at, though, really is the resilience now of Roblox. I know that's going to sound crazy, but the market's been dipping down pretty good right now, and Roblox is trying to hold this $30 level again. So I feel like it's not even dipping as much as I thought it would. There we saw Rivian absolutely puke down. You saw Twilio puke down to that $60 level, which is why we sort of held some of that. And now it looks like, I'm just trying to double check where my Roblox out is. I don't even have an out because it ripped up. It would be down here like 29.70 maybe, something like that, 29.80, maybe $30 if you wanted to be real, sort of cautious with it. I'm debating getting some more. So, if it does come back into this like 30-20 area, let's get a little bit more and just hope that this is the move that we were hoping for on Roblox, and we get a little bit more shares down here and see if it can hold $30 again. So pretty happy with how strong it's been. Not happy to miss some opportunities on some of these other names. And of course, look what's happening to Twilio right now. Awesome. Like, this couldn't happen before when our average price was $61.30. But there it is. Nicely done. Right back up to the upside. Bouncing now off the 50 period moving average. That's the relief rally that we're getting right now. I'm not going to take any out. Let's see if it can get back all the way. You know, we talked about 60. We should have probably held out for a little bit lower of a break on that one, but we got out at 59.90 when it broke, and bounces up now $1.30 off that level. So, you know, good hold at least, but not a great average in there for Twilio. We should have just said, you know, we should just put a lot of shares on there at 60, then we'd at least still be in. But nice move to the upside here. Try to hold the rest of it. I mean, now we're making some money back on it, actually. Let's see if we get to 61.50. If we can do that, I mean, we're bouncing off the 50 period right now. That's actually 61.20. So let's put an offer there. Maybe it does spike up and pick us up one more time. Try to play off some key levels. Try to make the right decisions now. You know, don't put good money after bad. And we're trying to do that here with Twilio. If we can get a little bit of a bounce, take some profit on that, we will do it. And that's what I'm looking for on that one. And then Rivian, again, the same type of thing happening with Rivian right now. You know, down to 22.85. And Palantir here, just into 16 flat now, basically. 16.13 and still making moves down. So watch out for a possible break of 16 here on Palantir as well. Day 2 strong.
I just got it.
Yeah, I thought that we could break out to 17.20 is what we put on there. It didn't even, Palantir hasn't seen a green move. We had that trade, which has put us green, which is great. We're going to be green on Palantir, but right now we are digging in to once again, another long on PLTR while this market seems pretty sick, Brendo.
AMD, yeah, no kidding. AMD and some of the other chip names here negative or weak on the day, 1.5%. There was this is about 15 minutes ago or so, Tech Radar reporting this. AMD Zen CPUs hit by a major security flaw. So I was just reading through this note on AMD. Not a huge deal, but just a heads up there.
I just got my first fill on Palantir going into yesterday's low. Like yesterday's bottom was 16.10, so you know I wait for that. If it's going to go to 16 even, this has been the bottom. We'll see if it can hold up here. It was a good trade yesterday off this level. I never expect it to be the same thing that's 2 days in a row. Like there's no way I think it's going 16.10 to 17.20 again. That's incredibly unlikely on a second day style play, but it is worthy of a shot down here. And if it can hold the low, great. If it doesn't, you know where the out's likely to be. Just underneath that support level at 16 even. I am back into TTOOs, trying to hold VWAP in there. Upstart has made another bottom, but it's not at that 34 level. So I don't know if I want to dig into it just yet. A lot of people have asked about SMCI. So Supermicro, I know it was a great story, NVIDIA was going, and this was going just as crazy. But this is not a it's not a very good stock conducive to day trading because the spread is completely insane. It's moved 24%, but it's a $200 stock. And I get it, it's flushing. You can probably just short it, and it's continuing to fall. But the spread is consistently, if you're taking more than one lot, it's going to be almost $1 at times. And it's moving quite freakishly off the open. Maybe you could have structured a trade off the 300 level. I don't really know. I've never traded it. Just know that it is still falling. I wouldn't try an SSR bounce on this stock. Not this name. It's just a little bit too crazy for me. I want something where, like on Twilio, I know I can get underneath that 60 level and the slippage is going to be absolutely minimal because there's liquidity there. I don't know what you get if you break an even level on SMCI. Is it $5? Is it $1? Is it 50 cents? Because of that unknown, I cannot structure a trade. It is now 10:30. Let's see what's going on in the world of crypto land with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, back to the upside we go again today. It was mostly overnight, kind of chopping around so far during the day anyways for BTC. But yeah, 30,000 a thing once again. Everything to the upside nicely so far. 1,800 coming into play for Ethereum. This APT, Aptos, top gainer in the past 24 hours for crypto markets across the board. David Rubenstein yesterday, late in the day, coming out voicing his confidence now in not only Bitcoin, but crypto markets in general. So there it is. 2 days in a row here. This is a daily chart. So it was late yesterday. We got that buying coming in, trying to test 30,000 right now, bottom end of the range overall from the past month or so, 1.5% on the day for BTC. There's Ethereum 1.2. As I mentioned, back above that key 1,800 level. So positive, guys.
Yeah, so I'm going to go to Coinbase in a quick second, well, right now, because this is another stock stair-stepping down. If you were following the last week, I kind of like this a little bit higher for short the pops. I don't think we're even getting a shot at that one today. If it breaks further, this could be a flat bottom break through the 85 level. That's where we wicked, kind of failed a break of 85, and that's where you got the strength in coin. If it gets underneath that, you could absolutely be flushing. I'm back to square one, which is short WeWork as that continues to flush. And obviously, I'm still into, oh, never mind. Still into Palantir, but that was bouncing, and it is back to flat. So Palantir had just shown me some signs of a bounce. Let me zoom in so you can see it again. It looked like it was going to get back up. It was up at like 15s. It was 5 cents in the money, right back into the lows. So very, very tight stop on this one. Yeah, the shorts are paying you off here. I'll probably just be sitting in this one short all day looking for places to get more and wishing I had just gone all in on WeWork. And we're going back to Brenda with the desk.
Quickly, guys, on oil, we just got the inventory numbers there. Much, much bigger than expected. Build. 5.8 million barrel build versus 2.3 expected. The reason that this is interesting is that we're at 2023 highs right now. So highest point all year long for oil. Again, a bigger build than expected there for crude.
Nice Chevron.
I might say we'd be surprised about that one, but we talked about oil for the last 6 months and just to diversify your portfolio. So if you are in that name, you may want to look to take some kind of profit on that or not. Up to you. All right, Rivian just fell back into its day's low again right now. So if we're going to try something, we might as well try it now on Rivian, although I feel like we did pretty good staying away from it because we almost got long again. So being long down here at 90 makes sense to me against the bottom of 25.75. So we'll see. Hopefully that does come through for us and we're able to have some success there on Rivian. What we're not having success on, though, is that Palantir reload because now there it is down here at 03s. So, yeah, not great. Palantir looks like it does want to try to break here. I don't know. We'll take a little bit more shares here if we can get them, and we did. Our average price is 14. We were able to get something out here at 16s. That didn't do anything. So now we'll have to wait to see what happens here on Palantir as it is continuing to move down. And there goes one more time. Not a friend of mine today is Rivian as it just continues to go down. Right now taking out the low one more time there for that's a 10, 15 cent hit. To me, that was well worth it. Just trying to pick up some bottom picks here on some of these names as the market is just not rewarding anything that's like basically not making money today. You saw Upstart, you saw Palantir. I mean, Palantir's making money, but again, you know, off of a big move for Palantir, they're not like the most profitable name out there. And then Roblox, again, getting dipped down.
Expensive is probably the
yeah, getting dipped down there today as well. And then, of course, Twilio trying to make a move. There's Palantir. There is some size at 16, but that ain't going to last. Right now, it does need Kathy to come back in here and start to buy some up. They have not been there yet today, unless I've missed it. I haven't been staring at the level 2. But there we go. There's the break, and then there's the huge flush,
what a flush
down there for Palantir. So see you later on that one as it flushes down into the 80s on PLTR. We're still in it.
That's crazy. It went to 90s. That is a very tight stop fill. Like it actually filled it went to 90s. I got to fill in the 90s. It actually went down to 89. Check that. That is a huge, huge spread that opened up. That's why you use a stop order underneath that 16 level because that was an instant flush into 90s. I don't know if you could have got 99s to be short, but I'm now out of that one. Just one more thing to get to, but this is crazy on that Palantir. It could be like that 16 level, if it holds on to it, there could be like an SSR bounce. But I want to go to the market here because you're getting very, very close to the lows on the NASDAQ, while the ES, held up by, you can pretty much imagine exactly what's holding up the ES. You're holding a nice higher low, but that's because it is tech and the beaten up like high growth names that are getting beaten today. And that has been the story. So you're getting some strength out of the ES. It is not even budged in the last hour. It's doing absolutely nothing. It's just holding that bid where the NASDAQ keeps falling. If Palantir can get back above 16, I think that could be one of those wick the bottom style trades, but it definitely ran the stops. I had my stop underneath it, made sure we got out of it right away, and wow, and Kathy doesn't seem like she's buying today. And if she is, well, she's kind of taking it on the chin on this one. I'm not in that Proterra. I'm going to be kicking myself over 2 penny stocks that I thought were free money shorts. One is WeWork. It is heading to the downside. The second one is Proterra. It popped. I was sitting in front of 20. It got to 19. This should have been easy money, but I never got my fill and was kind of not really chasing this one to the downside like I should have been. Just like yesterday, like this stock, they're being delisted. As far as I know, it's being delisted tomorrow. I saw one note that said the 10th was the last day of trade. That would be tomorrow. So it was a big time flush all day yesterday. tried to get to the upside, barely went anywhere. 19 to 15 is a good return, but I wasn't there for it because I was trying to catch bottoms in some of these dip buy SSR style plays.
All right, yeah, it's the same thing that's happening to me here on all these dip buys. Just hasn't been working out. Look at Rivian, though. Rivian actually did work out. We lost a small little piece, but it bounced again off the bottom. So frustrations mount. We're trying not to give anything back on Palantir. We bought the 90s there, and we just got some out at O's again. So my average price is 09. Hopefully this can break back up. Look, 10 cents against me on Palantir. Sucks, but hopefully it can get back up, but there's that big size there at 16 and it doesn't want to break it. So I hate when that happens because you have option eligible levels here, 16 bucks. Would like to have that broke and then try to climb back up to the upside. We've seen Palantir do this before, right? Gets crushed down to the downside and then can battle itself back. It happened yesterday, but this is a little later. Like right here, it's 11 o'clock yesterday when it really started to get going back up to the upside. So it does have the possibility of doing that, but it needs to break back above 16, which it just did. So here we go. I'm just going to bleed out a little bit, like 5% out every time as it starts to pop up because, again, read hasn't been right. Would love to be here for a move back to the upside here on Palantir. Still green on the name. Let's see if it wants to work out back up to the upside. And then we are reloaded in Roblox. We talked about taking some of this one again down on the downside. So we did get a 30-20 fill. Just got some out there at 29s. Not a huge move. Hopefully this gets back up into this area. We can hold on to it. But if the market doesn't go, then the stock has nowhere to go. AMD, we've been sitting in this from time, man. This is our whole trade, the whole morning. This is going to be the #1 stock here on the show today is going to be AMD, and it's just a one trade. So just like Neil said about rework, man, it's like if you just kind of stick with some of the great ideas that you have off the open. But again, like it's all hindsight for me because I like the Twilio long, and I don't, some trades aren't going to work out for you, and that's what it is. So I don't know, to sit here and say that AMD I liked better than the Rivian long, I didn't really, so when I look back at other names here today, Twilio's actually been fine. It's coming back down right now. Roblox was a pre-market disaster, which has been fine, but still would have liked to have not gotten on that in the pre-market. And then Palantir, which is now back to flat for us. Like I said, we've actually forgot to take some out there. So let's take some out at 07. I just punched 07, and I don't know if you saw what that did. So we got a little bit out there at 07, and now we'll wait to see if it does want to climb back up. So good hold there on Palantir for now, but we'll take a little bit out as it does climb back up to the north side on PLTR. Other than that, man, it's going to be Roblox, watching out for that $30 level, and then maybe going, look, there goes. It's a good thing we got some 7s there on Palantir, and then look back at possibly Apple if it does get into that 178 again.
So there was just a question, what about Carvana? Carvana wasn't at any levels that I liked today. I said it was dancing around at a price that I wanted no part of. 53, 60, and 43 are where it's at. But as everything else was sort of getting to those bottoms, kind of missed the wick bottom for the double bottom on Carvana. I think you're probably already in this trade. If you're trying it, 42.42 is the local bottom. A little bit of irony that on a wick bottom underneath 42.50, it went to exactly my favorite number, doubled up. 42 is my favorite number, and it went right there and came back, so that would have been a fun trade to be in. But it's not even giving you any continuation just yet. I think the better way to play this might be, if it holds this, look for it to confirm and break out above 43.50. In other words, like show some signs of continuation and then try to go over to that one. But wow, that is a big one to the downside on Carvana. A lot of names have already done this. It is at a pretty good and key level. Above 16, I'm going to like Palantir every time it's above that price. So I'm back into it. When it cannot hold it, I want to get out. But it is 1040. It is time to see what sectors are strong, although I have a pretty good idea given where the S&P is at and what has been green on the day. But I'm sure there's something other than oil which is strong. Brendo?
Yeah, there are a few actually helping to offset what otherwise would be a pretty negative day here. Unfortunately, you're going to see mostly red here when it comes to tech names, specifically the big ones. Microsoft, Meta here, all downside. Apple, NVIDIA, yeah, giving back all of yesterday's strength and then some, 3%. 1.2 down there for AMD, Intel, Broadcom as well, all under pressure. So unfortunately, not enough green on here to offset what's coming mostly from the big tech names, including Tesla down. 1.3%. But yeah, energy nicely strong across the board. Oil, again, right at 2023 highs, even with a much larger than expected build last week on inventories. It was 5.5 million barrels versus 2.3 expected. Healthcare stocks a little bit strong here as well. Eli Lilly, AbbVie, ABT, Amgen, few anyways in that group. Back to the upside. I was just checking, we're getting Home Depot earnings next week. So we're getting into some of the retail names coming through next week. So a little bit of strength coming from the retailers, but not enough to offset all of that red today, guys.
Yeah, a lot of red, a lot of red.
It's all red.
There today. It's all good, baby. All right, so, I mean, AMD continues to be a move to the downside right there. So yeah, what's up to KL in the chat? Let's do a little bit of a shout out to a few people in the chat today. Thank you, Kyle. Pro Day Trader, you're here every day, man. What's up, Havana Woody? I feel like I haven't seen you in a minute, but I know you're always here, so shout out to you, Havana Woody. What's up to C Dunk? What's up to K Dub? I like that. GPS. Gap is strong. Okay, we'll check out a little bit consumer discretionary there on the retail side of things with GPS. What's up to Chimps? What's up, KH? Everybody that's on there, man. I hope you're. What's up, Ola, says Damien as well. Shout out to everybody. Hey, let's do a little bit of a stream check as well. You know, how many we got watching? 1.1K likes right now, 7,000 watching. Hit that like button if you can as we get ready for the midday show with the Obi Man and our guy. It's the professor will be in the building one more time. Bonjour, Zion there. Shout out to you as well. What's up to Nimit? How you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for visiting us right now. I do notice that Kat has not mailed out your mug yet, so shout out to Kat, and she'll be on that, I'm sure, today. So what's up to that? Nimit visited us from Singapore, and we have a mug here and a cup that we all signed for him that he forgot. So shout out to that. We're going to ship that over to him. What's up to Kevin Mendoza as well? And it's everybody's favorite segment. Captain Content is back, so let's go. All right, it's what's for lunch again here, Captain Content. Where do I come up with this crap? Okay, what is for lunch today? If you said chicken, we haven't hit this in a while, right? So I mean, you got to have some chicken dinner winners. You are incorrect. Today it is citrus roasted salmon. Citrus and salmon, I think there's some potential there. What do you think, Sharif? He likes. Okay, with ratatouille and herbed butter steamed mini potatoes. So, okay, I think there's a good opportunity there for decent lunch. Of course, I'm on the salad. We'll see. Hopefully there's a piece of salmon on the salad. We always get a little protein action going through there. So shout out to our caterer with roasted citrus salmon day with some garlic buttered potato and some kind of ratatouille.
As long as the salmon is done, like not overdone, like with salmon, it's like very specific, the texture that you want.
Yes, exactly.
You overcook it even by a little bit, it's like, it's no good. If you get it right, it is absolutely delicious. So I'm usually all for it, but if there's any extra, I'm on the salad with you. So we'll need to see some extra, unless they put it on our salad, which would be, that'd be pretty cool. You have salmon there as well. So 30% to the downside on Upstart. Triple bottom at 36 even. It is now wicked a couple of times. This could be more of a scalp trade than anything else if it gets down there. But as Sean was sort of saying, sometimes it's really more about like where did you start with and like work with those ideas. So you're now down at 13, and I have not been able to add to this. There was probably an ad at 14 on WeWork just there. If it pops off 13 and comes back into this 14 area, I'm very likely to look to see if I can add. But I like at lunchtime to short to VWAP first. I would prefer, ideally, that this break back up, 15 even would be VWAP, and then you can short off that level. It's a stair-step style trade, so usually you want consolidations or short the pops. I'm still holding just under half the position. At this point, still thinking it will go down all day long. If it barcodes, fine. Good shout out to John Holloway, Lyft. Lyft is barcoding. That is another. Well, at least we got out of that one. Lyft was a breakdown trade. It got to the low of the day, took profit, then stopped out with a tight stop. This is going to go green on the session. Congratulations! If you happen to like Lyft as the long today, then you are absolutely laughing. It is back above. Oh my God! And I hate myself because I'm going to rewind the tape and say if it gets above the 200 period, I was like, yeah, it can be a long back above the 200 period. That was 11.15, not the time, that was the price. This is it when it broke 11.15. Look where it dipped to, right at 11.15. That is exactly, it kind of sucks. It is what it is, and I'll slap a fail on myself because Lyft was one of those, I really didn't give a darn which direction it wanted to go. I said if it broke down off of this range on the daily, I would take the short. And if it did not hold on to that, got back above the 50 period, I punched out. If it gets above the 200, I think it's a long. It broke that and is trending to the upside. So don't diddle in the middle. Try the break down or the break up. Looks like it's the break up, and I said I was indifferent to it and still didn't end up taking that long on Lyft. Congratulations, anyone that happens to have it here. But that will be a bit of a miss because I did like it above that 200 period on the daily. That's a simple moving average.
All right, it's almost time for Money Talks. Let's just check out crypto quickly here to see if anything's happening. I got a question on, again, make sure you join us, join me with Michael Noss today after 4 o'clock for the after show. We did talk about Coinbase yesterday. I said I like this name as long as we can hold this $80 mark. I am gonna check now to see about a Coinbase earnings report here coming through for Coinbase. So let me just check out when exactly that is. You always worry, August 3rd, so we've already had it. We had it when I wasn't here. So nice move to the downside there for Coinbase, off of 110. We've talked about that. 16 billion company with a short float. That's the interesting part about it. But if they've already reported and the short float is not helping, then I still worry about it. But what we talked about yesterday was the fact that, again, you know, $80 there, held. It's been, okay, chart, come on. There we go. It held a little bit there back in March, then going back to the beginning of the year as well. We had some key levels here of 80. So I just thought that the 50 period right there, hard to slap a buy on this. I still believe in crypto more than I do in the exchanges, which is a tough thing to say these days for sure. But you know, if you break through 80, as long as you don't get that overnight, well, and that's the problem, you do have a lot of overnight risk in Coinbase because regulation could happen at any time. Market closed, you're in your position, regulation, boom, see you later, alligator, and then the next thing you know, you're down here to 80 bucks, 70 bucks, and then all of a sudden you're like, what happened to my stop, right? So just be careful with it. But again, as long as we avoid that, it could go the other way as well, right? Could be a positive note for them. So then all of a sudden, you don't get a chance to buy these levels and you're paying 100 bucks again for it. So I like Coinbase here. I think if you're gonna be a trader, you wanna be on the scale of risk to reward a little bit. And I think that there is some good reward opportunities here for Coinbase. Good news, plus a 21% short float. And guess what, man? This is all about what we're doing. We talked about Captain Content. We're also gonna be doing a lightning round every day at 4 o'clock as well. And Coinbase was brought up to me yesterday, so we did a quick little talk about that. I like it at that $80 level for now, but you know, you break 50 period moving averages on daily, especially on stocks you don't really think the fundamentals are great. That is a warning shot fired there for Coinbase. All right, 10:51 right now. We started talking about Money Talks, and now we'll throw it to Brendan at the bridge.
Hey guys, bit of a wait and see so far as currencies are concerned today ahead of what is to come tomorrow morning. Remember, 8:30 Eastern. We'll bring it to you when it happens. CPI, July CPI first up, and then we'll get PPI on Friday. Everything pointing to maybe a higher than expected print so far as analysts' expectations and economists' expectations anyways. For the number tomorrow, again, make sure you're with us for that at 8:30. I was just noting we also get Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday at 10 o'clock. That one can also be a market mover. Pretty quiet. That's a daily chart, so not much action so far down there for the US dollar. We're still kind of chopping around within this range overall. So basically a flat day, guys.
Yes, the ES just gave up support just now. So the NASDAQ had been doing, the NASDAQ just gave up support as well, but the ES for the first time today just gave up the 45.10 level. So, I mean, the shorts have definitely already been on. I'm going to rectify a certain issue that I had before because I think I'm going to get it now. If this gets into VWAP, it's an SSR bounce. I don't care. They're getting deleted tomorrow. But if this gets into VWAP, that Proterra, I do want to grab that short. It looks like it's going to be a good one. But Meta just flushed the 309.
Everything just jammed
to the downside on that breakdown. Yeah, I mean, I should already be in that one as I was looking for a way to add shares to WeWork. I know that's where you want to go back to, what is working, but that 309 on Meta for a short was probably absolute gold again. Breakdown of 307 with the ES going in the NASDAQ less than 1%. We're not at 15,000 yet. That's 200 points away on the NQ. So if you look at the major support that's there, yesterday's level is about 30 handles away. Double check. Sorry, check that. 20 handles away on the NASDAQ. So there is some room for the market to go if we take out lows. I would much prefer an 09 short, but I'll take a quick shot in and out of the 307. Risk a little bit for a breakout style trade or a breakdown in this particular case because the market does not look very healthy. I think if you have a bottom and you punch a low, you've got to be willing to get out right away. So I want a tight stop there. As I said, Proterra, I am now on the offer trying to get VWAP on that penny stock.
All right, Twilio took down 60, so we flush ourselves down the toilet on that one as Twilio gets to the downside as well. Palantir, I was like, oh my God, they're selling this. So it's a good thing we got some out there back up north side of 16 because it was quite a disaster down there to the downside for Twilio. But what we found out though was Roblox came back in. We're long now at 06 here on Roblox. Hopefully it can bounce upside. There was some decent size there at 30. I'm tired of honestly like just trying to catch all the time these bottoms. Today it's been obviously no real relief at all. Today, you know, you never took the 50 period even once there today. Just straight down. Like no relief rally whatsoever today. So to be expected, man. I mean, you know, you want to keep trying to catch longs. This is exactly what's going to happen to you. You're going to get destroyed, it seems like, on a day like when it doesn't have any bounces. So that's an easy thing to say when you're experiencing it. Harder to predict as it's happening. But right there, nice move to the downside for sure. AMD's been the only name that we've just been sitting in all day on the short, which is kind of stupid. We should have more shorts there. Rivian, we tried Twilio. Nothing seemed to want to work. So right now we'll just rest on AMD and we'll rest on a big level of $30 for Roblox, which hasn't been a good stock for us today either. We'll make it back if it goes, but right now, obviously this market seems to be DOA here today, especially for big cap names. We said we look at Apple quickly. We are going to go to the earnings board in a minute. Didn't even hold the 178. So as the market continues to go down, that's really a shame about Apple because normally we'd be all over that, and I just didn't look at it because I thought the long was going to be possibly good there today, and it was complete disaster.
The good thing about a day like today
Tesla maybe
is if you have stink bids on stock that you've been trying to leg into, sometimes you get filled today. I know one that I know I got to fill for sure, and that's Palo Alto. I know because that actually, well, it wasn't that bad, but it actually had a wick at the open that got underneath, and I'm into that one now. Talking about underneath, Palantir is now underneath the 50 period, which it could be closing beneath that 15. The big level on the way down here is going to be the 14 even. Now that you could not hold on to this 50 period, this is what you call like a decent sized pullback. And if it gets to the next level down, to me, 15 is kind of one, and 14 is the big one there. This could almost be trend down into that level. Meta ends up holding for now, but not completely. I mean, it's trying to. It bounced the first time off this low. Let's see if it does it the second time through. 307 even about to get taken down here on Meta. With less than 4 minutes to go, it is earnings season, but we can look at the board here. Today was a big one in terms of names that were squeeze names. We already alluded to the big deal that happened today between Penn, obviously sort of Penn Barstool, and now with the ESPN. Disney is going to be reporting after the close. That is absolutely gigantic. I think they can maybe break back out here. Plug Power. That's you love them a little bit. No, you don't. I know. That's not that bad. Dollar's not that much on something like a Plug Power. That is a good one to look for kind of a squeeze style play. I don't really trade them, but I absolutely love Yeti. But there's one in the morning tomorrow that I know I will be all over because Alibaba, I didn't get the opportunity to trade it today, but Alibaba, pre-market, well, they're going to be really early. Those Chinese ADRs usually report like ridiculous times, obviously, but that's one that will be all over. That is a definite mover and shaker, and you cannot ignore that Chinese ADR when it goes.
Yeah, I don't know. I had my Yeti. I gotta go find my Yeti. I don't know. I misplaced it there yesterday. I was running around here looking for it.
I think it's at the front desk on the bottom.
Don't go get it. I'll get it after, bro. It's on the front desk. Okay, yeah. I was getting ready for the closing show. Okay, that makes sense where it was.
That's not the front desk.
That's the bridge. I've called it the bridge now. I've given it a new name, the bridge. The bridge. That's the one, my guy. Right here. So thank you. There you go. Now I don't have to run around here looking for it. Shout out to OTCX who gave us this. And then shout out to anybody that plays Among Us. I don't, but my kids do. It's Mr. Cheese right there. So shout out once again to Among Us and the Oculus. Apparently it's pretty cool to play on the Oculus right now. But hey, look, I've been talking for a minute about Disney, and we always have that joke about go woke, go broke, all that kind of stuff. But I was really just talking about buying some up down here. We have been buying it down here, and we only bought it one time. We did also buy it up here as well. So I think we're looking at an average price probably around 90. I have lots of shares of this, so this is in my portfolio. It's not my average long price, but we were able to get out of this one, quite frankly, at 186 or something like that, hell of a long time ago, before their first report after streaming, and I knew streaming was going to be bad, so we were able to get out of that, and now we're just putting back some money to work in this area. So we're not going to be bottom picking perfectly. I am a little bit nervous that we do break 86 bucks tomorrow, so I would say stay tuned for that one. Obviously, on any kind of a break, you want to be cautious with.
I want to show the weekly for a second.
With Disney there, because $80 is where I was. I went long 80 up to 185.
Yeah, because that's I wanted to show the pandemic bottom, because the weekly chart's intense on this one, but that $80 level is the 2020 low. Like underneath that, oh my goodness. Now that's attractive because as a trade, like you can, if it breaks out 90, it's like break 90, stop 80, and just let it fly. Like that's an obvious one, but this can't hold that 80 level. Oh my goodness! It's just you're talking about a straight shot. The last time it was at these prices was 30, and there was maybe one little consolidation at 60, 30, 60, 90. I always like symmetry like that. It's weird, but 30, 60, 90 when you go back under those pandemic lows of 80. So I like a 90 breakout on this, and then if it makes that pandemic bottom and cannot hold it, you just get out. And I almost don't care. Like, it's just the earnings can be good and it can break out from that level. You go long, they could be bad and it breaks out from the level. It's a technical trade as far as I'm concerned on Disney. And the rest of that, like, you can kind of stay away from. But that's a monster level Disney's getting into. Meta broke the low, and oddly enough, like, the stock breaks the low and it goes down. I mean, the market's doing it, so you finally go short one of these and it starts to go. So 306 is now breaking. 305 is an obvious level on Meta. Kind of a healthy pullback here. But if the last time you were at 305 was a bit of a breakout back on 26, so I think 305 is going to be incoming on this Meta breakdown. The market is going to the downside, 1% to the downside. We got Obi and the professor locked and loaded. We're back at 2 o'clock, but we're going to send you right on over to the midday with the professor and Obi-Wan Kenobi.
We normally do a recap.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Well, that's Obi. I'm Sharif. What a morning it's been, man. It has been flush city. I've been hearing toilets probably in my subconscious from all the flushing here. But wow, 4,500 coming into play currently on the ES. Important level. I talked about it this morning. We broke below it yesterday. There's no question about it. But the print. The closing print was north of 4,500, so we'll see what we get today. You mentioned to me quickly there 15.2 also on the NQ coming into play, maybe not as important of a level as 4,500 because we really haven't been down here on the NQ for a little bit. But yeah, man, wow, it is flush city on these big tech names. We'll talk about the lone green standouts, but why don't you take us through your trades, Obi?
Sure. I got a little riggedy rocked on
Rivian?
On Rivian this morning.
We're kidding. It's Rivian.
We can take a look at some Rivian real quick.
Hot mic.
Rivian.
Hot mic, guys, for somebody I don't know who.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, look at that. A bit of a chase here, trying to play that pre-market high break, right? Into that 25. I was like, okay, get long into dips into 25. Didn't really follow my plan that very well. My plan was you take this earnings range. I don't know if we can get back there. Here, let me pull it back. Right there. Okay, so right there. So earnings came out last night. And this is what Rivian kind of did. It wicks up in the 26, and then the lower end of the range is 23.6. So those are the two levels I kind of had in mind, and I kind of chased. I was like, oh, that 26 break is coming in. Bit of a chase there, and then get clocked, hold it back down all the way down to pre-market low, and I'm like, well, I'm definitely wrong at the pre-market low for sure. But yeah, took a pretty chunky loss there. Took a little bit of a scalp on the long idea again on top of 24. But yeah, once that was kind of violated, it was very clear to me that the long was definitely wrong, and I should get the hell out of that one. But yeah, look at that continuation. The failure to follow through on that off of pre-market high and earnings reaction high brings in the quadunk, and then you have your market tailwind as well as some of those levels from the previous couple of weeks kind of start to break down here on both the ES and the NQ. Okay, so the next trade was Meta. Meta now, I heard Neil talking about that 309 as well. So Meta, I came in this morning and I was like, all right, if we take a look at what Meta's been doing over the past couple of days, and I think we've covered this a few times as well, this 310 holds over and over again, right here, and there was a reason why. My thesis on that was the earnings reaction consolidation low, and we saw the size kind of moving in, a lot of volume. That 310 was defended, and then you have confirmation of that 310 being a key level over the next couple of weeks, where you come down into it, you sell down into it, you can't really break it. Now retrospect, look at this. This is a flat bottom break. Is it not? This is literally like a price compressing into this flat 310 key area. And today, the one day where I'm like, okay, well, what the hell? If it's been doing this, let me just post an order in the pre-market at 310 to come and clip me whenever it does. So that, lo and behold, when I do that, on the day that I do that, I didn't do that the day before or the day before, anytime last week either. And I'm like, okay, this has been doing it so many times that finally, when I get to it, it sells off the level, and that support becomes into resistance right here. So yeah, it took a couple pieces there. So that's my entry right there on top of the 310. Got clocked into the trade, and I was like, all right, you know what? I want to get a certain size into this, and I'm going to initiate that size with this entry here, and I'll give it about $1 because of that 310. 310 is being defended so well. 310 straight down to 39. I was like, yeah, no, this is the level. The level has broken, and then that kind of confirms where I try to go long again. And you can't really get past that 309, and then now we're back down to 305. So a little bit of a mistrade there. Excuse me, off the 310, 309 rejection. We can't even get back through 310, so definitely very bearish in terms of how Meta has been setting up, right? You've broken this earnings reaction low as well as multi-week low. The past couple of weeks was that low as well. Mm-hmm. So you break that, yeah, it's a great reason to sell, a great reason to get short underneath that 310. So I'm being patient. I missed the trade here on the consolidation break. We were talking about this NQ here in the morning, literally just doing a 20 point range. I was like, oh, what the hell is this doing? Stepped away from the desk. I was like, I'm gonna wait for this to kind of marinate, let it cook, and kind of follow through either one way or the other, and it's coming down to the downside there. So I think the range break trade off of that would have been nice across the board. Like you could have picked any cap, you know. So that trade was definitely there. But yeah, that was a trade on Meta. We might come back to it later as well. Took a couple shots at Amazon here. Again, we waited for that 139 level to come in again, and it did come in. Didn't have support at all on the initial break. Flushes all the way down to 183.50s, and then I see the market having a bit of a chop, a bit of a turn, and I'm like, okay, maybe we can catch a bid while the ES and the NQ kind of start to consolidate, and that bid gave you about $1 on Amazon. So yeah, the ES and the NQ were kind of consolidating, and ES in the 5-point range, NQ in the 20-point range, but then Amazon gives you like $1 bounce off of that little bit of uncertainty there, and then continuation back down to the downside. You can't really get back above that 139.50s, 139.40s actually. Wow, I'm just remembering yesterday, all day yesterday, end of day, Amazon held VWAP. VWAP was around 139.50, and then it had dips into 139.40, and look, we see that support become resistance today, right?
Surprise,
so
surprise.
missed trade for me. I'm realizing that right now as I'm talking about it out loud. I'm like, oh well, damn, that was a clean rejection of that 139.40. Like, look, let me just scroll back here. Look at the end of day on Amazon here. If we can just get back into here, look, we even had this. Look at this grind set right here. Like, look, right there. Yeah. 139.5, 139.40s, bang, bang, bang. You could recycle this. I even took a couple trades here end of day because I was like, if this level is holding like this, it makes no sense for me not to risk like 10, 15 cents and take the 30 cents, right? Not the best, but like I got it right on the 5th try, trying to get better at that. But like I should be hitting it on the 2nd, on the 3rd, on the 4th, on the 5th until it stops working. I shouldn't be waiting for like the 5th time it tests to kind of be like, oh yeah, that level's real. That's I'm a little late to the party there. But yeah, look at that. Pure, I guess, a great example of support turn resistance from yesterday's intraday level, and then now we kind of sell off. So a little bit short bias there is clocking in for me, and something else I need to take a quick check on as well. Again, before we kind of start, is the VIX. We kind of we tested that 18, came back down into 15. I was like, okay, well, we sold off like this and gapped down a little bit. So do we get a reversion back into this price action from like 18 to 16, and then let's see if we can kind of get back up in this range. Like, this is the range that we're kind of making. So like if VIX starts to blast up, yeah, definitely going to be clocking in a little bit harder on those shorts for sure there. As we kind of bounce off this 15.2 on the NQ, I'm gonna stay patient, right? My focus today was one good trade, and I took a few bad ones, but I'm still waiting for that one to show up, and it has not shown up yet. So I'll try to manage my risk as best as I can until that opportunity kind of shows itself, and we take that one good trade.
Yeah, no question about that. I mean, it's been a tough day, especially if you were long bias. Yeah, tough day. No question about that. 4,500, let's talk about that because we're dancing with it right now on the ES. Okay, so we just got to 4,500. We did a little bit of a bounce. Technically on the day, 45.01 and a half is the low. We broke this level yesterday, but most notably we closed above it. Closing prints are more important, no question about it. So where are we at? What are we going to do? Well, I'm seeing how we trade around here. Are we going to have decisive buying at 4,500 in the same way that we didn't have yesterday? Because we quadrupled below 4,500. It meant nothing yesterday. Let's go to the look. Let's take a little look here at the ES chart and move back to yesterday. This is the area I'm talking about right here. Have a look. Let's put the ticker in so people don't complain. ES September. Let me put it like that. All right. So this is yesterday's closing print right here, 45.18. That's where we closed out at. And that this center dividing line is the end of, you know how the futures goes. I mean, we don't stop just at 4 o'clock. We take an hour off at 5 to 6, and then we restart. So this is the restart. When you see this dotted line down the center of my charts, that's the 6 o'clock open. 5 o'clock in Chicago, obviously. Anyway, 45.18 is where we closed out at. However, we got all the way as low as 44.82. And the break of 4,500, which happened right here, you get one little bounce off it. And that was around 8 a.m. in the pre. You bounce off the opening range with big boy Huadunk all the way down to 45.82. But we ground back. We ground, whatever. Back all the way up, like I said, into 45.18. Right back at that level now. This is the tough one because of the kind of disrespect for the 4,500 level yesterday. I'm a little hesitant to punch in. Besides, I mean, you're not really seeing an overwhelming amount of buyers coming in at this level. I need to see newer highs, right? And we're definitely not getting newer highs here as we are quite range bound and much towards 4,500. So keeping an eye on this level, let's see how it works out. But really not wanting to jump the gun whatsoever on any longs. Perhaps, just need to be looking short everything, right?
Trend is your friend.
Yeah, absolutely. The trend is your friend. Keep repeating it, baby.
I've been saying that. I was like, oh, I got to stay wary on the longs, Yeah, man.
No, you're not wrong at all, right? Trend is your friend, but volatility mean reverts. So We need to keep seeing here if we're going to continue heading in that direction. I'm not going to punch into anything at the moment. Rivian. I know Obi went over this, but this was an interesting one. We danced with 23. Let me bring in the Rivian chart. We danced with 23 for about 20 minutes or so, give or take. This is the 5. Let's switch 15. Sorry, Rivian, our friend Rivian over here. Now, where do we find support for our friend Rivian? It's been a fantastic July and a mediocre August so far. Let's go to the hourly. Where are we going to find support? Because I can't see it. Well, this $20 looks mighty scrumptious. Yeah. And the reason is we danced with that level for multiple days. Couldn't break through it on the 3rd. Got through it on the 5th. Broke through it eventually on the 6th. I'm talking about July. I'm not talking about August. Okay? And that is the last time we really had a consolidation area south of where we are. What's going on, Katina, man? We just broke 15.2 on the NQ, and now we are knocking on the door of 4,500. 4,500 is the low now on the ES. So digressing for a second to update you about that, but here we go. The last consolidation area south of where we are right now is $20. Do we see 20 today on Rivian? I mean, we could, right? It's not the biggest name. It could be pushed around with some money. Look, the earnings weren't bad. The Katina man, you know, he's tongue-in-cheek in it, obviously, right? He's calling it a spade. He's calling a spade a spade. They lost money. They're losing like $5,000 per car, whatever. The $9,400.
94,000.
A car?
Yes.
94. I can't even say that with a straight face. $94,000 a car, says the Katina man. If you do. It was $300,000 per car last quarter. Now, obviously, you know, they're ramping up production, capital cost expenditures, this and that. You know, with the growing pains with these young EV companies, you know, Ford E continues to bleed through the nose as well. So they're not faring any. But the point is, they beat analyst expectations. So is this a sell the news type event where we get a healthy pullback and then we start trending back up as big money starts repositioning? It's a healthy pullback. It's just not what we expected. We're almost 10%. We're going to go SSR. Are we SSR on this name yet? No, we're not. Not quite yet. We're like half a point here off SSR on my friend Rivian, having done 44 and almost 3/4 million shares on the day. 9.6, almost 9 2/3% south, OB, as we break lows, hanging out at 22.41. Sorry, I see the tags. I haven't quite gotten to them yet. Saad Mahmoud, I think short-term support on the ES 4,100 to 4,200. We'll look at that in just a quick sec as we finish our thoughts here on Rivian. To conclude, $20 looking mighty fine for me here on Rivian. Should we make it down there? I mean, we probably won't after the SSR parameters. What is it called? SSR parameter? What do they call that kind of thing?
SSR restriction.
Restriction, whatever it is.
I mean, that would be like short sell restriction, but yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, everybody understands what I'm trying to say. I do. Saad Mahmoud saying that 4,100 or 4,200 is the look here on the ES for support. Now, let's find out what he's talking about here. Let's zoom out. Let's go to the 4-hour. And yeah, I mean, there's quite a long consolidative area with 4,100 as the bottom, right? You want to say the area started around March 30th, and we really broke through that 4,200 decisively, not perfunctorily, decisively late May. Oh yeah, I get it. I mean, if you're looking for swings, I guess that's important. We're looking intraday, so we'll continue to watch and see what happens. But the ES now heading big boy south, OB, 44.95. It looks like here. Another tag, let me just get to it real quick. Derek Cecil, can you help me recognize the difference between a trend reversal and a pullback? I seem to be cutting my winners short due to fear of a trend reversal. The trend is my friend. Yeah, it's a good question and always kind of hard to identify. I mean, the nuance between a trend reversal and a healthy pullback. Now look, What I would say is, you could use any sort of percentages you want. You could say, I don't know, if it pulls back more than 50%, it's a trend reversal rather than a pullback. These are arbitrary numbers, and there's really no hard and fast rule. You could try to use ATR to help you with that, the average true range. What I would say is, the price action really has to speak to it. So base your stops on what your risk management assessment was going into the trade. So if you knew, all right, here's what I'm risking 15 pennies, right? And that's as I'm going to risk. Sure, keep that in place. Now, if you're using a trailing stop, that's when it becomes a little bit tricky, identifying trend reversals and pullbacks. It's kind of a tough question to answer, and I'd rather have a real live example to kind of show you, which I don't at the moment. So maybe I will retrace back to that question later. But yeah, it's always a tough question.
Yeah, definitely. Good question indeed.
Yeah, it's a good question.
These markets are coming down real hard, man. I have 15,175 as like a potential area of interest on NQ, and we literally just straight falling knifed into that level here now, and I'm like, why are we selling off this hard, and why am I not short anything right now? And I'm asking myself, do I just punch short somewhere? The trend is my friend, but there's absolutely no relief in the past 15-20 minutes that we can get in on. It's pretty much a chase. I guess you could take scalps off the tape, off the dollar breaks or whatever it is, but something that might be driving some of this action is we were talking about this SMCI earnings this morning, right?
Well, I don't know
so
that.
SMCI earnings this morning seriously sold off last night from their earnings, and then look at that. You have the 300 level here. Straight sell off of that as well. Now this I was running some stats on this ticker here. This type of move has not been seen on SMCI in over 2 years. In over 2 years, this kind of move, more than 50 points down on the release of the earnings, and then continuation, another 50 points down, almost maybe like 40 points down out the open. Right now, these guys, I think they're a chip manufacturer. Like they supply a lot of things. Now, take a look at TSM. Right, TSM is at the low of its days. Right, a lot of these chip tickers are coming down, and now all the top tech names are obviously related to this news. Related to this type of move. So it's like, do we sell off crazily when something like SMCI and TSM and some of these chip delivery type of tickers literally get sold off so heavily, like it's like what am I trying to say? It's like I don't want to call it a sigma event, but it's like an outlier. It's a very outlier type of earnings result and the price action associated with that, and we're seeing some of that sentiment being reflected on the rest of the market as the markets like the market leaders are tech names. Right? It's full, like we were talking about this before the rebalancing, it was about like 70% of the NQ is like the top 10 or something. I don't know what it is now. I think it's like closer to like 50, 60. I got to check again. But yeah, still heavily weighted, and we're seeing some troubles in the industry, I guess, and that's being reflected in our markets because our markets are strongly supported by a lot of these tech names, right? So seeing, again, retrospect, right? Like, what are the key levels we can get involved in? Sure, that can be a great thesis to have, but I'm asking myself, what trades are you taking off of that? You can have that thesis, but what trades are you taking? Did you take the 309 failure to follow through? Did you take the 309 break? Did you take some of these key level supports across the board? Whether you look at futures, whether you look at a lot of the large caps, did you take any of those shorts? And the answer I'm giving myself is no. So what the hell am I doing, right? So trying to find a place to get a trade where I can manage the risk properly. So I don't want to punch short right here into a falling knife. I could take a couple scalps, but I guess the point now would be to wait and see if we get any sort of consolidation here as the NQ almost down. What is this? Almost 400 points. Almost 400 points.
You don't joke,
right?
bro.
400 points from this morning session. So A little bit of sellers on the board there. It might be a little too hard, too fast. So I'm keeping my eyes open because I don't want to get short. And if that bounce kind of comes in, I expect it to come in a little hot on that initial rip back up because we have sold off so heavily. But you know what? There is no stopping as the ES kind of pushes that 44.90 here, making brand new lows on the day. Now there's probably other names that are doing well as well. Let's take a look at some of the staples, right? I want to know what Home Depot is doing, right? I want to know what Home Depot is doing. I want to know what Walmart is doing, right? Maybe those are places where we can look for a less volatile move, right? Walmart. Not as muted. It's not hitting. It hasn't even hit its low of day, right? Yeah, sure. It's getting sold off of this market dump here when the market started accelerating. But look at Walmart here. What's another staple name? I don't know, like consumer.
Goodness.
We can go Target, right? Okay, Target's not that great. Think of Macy's as well. What's that here? AV.
Like a Gap GPS.
Yeah,
Gap?
someone was talking
Okay, yeah,
to the
right,
Katina
Gap.
about Gap. Yeah.
Oh, not the right gap. Which?
GPS.
Oh, GPS. Right,
Yeah.
right. Yes. Okay.
Gips.
Yeah. Look at that.
remember
Better
Gips.
V shape. Almost testing back to day's low there on gap. Yeah. But so some of the other names not as heavily being not being sold off as heavily as some of these names here. Now I do have the map here to take a look. Look at that. Oil.
Yeah,
We had an oil number today as well, right? Around 10:30. Look at oil. Oil is super green. Let's take a look at XOM, right? XOM on the day seems to be going green while the rest of the market is down. Let's take a look if we can find. Look at that. A bit of a trend there. It's above VWAP, not that one. Above VWAP. Holding a bit of a trend here on a larger moving average, but above VWAP for the most part. So it's holding that, and I think right here, look at that volume candle. I think that was a number in and around that 1030 area on XOM. But yeah, not everything is being sold off. There's a lot of names that are doing well. Walmart almost 1%. Costco as well, right? That was a name, definitely a staple. How can I forget Costco? Yeah, Costco also holding its own, not really selling off like some of these tech names. So kind of giving into that thesis, kind of supporting that thesis of like, okay, a lot of tech names might be down because of like outlier SMCI earnings price action move.
All right, well, let's look at UNG because, well, not UNG, let's look at Nat Gas because I got into this one, and this one was an interesting one because we had kind of bottomed out. Let's look at the contract here. The Henry Hub Natural Gas Future will go with September. And here's the hourly. Let's go to the daily and just put the ticker in because it did break above, I don't want to say a key resistance level because it's not too key. And we know there's bamboozlement all the time in Nat Gas, no question about it. So here's the look. We had a bit of a top, local top. Now, local goes all the way back to mid-March. We haven't been at $3 since mid-March. We broke. I sat down on my computer last night doing my charting like I typically do, this and that. And I'm like, wow, you know, if we really break above 3 on NG, it's going to be a good look, right? You have a series of higher lows here. Last low we made early June, we dip again. Mid-June, we dip again. July, and they're all higher lows. However, you didn't really necessarily have that higher high because you kept topping out sub 3. Now you get the break. Now we're going to really have to close above 3. Closing print more important. So I got into UNG on this one a few days ago. I didn't, obviously I'm not going to trade the futures contract for a swing, but the look here is we really want to reclaim the bamboozling high that we made in mid-Feb, early March. Remember this? When everybody was saying, oh, Nat Gas, it's going to do it. Finally, we got off the bottoms. And literally, this was the bottom at the time. For a while, this $2.80 area on Nat Gas. It had been I want to say, not just a local bottom, but it had been very much, all the way back to August 2021. And we got back down again. We held a little bit. We made new lows. Now we're starting to make new highs. So look at that volume candle today too. It's really supporting the move up. This is what you want to see, obviously, right? Volume and price action corresponding. So I like the look on nat gas. It's good on the day. What's the percentage up today? Nat gas was over 6%, 6.84 at the moment. UNG, the ETF is the one that I'm trading. It is up as well, 6.24%. This is the look on UNG. It's different prices, obviously, but the price action identical. There's a bamboozling break in late Feb, early March, and there's the bottom that we made on this. It happens to be $6. The top was $8. We broke above it. So let's see. What we get on the day, OB. I'm in this NVIDIA short, and I may have to stop out here as we're moving up on NVIDIA. I've got my stop at 424.25, and I'm going to get stopped out any second now if it continues. There it is. So then I'm out. That's a loss for me. Sucks. All good. We'll continue to look for another trade there.
Yeah, it started a little bit of a long here on Amazon there, a bit of a counter trend trade, but like we're slowing down a little bit here on the NQ. We're at a place where I think it's a little interesting. So initiated a bit of a position there. Here, gonna keep a tight risk as well, right? Like the trend is my friend. So if I am counter trending, I better be keeping that risk pretty tight there on Amazon. But like it seems like we are kind of starting to slow down a bit. Now I could be wrong, right? This could just be a little bit of consolidation before we kind of continue back down to the downside, right? We are pretty close to that 15,000 here on the NQ, and I'll be very interested to see what we kind of do with that level test of that area. We're just about 150 points away from that roughly right now, 170 points away from that roughly right now. But yeah, let's see what we do on top of this 15 right here. I understand that the ES also broke below 45. But yeah, no, it's still kind of holding well, like 15 points well within the range. Amazon as well, I like that 137 area as well. If you ask me why, right here, a little bit of again, say similar kind of concept as that meta level. This is a bit of that. This was the earnings move there, so we have a bit of consolidation. Here, the initial consolidation low was in and around this 137 level. So started to get a little long here for a potential bid back up. And let's see if we can kind of add to this position, or we got to throw it out because the sellers are still having a party, having a ball today on these markets.
What is Rivian up to here? Let's see what it is doing. Let's flip back to RIVN. All right, still forming a bit of a base here, maybe at 22 1/3, but still, I mean, there's really, are we SSR on this yet or no? Not quite yet. We're 9 1/4, so we're not that far off. Probably, yeah, a couple more shekels, and then we definitely probably will see SSR. But yeah, nothing for me to do yet on these names. I mean, I don't see a trade here on Rivian at this level. We'll have to move a little bit in the price action, but yeah. We'll keep an eye. All right, let's talk maybe about some small cappers. BNTC moving. Interesting one here. This is the 1 minute on BNTC. Multiple halter in the morning. Halted to the upside several times. BNTC, not BTC. BNTC, multiple halter to the high side. Here breaks. I mean, the volume really came in at a random time, 10:15. I guess that's when the news catalyst came in. $3, sub 3 cents is the halt level. We gap up. We open up at around 356. Halt at 426. And we make our way down, stair step down, break view up. Now we hold view up on this descent, and it's a big move up for a new high at day 455. Trying to hold 4 now. What is the reason for this moving here? Let me just look quickly at what my NVIDIA trade is doing, because I'm going to have to get out of this again. No, and we're okay on this one. So let's go back into BNTC. What is the reason this is moving? Okay. There's an offering expected to close on August 11th. What is this all about here? It doesn't really say. We have to look. What is this? Okay, so this came in on the 8th. Today's the 9th. So did this move yesterday? Let me have a look real quick here. 10th. No, this didn't move at all yesterday. This moved today. So the headline should be from today, and I don't really see why. Yeah, it's a $30 million equity offering. I guess that came in the morning. Yeah. Benetech Biopharma. Price is underwritten public offering of around 15.5 million shares and warrants to purchase up to 15.5 million shares. The offering is expected to close August 11th. Underwriters have a 30-day option to purchase an additional 2.33 million shares. The aggregate gross proceeds are expected to be around 30 million. So they're looking to raise money. I mean, it usually is something that is not bought into, but in this case, the market likes it. We'll see what the rest of the day brings. And that is the end of trade for me on NVIDIA as it continues to head back up. It will be here retracing, getting off that 421. That's 2 L's for me now on NVIDIA.
Nice. Yeah, I'm watching a bit of. I mean, nice attempt, right? I mean, the trade doesn't have to be the best, but like you took the attempt, you get stopped out, it's fine. Next trade, right? I am seeing that that a little bit of bounce here on Meta off the 303. We're starting to print. A little too early to tell. Starting to print a little bit of a green here on the 15s. Right? Like when did this candle start? This 15 started about 3 minutes ago. So we're a little bit in. So we're about 10 pennies here. I want to get more aggressive. I want to get more aggressive on the long here. Let's see if the sellers will give me an opportunity or they're going to slap me in the face again on this action here. But yeah, we're not looking for a dime here. We're looking for a bit of reversion here because the market is a little down too hard, too fast. In my opinion, but my opinion does not matter. The market does not care. But a little bit of price action slowing down there is good enough for me. And I talked about all the confluencing factors, right? On Amazon, on the NQ as well. A bit of a curl on thank you on the ES and the NQ as well. And let's take a look at Apple. I want to know what Apple is doing. Also TSM, also NVIDIA, right? Chips are kind of leading the way today. So let's take a quick look at TSM and SMCI and NVIDIA as well. Let's take a quick look. Actually, we'll start with SMCI. All right, SMCI kind of bidding back up to VWAP. Cool. It's already down. It's already down like a hell of a lot, right? Like the market needs. If the market is sympathizing with this move, I think it might have caught up by now. But let's see. I could very well be wrong, right? I want to see a second and a third green candle being printed on the 15, on the NQ and the ES for me to be like, oh, okay, here we go. That was a good place to get long, and right now it's just the thesis, right? We have a few confluencing factors. We punched into the position, and I like the price as well, so it's working out well. Now give me a chance to kind of get even longer, right? If we can have dips that kind of sustain over some of these levels, then sure, I'll be more than willing to get more long on this move here. But yeah, SMCI, a bit of a curl there. TSM, let's take a look at that. Yeah, a little bit of a curl here. Maybe let's see if we can get back up to this 94. That might give some of that pressure as well. NVIDIA, look at that. NVIDIA, a lot of bidding, right? This kind of bidding. Let me point this out real quick. The range of this bidding we have not seen all day. Sellers, sellers, sellers. This type of bidding is the longest we've bid up since the open. Just saying. I'm just saying. That's what it's showing me on the chart. So we might be setting up for a bit of a curl here. Gonna keep an open mind for that. But yeah, let's see if we can get a little bit more aggressive here. That 304 break on Meta came in pretty hot as well, raging back up to that 305. Look at that. There's not real intraday levels here. It's just air until 307.40s, 307.50. So if we break above this 305, I think this 307 test is well within range as well. But that would mean that we have kind of started to revert on the day, right? We don't know if that's the case yet. This could just be a little bit of a bid up that gets slapped back down, you know? Sellers are like, okay, we're going hard, we're going hard, we're going hard. Okay, 1030, ease off a little bit, boys. All right, slam it back down. So, you know, you never know. But like a lot of if-thens are being tested right now across the board.
Yeah. I'm not reading this market well today. So I just might be hands off here. But tough day. Let's see what else is going on. TNGX. This one was moving in the morning, kind of consolidative a little bit right now. It's not doing a whole lot, pulling back into that VWAP level, breaking down, trying to hold that 7.5 on TNGX. Brendo brought this to you guys earlier. TNGX. Oof. Yeah, this one halted a couple of times to the north side, then kind of danced with a VWAP. You had a couple opportunities maybe to get some sort of a dip trade on it. Now breaking down, trying to hold 7.5 like I mentioned. No real resistance levels or support levels really to speak of. Maybe this 7.5 only that we retraced to around 10 o'clock and then bounced up to the north side, breaking 9 and halting for a little bit, but it was a gap down. Now it's stair stepping down. Maybe this is an interesting short back into this halt level of 6.5. That's really the only other resistance level that I can see here, but it's been bamboozlement for me today, man. I just don't have a read on these markets, to be quite honest with you. And I am going to probably not trade and just look at what else is moving because not my day, not my day. Let's see what else is moving on the scanner here. I see this other one, PSTX, 2.5. Up 25% on the day. It's near highs. 254 is the high on this PSTX. It's done not a bad amount of shares, about 2 million. Not that great for a $2 stock though. We'll keep an eye on it, see if it really gets going here. PSTX. Have a look there. Yeah, this one an interesting one, but I don't know, man. Kind of frustrating for me at this moment. I gotta tell you, a little bit frustrating. Let's see what else is moving. Let's bring in the watch list to see what is strong on the day. So this one, what's going on here? All right, let's see what's green. Nothing else is green, so we'll have a look and see a couple of, why is Mara green here in crypto land? Everything else is red except Mara. Is there a news catalyst for this one? Let's have a look here if they reported or something. Interesting. What's going on with shares of Bitcoin Marathon that came in at 8:30? What is this one? Yes, they did. Bouncing after the crypto miner reported second quarter financial results. Q2 revenue 81.8 million, missed estimates of 92. The EPS loss of 13 cents per share. They were looking for estimates of 4 cents per share loss, so they missed, and somehow they're up. Makes sense. Makes sense on a day like this anyway. So Marathon Digital, the lone name here in crypto world, up 2% on the day, definitely counter trend. I saw on my other watch list here, energy, obviously we talked about this one being green, but the consumer defensive stocks as well. You have Costco, you have Walmart, what is this? Colgate, all the consumer defensive stock, what you call counter cyclicals, they're all doing well on the day. Not great, 0.5%, 1/4%, 3/4, depends really on what you're looking at here, but yeah, it's been oh, goodness gracious. Been a tough day. Now I can't even move my watch list, Toby. Let's go back to let's have a look here at NVIDIA as it rejects that 426.5. Do we get a newer high here? Or are we going to start stair-stepping lower and try to make newer lows? We're right back at that 425. We were down more than 5% on the day, and we kind of didn't really make that bigger, newer high through 427.5. That's what kind of we were looking for there, that break of the crest. We still have a lower high technically, so maybe we'll have to look for some confirmatory signals here that we are trending in one direction or another. Obviously, the direction is down on the day, but there seems to be a bit of a retracement coming in here.
Yeah, a little bit of a retracement as that 15-minute candle kind of follows through. We got about a minute 30. Oh no, sorry, I'm wrong. About 4 minutes and 30 seconds left for this candle to finish printing here on the 15-minute time frame. As so, I'm watching these candles here. I want to see consecutive greens starting to form. Yeah, we are a little bit in the money here on Amazon. Should I have been a little bit longer? I think down here I saw a little bit of something here that warranted getting a little bit longer here in the 137 teens. I'm kind of thinking about that right now. I got to go back to the desk and review some of that tape just to see that how that swing, we call it swing fail or failure to follow through, kind of came in there just on top of just into the bottom of this range here. This it tested like 14s and then ripped right back up into the 30s. So like I like seeing that kind of action again, more confluence for maybe this is where sellers are starting to get some trouble. Tried to sell off into 137, couldn't really get pushed all the way down to the dollar, rips right back up, getting a little bit of relief across the board here. Nvidia as well. So like we're well below VWAP on a lot of things. So even if we retrace back to VWAP on some of these names, I think we could get a little bit of a push. I think it's valid to see a push of this 138 here, and even this 305 here on Meta. I'm looking at that 430-ish area on Nvidia as well, and Apple. Apple is looking a little bit heavier than the rest of the names, but yeah, if Apple can kind of catch a bid as well, kind of push back up into this 178. So that 178 yesterday was being defended very, very well, and then the day before that, that 177.50 was being defended, and we kind of start wicking up into this when we kind of test that area here on Apple. Apple's hella weak on the day. 180, was it 181 open? We have pre-market highs at 181.50s, and then right now we're trading 177.40. So yeah, we're testing that week low right now as we speak. So if this week is to be printed red, you would suspect that this price gets violated to the downside. But if we hold this week low and kind of retrace back up, let's take a look at the week chart real quick. Again, let me get this VWAP out of the way right here. So yeah, so look at that. So second red week, right? Second red consecutive week. We kind of haven't had that in a while, right? You have a green, red, green, red, green, red, green, red, and you have kind of the reds tucked in between the greens, and this is the first real selling that we saw on Apple. And then look at that, it's being followed by a second red week here as Apple tested that 200, couldn't really get through. So I've been telling myself, when a key level kind of first comes in to a ticker, you kind of almost have to expect volatility, right? So as of right now, Apple on the weekly is rejecting 200, right? Is rejecting 200. That data is being printed on the chart, right? So if we can kind of come back into this trend here, Sharif was talking about this, I think yesterday, a couple of days ago. I think that 175 is a good look as well. If we can hold above that 175, even this 170 here, look, this is his previous top consolidation. So if some of these levels can provide us as resistance turn support, right here in the 70s, we could very well see that kind of reclaim of the bids and push back towards that 200 to see if we can kind of actually get past that 200 finally. But the initial test, yeah, we failed, and that's fine. We're still well within trend. Like look at the trend on this weekly, Sharif. Since 2000s, since 1999, since 1985. Wow. So yeah, Apple's in its trend, guys. Apple's well within its trend. It's not really going anywhere. Sure, it might pull back $50, maybe even $100. Not going to make a difference. Not going to make off the 200 rejection. Why not? I mean, hey, like look at here. Let's take a look at the monthly.
No.
I mean, dollar cost averaging. You have to hold through the pain. That would only be like 2-3 months of pain. Potentially, but I don't know. Maybe, yeah, it is a lot of pain, but like, I don't know.
Hey, bro, I just want to let you know something. I just bought a new condo and I'm broke AF, and I don't need to take any more hits on the long-term portfolio, bro, because there ain't no money in any of this bank accounts no more. Lyft had a good day today. And it's retracing. Now, it wasn't really good earnings, I got to tell you the truth. Looks like they're caught in a bit of a price war with a bigger, meaner Uber, and they're having to crunch their margins as a result. Now, the market didn't really care about that early on because it kind of got going here, testing 11.5. 11.52 was the high. We retraced, break VWAP, hanging out at 10 3/4. How much are we up on the day currently? Of course, it's not going to tell me because this platform sucks. I'm talking about IBKR. We're down on the day almost 7%, but it was a nice pop up. I guess, some people were covering shorts, whatever, get repositioning at a lower price, whatever have you. We almost got green on the day. Yesterday's close was at 11.57. We got up to 11.52, now retracing back into 10.75. So a bit of a tough look there. I got to go back. quickly and see what NVIDIA's up to. Yeah, just a couple of pennies out of the money on this one. Let me see if we get continuation. I'm looking for that 426 break, but NVIDIA has been bamboozling for me. Anyway, back to Lyft here. Yeah, breaking down below that 1075. Obviously, we have a low of 10 1/3, 1038, the low on the opening range break. Let's zoom out and see what we did yesterday. Well, this morning, like I said, 1038. Yesterday's low as well at around 4 after the earnings was around that 1030. So a bit of a double bottom here at 1038 on Lyft. Interesting look. If we get back down there, I'm going to want all the smoke. Obviously, I'm going to be taking a long there. There's clearly a buyer in and around these areas. So we'll see how Lyft reacts the rest of the day. But as I see from the corner of my eye, man, the market is continuing to curl down. We're moving back down on the NQ. We're moving back down on the ES. So I don't know how these longs are going to fare. We're in the money a couple of pennies right now on NVIDIA, but that's absolutely nothing given how much we've already lost. So keeping an eye on that. Apple, I have a dip trade on Apple on my personal account at that 175-ish area. I'm going to front run 175 by a little bit. I'm sitting at 175 1/4. So it'd be nice, it'd be great if we could get that dip trade today, stock market gods. I'd like to have a better dollar cost average getting in around that 180-ish area, OB, on Apple, looking to take advantage of the recent pullback. And we know that their handset deliveries were not as good. We're going to see what the iPhone 15 brings, whether or not we'll be able to have some more revenue coming in from the device side of things. But it was services definitely last time around that kept them afloat as they increase. It's a hell of a margin game, the services game, whether or not it's Apple TV, Apple Music, whatever, what have you. So we'll have a look. We'll have a look and see what the rest of the day brings. But right now, just involve this NVIDIA trade. Dan, 15,180 was the short side. Moved up. I got to go back. NQ 15,180 was what we were waiting for on the short side yesterday. For what it's worth, we're at 15,172 right now. 15,150 bottom. Haven't made a new low, but it definitely does not look good. I was looking for a catalyst to see if there was a Fed speaker or anything like that, or it could just be a healthy pullback like we talked about yesterday with respect to the overall market retracement, because we've been so strong this year, and we had a fantastic July too when I was gone.
I think the catalyst is like that. I don't see anything other than the chip earnings, that SMCI earnings. Now, I could be wrong. There could be other bigger market factors at play, but like just off the top, I think that's the main thing I can think of right now is like a crazy outlier earnings reaction on a name like SMCI, which kind of is. Let's take a read at what these guys do, right? SMCI. So, what business are these guys in? Let's take a quick snippet. Yeah,
they do AI,
they do
5G,
the chips with the dip, but
they do everything. When you read about them,
whereas if I can just pull this up a little bit. Okay, all right. Okay. So SMCI engages in the distribution and manufacture of IT solutions and other computer products. Right. They have MP servers, GPU, co-processors, micro cloud, AMD solutions, power. So they're everything: storage, motherboards, chassis, super workstations, accessories. Server management products. So literally a lot of technology that is used by all the tech names. All the tech names. Google, Microsoft, Apple, Meta, Amazon, you name it.
I hate them all.
They're using all that technology. So might be a little bit of a reason why we're kind of selling off. But yeah, I mean,
we're talking about SMCI.
Yeah, that might be the leading cause of this of the quadunk being presented to us today, and yeah, a little bit of weakness here on this turn. Now, I think somebody in the chat was like, "Obi, don't forget to tell yourself the trend is your friend. The trend is your friend." As I kind of look at this curl coming in, and as the ES has already gone past this previous low, we were talking about, I want to see consecutive greens, and I did not see that on the ES, but the NQ printed a little bit of a doji green, and then now we're printing like another red. So back to the downside for now, but hasn't really broken that low. ES has already broken the low, so maybe that I kind of like that look as well. I'm still going to stay in this position for now. Like I said, I want reasons to get longer in here. And look at that. Meta holds that 304. A little bit of a failure to follow through. 304 hold, and that 305 coming back into play. Like I said, that 305 is going to be very key if we can get above 305 and hold.
They're going to start calling you Mr. 305, bro. You know
why
who
is
else
that?
Call me Mr. 305?
Who's
Pitbull, man.
Oh yeah, Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. World.
Mr. World. I know him as Mr. Worldwide,
Yeah,
so I
that's fair. Yeah, he's also Mr. 305.
I didn't know.
All right, guys, what do we got here? Yeah, the Obster is talking. He's talking facts here because if we let's bring it. There we go. I think what he's saying is accurate. If we hold this higher low and we make another break above 305 on Meta, that's an interesting look. You know, obviously the NQ heavily influenced by these big tech names, but you're looking for a higher low and a higher high. Otherwise, the trend is not your friend. Much in the same way that we're looking for that same look on Amazon. You have the low, the base at 137-ish and change, and then you pop into that 137.75 area. But it looks like we're still stepping down against all price.
Mike, Sharif Mike.
I'm sorry, guys. My bad. All right. Well, what I was talking about was we based out here, whether it's on Meta or Amazon, we kind of hung around. With respect to Amazon, we at that 137 level. You make a big move up, not a big one, a decent move up. But what you want to see is a higher low and a higher high, right? We have that 138.5 almost where VWAP is. It's a good price target to have. Much in the same way that you had that look on Meta, where you based out at that 303, breaking it by a couple of shekels. You move back into 304.5, and then maybe you're looking for a higher high. But it just might be a short type of day, and we'll just have to accept that. We'll see. We'll see what we get here. We'll see how it works out. I'm probably going to get stopped out of my position on NVIDIA again. We'll see how that works out. It's going to be a hell of a day, baby. A hell of a day today. Well, no, we're still hanging out. We're trying to hold 425. It keeps dipping below 425 into that 424-ish area. There seems to be a buyer in or around here, though, to be fair, for the moment. But the trend should be my friend, and for some reason I'm fighting it. Right?
That's an interesting hold, man.
Yeah, so it's an interesting hold here. Let's see if we get the 425. I mean, it could just be bamboozlement, right? We were wicking kind of between that 424.5 into 426. 426 on NVIDIA has been a bit of a local top here. Hard to break through it, so we'll see what we get. But the market is obviously, I mean, it's down.
Market's going to do what the market's
NQ is
gonna
at lows.
Yeah.
We just printed a new low on the NQ, 15,148. And a half. Dan Emmons was talking about 15,180 for the short sellers yesterday, and I couldn't agree more. But like, if we find support here, we find support. We'll see what happens. But yeah, right now the ES also printing lower, 44.80 and a quarter lower. We're at 44.82, very much near lows on all these names. All right, back to NVIDIA as we move through 426 here. But look, I mean, it's wicked through these levels, and we move immediately back down. So much in the same way that there's a buyer there. Below 25, there is a seller above 426. So there's either going to be continuation or is there not, right? I guess a nice decisive higher high would be the break of the 427 here. We kind of peaked out around, what time was that? 11:30 or so at that 427 level. Weren't really able to break through it. The previous peak was at 427 and a third. So, yeah, if we get continuity here, definitely we'll look to position more into this name. But right now, worried I am because the day, not so good, and not so good at all. What's the chat up to? I haven't been looking at the chat because I've been mad. So
Ponzi pointing
Ponzi?
out
Lambo
that
trade
VIX is kind of muted, and I pulled it up, and I was like, hey, man. I should be keeping an eye on this. VIX is reverting. VIX is doing that reversion we were talking about, and yeah, a little bit of strength there, back up into that 17. But yeah, VIX is a little. It's holding on to this range that we've been forming over the past couple of days. So I am keeping that bigger picture in mind here. The VIX has been ramping up a little bit. Let's see if we can get the VIX in the 20s. Oh boy, that's going to be a party. If VIX can get up in the 20s. I mean, it's always a party, but the opportunities get a little bit more, I think, a little bit more competitive, a little bit more fun as well with the higher VIX. But yeah, that 137.50 holding for now. Watching this, the ES kind of quadrupled a little further than I'd liked, but the NQ holding up and consolidating. So I think that's a good look there. We got a little flush down into the 40s here on Amazon, and it kind of got picked back up. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that. It's not like this. I'm ready to kind of trash this trade at any second, right? Like I said, I want reasons to get longer, and if I'm not going to be given those reasons, I'm not going to get longer, right? It's just as simple as that. And yeah, so that hold is nice. I want to see there's a little bit more confluence. I want to see some support from the NQs as well. I got Meta on watch. I'm watching Meta. I'm watching Apple. I'm watching the VIX as well. If the VIX starts to come back down, maybe we can get a little bit of that price reversion back to the upside there. Apple is kind of teetering. Apple's teetering on that 77.40. So like we know that Apple yesterday or the day before, I think it was Monday, that 177.50 was kind of a key area, and we're kind of holding below that. So I'm keeping that in mind as well. But if we can kind of get back above and break, or do nothing and kind of chill out here while the rest of the markets kind of does its thing, I think both of those actions on Apple will be fine as well. Now Microsoft is starting to curl a bit, right? It's made a couple of wicks, right? This is the 15-minute chart here, so it has a couple bottom wicks here, Microsoft. So that's probably why we're seeing a little bit of consolidation on the NQ as well, because again, Microsoft being the second largest weighted ticker on the NQ, if I remember correctly. But you know what? I haven't checked that stat in a while. So why don't we pull that up real quick, and I'll pull that up while I pass it to Sharif. But we can come back to that soon and see how these markets are kind of constituted. Is that
Constituted?
Constituent? The constituents. The constituents.
The constituents.
Words.
Yeah. All right. Well, here we go. We just broke through the top here on NVIDIA, but we're definitely not getting support from the market. We're holding 15,150, but that means bupkis to me. I mean, what kind of level is that, right? And just in the same way that we broke through 427, we go right back down. So we're almost $2 in the money on NVIDIA, which is still nothing because given the amount of L's we took on this. But yeah, we did make a newer high for what it's worth. We did make a newer low, but it's still very much micro, right? We're looking at the 1-minute chart, so it doesn't mean a hell of a lot. We really need to get going with some vigor, and I don't think we really will unless we get market support. And by market support, I'm talking about the NQ moving and the other big tech names. Now, sometimes semis do run on their own volition. They don't always follow the market. Here we go. Let's go ahead and put an out here, my friend Obi-Wan Kenobi, at the $2 mark. I'm not even going to hit the dollar thing club because I'm so underwater, and that's just the truth. So let's go ahead here and put it right there. If we get the fill, we get the fill. If we don't, we don't. Let's look at semis. So I have my own little side charts here, and what I do is I have charts based on sectors, and this is my semis chart. And what you can see, you don't even really need to see the names, but what you can tell is they're all on a downtrend. But when you look, for the exception of TSM, they all seem to be curling just a bit here. Even AMD. AMD's having a bit of trouble at that 110 level, much in the same way that we're having trouble at that 427 on NVIDIA. You're getting a bit of a curl on Intel as well. Not so much for Micron and AMAT. They're a bit of outliers at the moment. Qualcomm curling as well. SMH, which is the semiconductor ETF, also showing its propensity maybe to want to break through that 150.5. So the semis right now, a bit of a mixed bag. Some confluence here between AMD and NVIDIA. These are NVIDIA's top left, AMD's bottom left. And what you want to see, I guess, is a 427 hold and a 110 hold on AMD. AMD's knock on the door 110 right now. We're like 1 or 2 pennies off. I think NVIDIA is a bit stronger. Did I get the fill at that $2? No, we're knocking on the door of it though, Dobie, where you have like 69s, 68s. Here comes 70s on the ask. I'm sitting at 70. We'll see if we get the fill. There's some buying coming in on NVIDIA, no question about it. But whether it's sustained or not, and whether we get directional movement up, especially on such a red day, remains to be seen. Not getting the fill quite yet. We'll have to be patient on that one. But yeah, at least off the bottoms, no question about it. We were far below 5%. I think we were almost hit 6% on the day south. Now back to 4 1/3. If we get Continuity, great. AMD also really dealing with that 110 right now. There's definitely a seller at that 110. I know this is not the AMD chart. I'm looking at the side chart. But AMD struggling with that 110 position right now, but it did make a higher low. Now it needs to make a decisive higher high, and that higher high should really close above the 110. I get the fill on NVIDIA here, so we're like a couple of bucks in the money on this one as it's running. Now we go through 428. Wow, I can't believe I actually got a dub, bro.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What I mean? You look at the chart, bro. Look at the exits. The triangles are there, man. And they're all L's.
Sometimes
anyway.
maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good, right? So it's like sometimes you get dubs, sometimes you get losses.
We
bro.
need to show that animation. You know where you got that from, right?
You can't get too caught up in the emotions just because, you know.
I'm an emotional guy, man.
But here's the thing. Look, this trade is working out, but I was like, oh, give me a reason to get longer. 137.50s. There might have been a swing fail, a bit of a failure to follow through there. 137.50s as the NQ. Look at that bit of fugazi. Looks like it breaks the lower end, and I was like, I see NVIDIA, I see Microsoft, I see the fugazi a little bit, and then we wick back up to the top of the range on the NQ. Thank you, come again.
Wow.
That 138 test incoming on Amazon. That 305 on Meta.
Finally, bro.
Incoming as well. So bit of a market turn, bit of a market curl there happening. Give me a reason to get longer. Give me a reason to get longer. That's what I'm saying, because the trend is still to the downside. And I don't know. It's let's see how this trade kind of pans out. This 305, I got it on watch. The 305. Sorry, I know I'm leaning a little bit here and there. Sorry, guys, but I just saw. I want to point this out. I saw some big boy puts come in on NVIDIA just now.
I'm angry.
Take a look at these big boy puts, man. Somebody just bought August 11th and August 8th, 2.2 million, 17.7 million, and 5.6 million puts to open on NVIDIA there. Just wanted to point that out. I think that's a decent look. They expired this week and next week as well. So some big boy puts happening there. They either got sold to or they actually bought. I mean, both of those things happened. But I don't know who's going to be on the right side of that trade. But picking up on that, some of that options flow, I like that. I like that look there. That a lot of those puts were sold and someone bought them up. Those NVIDIA 600 puts.
I can't believe I got myself out of that. That's nuts.
Nice. That was a nice trade, man. Nice recovery there.
Yeah, it's okay.
Solid.
Okay, let's see if we can get.
I mean, it's not over. The bell hasn't rung.
No.
Did I hear the bell?
No.
Did I hear a bell?
You didn't hear a bell.
Okay, so we're still on. Next trade. We got to preserve the mental as best we can so that we can hit the next trade with the same vigor that we hit the last trade in. You know what I mean? So it's like that. You gotta really kind of. I mean, it's not an easy task to do, right? We're all human. We get caught up in our emotions pretty easily. But but the best we can do to kind of compartmentalize that and stay afloat in terms of mental capital is very, very crucial, not just for trading, for life. So it is what it is. That's and then that kind of leaks over into your trading as well, right? So you can see a lot of good examples of that. Across the floor, especially look at that. You see that green on the ES, still in the range on the NQ. So this is still in the downtrend. Yeah, let's take a look at Roblox. Sharif, you want to do that?
Yeah, I'm just my eyes were plastered. The Katina man is displeased with Roblox. It's driving him insane. Here's the look on RBLX. It's just hugging $30 and has been the majority of the morning. But
talk about a churn. What is that?
Yeah, literally. Let me just put in the ticker real quick.
What the hell even is that?
I love how Obi gets emotional. What the hell even is it? Of course,
I get emotional when I'm making jokes.
Yeah.
Not when I'm trading.
Daddy,
I mean, no, that's a lie. I'm trying not to get
exactly
as emotional.
what I'm talking about right there. We're churning right back down, a little bit down on NVIDIA. I'm keeping my eye on NVIDIA on the side chart, but Roblox hugging $30. It was an earnings loser, to say the least. The gaming and metaverse name, not so good. We'll look at that in a second, but it's down 20 points on the day, my friend Obi-Wan Kenobi. Let's have a look at this one, talk a little bit why it's doing that. Roblox bookings miss reinforces already bearish tech uptrend may be tested. Roblox gap lower Wednesday after missing Q2 bookings estimate. Roblox struck a 7th-month low at 2968.5 before bouncing meagerly. I like that, meagerly. I'm going to use that. Wednesday's price action reinforced bearish tech signals that were already in place. Stock resolved consolidation phase. Okay, this is more technical stuff. That's not what I want. I was looking for more of a fundamental analysis of what was going on there. Let me look. Yeah, there we go. Missed estimates for a second quarter on bookings on Wednesday as waning demand for its online games and intensifying competition hurt growth, sending its shares down nearly 20%. Shares of the company were set for their worst day in 10 months and on track to erase nearly all its gains this year if losses hold through the session. The video game industry is struggling with a slowdown in spending as inflation-weary gamers become more selective in picking popular titles. And I have to take issue with that statement, quite frankly, because what I read today, Sony reported last night as well, or this morning, one of the two. Essentially what they said was they're going to sell more PS5s this year than they sold last year. So if it's accurate that the gaming industry is actually hurting because of slower consumer spending, well, then how come Sony is not really feeling the effects of that? So a bit of, depends on who you believe type thing. So we'll keep an eye on what Roblox price action wise. I mean, you could just buy Roblox here and, get out through maybe the break of 90. Seems like the last time we dipped through 90 was around that 89. So it's not a bad look. It's obviously SSR, no question about it. So maybe it's going to get the much, I was going to say maligned, but it's not maligned. It's the well-known SSR bounce. What are you saying? Sorry?
When you were finishing your sentence, I was finishing with malign.
He's finishing it with malign. But no, what I want to say, people like the SSR bounce, right? Because especially if you're long-minded, obviously. All right. NVIDIA looking to make a newer high. I think the 5-minute candle to make a new high will have to be a break of that 428.5. We are knocking on the door 428.25. I'm sitting here at 428.70. If we get continuation, that would just be aces. We're almost $3 in the money on this one after getting slapped in the face several times on this name. We'll get continuation, great. If not, see you later.
Yeah, a bit of a struggle there. As soon as we kind of tested that 138, we got kind of pushed back in sellers. So like I got out of the long. I think that was a decent place. Again, I want to keep reminding myself the trend is my friend, the trend is my friend, the trend is my friend. And I got a little short at the top of the trend. Now I was telling Sean just now, it's like if this kind of continues, if the move continues, I'm more than willing to get back long on top of this level. I will take the long. I understand that the trend is broken in and around these areas, but like, you know what? The trend is my friend. The trend is my friend. So let me just start a short here. Let's see if this NQ is full of more fugays. Looks like it's going to break up towards the high, wicks back down, and then maybe we get some selling pressure back in towards that 137.50 area on Amazon off of that. But yeah, a little bit short here around the 138.
I just want to show this.
Go for it, Sharif.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, guys. Look at this. Yeah, Sony sold 3.3 million units of the PS5 in April to June quarter, up 38% year over year. Now, if the consumer was spending their money on goods last year because of the tail end of the lockdowns, and now they're spending it on services, well, what would be up 38% year over year? And when you read further into this article, they're actually projecting more sales. PlayStation sale forecast raised. I mean, that's the confusing part about this. You hear about Roblox getting smacked in the face, but Sony showing a different story. Now, I have to also caveat that whole statement with the fact that Xbox has not done nearly as well as Sony. If you read the whole article, you'll find that. But it's just a mixed earnings bag here for these guys. So that's the point I want to make, and sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, just still keeping under that 138. So I just want to. That's what I like to see. if we can kind of get this ES to kind of start ranging as well, like that, like it has been, right? So a lot of fugays, but there's you can kind of sidestep that. I think on some of these equities here, as they are the constituents of these larger markets. So yeah, there's definitely little opportunities here and there. Look at that right there, 138 can't really get through, and then now we're testing the 137.80s there on Amazon there. So yeah, good reason to sell, get out of the long, get a little short to see if there's actual follow through on this trend, right? The trend is my friend. The trend is my friend. The trend is my friend. But yeah, so keep reminding myself I am not good at trading trends or counter trends yet. Yet.
I like
but we're
that.
getting there. We'll get there.
I like that.
No
Now,
doubt
if you
about
could
it.
get on the phone to whoever you need to and just tell Apple to dip into 175, that would just be aces. Why is everything down so much but Apple not? Right? Let's go. Come
Who do I
on,
need to call?
Apple.
Who do
We're
I need to
looking for
call?
that. Oh, here we go. We'll call the guy that we all know, baby. Where is he at? I don't know. There he is. Hello. He's an interesting looking fellow, though. You have to admit that.
He's got an interesting facial structure for sure. Yeah.
Is he supposed to be that playoff Giga Chad?
Is he?
Is he
Yeah,
supposed to be?
I
Is
have
it?
no idea.
I have no idea either, because like there was always that going thing online that is Giga Chad real? Is he made up? Right, I'm pretty sure he's made up. In any event, let's see what is being spoken about here in the chat. Oh, yes, Dan is disappointed that we're looking for longs. Dan, why are you, as a grown man, looking for longs when this is a trend down, opening range breakdown under the European opening range, under Someone's yelling back there, Gregory. Under Globex opening range and a high volume IB low breakdown, and volume is forming well below it, NQF. Yeah, well, Dan, I mean, it is what it is. We're almost a couple of bucks plus in the money. We'll see if we can get this mean reversion trade on a name that's been heavily bought up. If it comes back into my entry, finally I'm positive on the day. If it comes back into my entry, my stop is there. What we're looking for is just to take advantage of this bounce here that we're seeing on Meta. We're seeing it on Amazon a little bit as well. Even Microsoft, my friend Microsoft here, seems to be nicely off the bottoms. It's Tesla and Google that I feel are a little bit weaker right now, if I had to really look. So you see Meta continuing to bounce here. It's knocking on the door of 306. 138 also for Amazon. 178 possibly for Apple here. A bit of bamboozlement. Microsoft, though, really looking to touch VWAP. Microsoft coming in nicely off the bottom. 320.105 was the bottom. We're knocking on the door of 324 right now. The Google play, not so much. The Tesla play, not so much. At least not yet. We'll see what they get later. And there's the NVIDIA bottom right. We're looking for that 428 and 3/4 touch. And now I feel we may have reclaimed 110 maybe here on AMD as we continue to get bought up every time we dip below it. You had one closing print above 110, and now there's a bit of a hammer candle here on NVIDIA. On AMD. Let's see if we got continuity.
We got some news on Apple.
Oh yeah, that's why there was that big wicking candle. I
just got this tweet here. Let me just read it out. Apple News 2 minutes ago. Apple can keep App Store rules for now as top court spurns Epic.
This
Apple.
thing again.
Thank you in the chat. Somebody was like, "Oh, Apple has news." I pulled up Apple high volume candle. Bit of a pop there. So I had to check what that news was. But it seems like there's some App Store rules that they can keep and spurns Epic. Apparently, I don't know what's going on there, but a little bit of catalyst on Apple that might be something there. But we've been seeing a lot of this news kind of get sold off across large caps as of late. So let's see what this news kind of really brings in.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to cut you off there, sorry.
No, absolutely. Something that important. You got to cut me off any day, brother. Here we go. There we go. Finally, we're spinning it. Through the roof there. We break through 428 and 3/4. Do we get a 429 touch? Guys, we're long 4. Well, okay. We were long 425, but the adjusted cost base is moving up here as we move up in price and take some more out because there was definitely a lot of averaging in this one. 429 incoming. Nice move. Let's take a little bit out here as well, Obi-Wan Kenobi, before we dip through that 429 again. Now, just 4% down on the day on NVIDIA, but definitely you can see that there's some sort of mean reversion happening here, whether it's on the future or these big tech names. We're kind of bouncing off those bottoms. We'll take advantage of it. We got slapped in the face multiple times today, so it's nice to get a nice win under our belt as we move up here. Could we see 430? I mean, not putting it past, I'm not going to ever say never, baby. Let's keep an eye here and see how much shareage we're carrying. Very little. The shareage amount is very little at the moment, so definitely letting this one run all the way back into my stop. Let's go ahead and institute the stop, 426, and we're at 426 and 2/3. We're going to give it to the half. What's life without whimsy, Obi? Right? Let's go ahead and put that in, and there is the stop. And then I can actually use the bathroom now. I send it back to you.
No worries, go for it, man. Yeah, a bit of pressure here is building as we're starting to print a little the second green on the ESNQ here. So yeah, this I'm still in this short here. I want to see if that is a little bit more fugazi. This candle started printing 2 minutes ago, right? This 15-minute candle. Apple just had that news as well, so keeping that in mind, that could change the pace on the day a little bit, right? Like sometimes it just seems to me like some of these sellers and buyers are just looking for any sort of catalyst, any sort of liquidity to kind of come in and punch either way, right? So I think that's a decent look there. But yeah, let's see what this Apple news doesn't seem as big, right? It's not AI or anything. It's that court. I think some court issues that have been going on for a while about their app store there. Yeah, no, definitely some strength coming in on Apple based off of that. Now I want to see if that strength is also reflected across the board here, because well, we're still well within this range. We look like we're breaking above, and then on that look like we're breaking above, we took this long up into this this kind of trend level below VWAP as well. We realize that the sellers are kind of there on top of that 138, right? So yeah, looking for a little bit of a fugazi, a little bit of a potential short small frame shake and bake here at the 138 as this 15.2 shows us a little bit of rejection here on the NQ. So yeah, I'd like to stay short unless and until there is any action that proves me otherwise in and around this 138. But yeah, what are you guys trading today? Let's take a look at some of these other names that you guys have on the board today. Let's take a look at the chat. CVNA, Carvana. Now, yeah, that's Carvana. We haven't seen that in a while, so let's pull up Carvana and see what that's doing. Is it past its hype? Has it had any pullbacks? Wow, take a look at this, man. Hold on. You know what? I should probably get out of this right here. Okay. Yeah. We'll come back to that. I don't like that it's holding for this long, right? This is the shorter term trend as well on top of this bigger kind of picture, and this is holding for a little bit longer than I'd really like it to. So I'll get out, I'll reassess, long or short, doesn't matter. Trying to be like water as best as I can. But yeah, let's take a look at Carvana here today. So a bit of a crazy move as well here on Carvana pre-market. I don't know what it had. It might have had some catalysts or whatever. After forecasts, after CO forecasts, upbeat Q3 core profit. Okay, so I guess they kind of they said their outlook is good. So you pop in the pre-market, you test that 50 area. You don't even get to 50. You get back down below 49, and then yeah, that initial reaction out the open, you can't even get past this pre-market consolidation area as well. So yeah, solid reasons to sell I'm seeing there. And then yeah, you have that initial reaction low break from that catalyst here at 44, and then you sell off about 4 points off of that, or 3 points off of that as well. So decent opportunities there on Carvana. Now it's all retrospect. If you were there, you were taking those trades. Yeah, sure. Maybe it was obviously a little. It's easy to say, harder to execute, but the fact of the matter is the trade is definitely there. You can see that kind of consolidation, and then when that consolidation finally breaks, the move accelerates to the downside. Yeah, that's pretty clear there to me on Carvana. What else are you guys trading here? Let's take a look at these comments here. PSTX, does that even do real volume? Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, it's doing.
Are you even a real
oh my
stock,
God,
bro?
take a look at that. The
What,
short,
Obi?
the short.
On the ES,
That
right?
selling came right back in. Hello. How are you doing?
It's not
All right,
reflecting
let
on
me,
the NQ quite yet.
I
though.
mean, it's reflecting on the Amazon for sure. So maybe
Okay.
I want to get a little wee bit short here. Missed a good price on top of that 138 here, but let's see if we can get like a re-up into that 138. So I can get a little bit short here. But yeah, we'll pass it on to Sharif because I think he has something to say.
All right, guys, we are brought to you by Search Trader account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader who also have 50 plus trading resources that you can get for free when you sign up. So make sure to check them out. Shout out again to the folks at Search Trader. All right, I'll send it back to Obi-Wan Kenobi because he was in the middle of a thought.
Yeah, no worries. We were about to check out PSTX here. So yeah, PSTX, decent volume on the day today. I don't know. Oh, they had earnings. Okay, all right. It's an earnings name. They had earnings today. Strong drive. Wow, take a look at that. You wanted to go long anything this morning? It might have been PSTX because apparently they had amazing earnings. Look at that. Wow. 200, almost 200% surprise on revenue on PSTX. Reported 20 million. Estimate was 6.7. That's ridiculous. That's crazy. There's no doubt why this ticker has been bidding up all day. Look at that. You had a little bit of exhaustive price action here in and around that 270 a few days ago. When was this? This was on Monday, literally a couple days ago. And then yeah, we're strong on earnings, kind of bidding back up and testing this exhaustion level at that 270. So if this earnings surprise, which I think is pretty strong, 200% revenue reported almost on above estimate. Yeah, we might have a little bit of buying pressure to kind of break through this 270. Now, if that 270 does break, let me just throw an alert up here so I will be alerted on that break. I think that if that 270 does break, this move has the ability to kind of continue in the coming days as well, right? So relatively new ticker, it seems. I don't see any action past July 20, 2020. But yeah, some decent move there. I just want to take a look at some of these past earnings just to see if they've had anything of the sort. Wow, they had a 400% down earnings there in the past, and look at that, continuation on an outlier earnings report, right? So it's like maybe we can take that same thesis and apply it here, where you have an outlier revenue of 200% above, and maybe we get a continuation over the next, looks like it faded for about a month there, grind back down on that. Yeah, I mean, I guess, wow, you know, maybe it's common for these guys to report kind of crazy estimate versus reported, because yeah, that 9,000, look at that, it's over 9,000. Surprise. Look, the estimate was 1.25 million, and they reported 116 million. So decent company. I mean, it's biotech, so maybe, you know, sometimes good earnings, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not that great. So yeah. That's what it seems like these guys' earnings are, but it seems like they do have continuation in the following days off of that move on PSTX. Nice point out there. We are holding the bid and trending up here on PSTX. So that 266 might come into play today, right? We still have about 3.5 hours left in the trading session to go. That is about 10 pennies away. So
this is, we just broke through 429. Nvidia is pumping up, and we're but again $3 in the money on this one. We were already $3. Now we don't have that much, granted, but we're gonna take some out there as Nvidia is now knocking on the door of 430. Oh baby, what a retracement. Now Obi's made a couple of references into this, so people may not know what he's talking about. This is it. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe this is the guy. His name is Gennaro Gattuso. He is the man, okay? He's a former holding midfielder for the Italian national team. And I don't know where he played Napoli or Juventus, somewhere. But he was known as a gremlin. This guy was a ball winner. You put this guy out on the field, he's coming after you. Doesn't matter where you were. If there was a heat map of soccer where the player, where the player had touches or where the player ran, this guy covered the entire field. And then now he's a great coach. Obviously, he has a lot of respect with a lot of the players. So, you know, he gets to say what he wants. And we're going to echo it on this show. Shout out to Gennaro Gattuso. Hell of a player. All right, we're holding above 429 right now, Ob. We got a VWAP touch. That's the thing on NVIDIA. So is this as good as it's going to get for NVIDIA on the day? Question mark. Here we go. Let's look at NVIDIA. It was a big boy bottom at that 421 and a third, but it has been stepping up. There is no question about it. The name has been getting bought up. VWAP, my friend Obi, is at 430.18 on my chart. Like I said, we are now knocking on the door 430 in the high 429s. 429 and a third, 429 and 3/4. You guys get the gist. I don't have enough shares here to really worry that it's going to khwadunk on me. So I'm just going to let this one go and hold a piece for the dream. In fact, you know, here we're going to take a little piece out, Obi, at that 429 high mid-90s. Let's go mid-90s, Obi. Why not? What's life without whimsy? We'll sit around there and we'll see if we get the fill. Now only 3 2/3% removed. The Hayes records, Gattuso was aggressive AF. I loved him, absolutely. Everybody giving love for Gattuso except Euthanasia, who called it fruit ball, which is not cool, bro. It's not fruit ball, it's football. On topic of footy, who is the top 4 in the Prem League this season, in your opinion? You know who I'm going to say. I'm going to say Arsenal. In fact, Gary Neville just predicted Arsenal to win the Prem. So if Gary Neville can say it, I mean, that must have been really hard for him because he hates Arsenal. And you could tell from all of his analysis that he doesn't like Arsenal. Even Jamie Carragher coming out yesterday as well, or the day prior to that, and saying that, you know, Arsenal's not going to surprise anybody this year. They were a surprise to a lot of teams last year, but everybody's going to be ready for them. In other words, they're going to be really good. So I got to say, Arsenal, City. Now, the wild card for me is going to be United and Newcastle. I don't think Newcastle spent enough money this summer, man. I mean, we heard about the Saudis buying Newcastle, and they're going to have all that Saudi money in Newcastle, and then they started buying all the Saudi players to send them to Saudi Arabia, right? Which I found to be a little bit funny. United has done a little bit of business this summer. They got that, I forget his name. They picked up a big signing. I think they spent about 70 million quid on him. Anyway, I think it's going to be Arsenal, United, Arsenal, City. The outliers, maybe United and Newcastle. I don't really believe in Chelsea. I think they're still in the rebuilding phase. And yeah, I'm never ever going to give Tottenham credit. So why would I even mention that? Liverpool, we'll see how they do this year, man. I don't know. I think Mo Salah, my guy, he's slowed down now. He's not the same player, I don't feel. Sorry, Neil. But yeah, he doesn't care. Father time, he says. But yeah, that's we'll see. We'll see. Ask me again after the first 10 games. Then I'll give you a better opinion. All right, guys, did we break 430 on NVIDIA? Because we definitely did. I got the fill in the 90s. There's no question about that. No. The high on this 5 minute candle, 429.97. We're at 94s right now on the ask. We're definitely encountering resistance here at the 30 level, no question about it. But this has been one hell of a retracement off the bottom there. The bottom was 421 and change, 421 and a third, pardon me. Whether we can get continuity through that $10 level, the 30 level being that $10 level, remains to be seen. We did have a bit of a retracement into it, but you know, this is very micro. This is a 1 minute. We'll see what we get. Palantir thoughts, says Derek Cecil. Let's have a look at PLTR. I have it on my side chart today as one of my daily movers. You know, the big kahunas were looking at the 16 level on this name. It came and went. It did not repeat itself in the way that it did yesterday. I had that 16 bounce on PLTR with the Katina man yesterday, but today was not to be that 16 bounce day. Now, it did find support just north of 15.10 the low. We're retracing back into that 15.5. We danced with this level earlier on from around 11 to about 11:45. This is the 5 minute chart on PLTR. Look for a higher high, and the higher high comes by way of that 15 2/3 break. Here comes 15.50. So we're dancing with that $half level. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green 5 minute candles in a row. Do we get continuation? We had a perfunctory break of 15.5 right there, but when we retrace back down, we're knocking on the door sub 3 pennies on the name for now. It is a counter trend trade. We are down 9 1/3% on the name, and I say unjustifiably so because this did well, and they actually got a new contract today. Surprise, surprise, because Alex Karp on the call a couple of days ago said that they were speaking to 300, count them, 300 companies to outsource their AIP software to them. So we'll see. Today they got, let's see here. I don't know if it's going to be in here. What happened? Reported second quarter. No. The demand for AIP. That's not the one I'm looking for. Brendo had it in the watch list. I'll have to pull up the watch list in a minute when I send it back to Obi. But yes, I know for a fact that I think some oil company. Yeah, an oil company that looking to extract, they currently extract about 200,000 barrels per day. Apparently this AIP software is going to allow them to increase their daily extraction capacity to 250,000 barrels per day. It's 50,000 a day. It's not chump change for that company, of course. On the global markets, of course, it's chump change. But for that particular company, no, I'll get you the name of the company in a second. I don't know if it's even publicly traded. But yeah, they had a good contract on the day, and we'll see whether they get continuation. We'll have to break through 15.5, so we'll see what goes on there. Now back to NVIDIA, because it's the one that I'm currently enthralled in. We are still knocking on the door of that 30 level, not able to break it. Definitely dancing in the mid to low 90s. Looks like we're setting up to break it. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I got out of the short, like I said before, on top of that 138, and I was like, oh damn, it came all the way back down to 80s on the short.
This is for you, by the way.
Thank you.
Didn't mean to.
No worries. But yeah, got back down to the 80s on the short. I clipped it for about break even, and then I was like, yeah, well, missed the short there. Then I was like, well, if I was still short, I probably would have held past this 80. I was going to be like, okay, well, if the trend is my friend and we've been kind of downtrending here, this move should kind of follow through and break this 20-cent consolidation pretty easily, right? And then it came back in. This is a reason to get long, right? Where it's like it kind of fails to follow through. The NQ and the ES are kind of testing the top of the range. They're pushing back up. Sure, they're grinding. They're not moving really fast. But I'm taking note that it's now holding over 15.2, right? And then 44.90. These are both trouble areas that we've had in the past hour, and now price is holding above. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe the shorts are going to be underwater in this little uncertainty, plus that buying pressure tailwind from that market. That 138, the probability of that 138 pushing up a little bit higher just became higher for me. And yeah, look at that VWAP coming into play as well as we break this intraday trend that we've been having. This was pretty strong. That's what we took the trade off of, right? And then we got long here because it was a key level on that earnings reaction low. We saw the market kind of slowing down, catching a bid. The sellers tried to push it further lower. And then they got a little muted as well. They were like, the buyers were just like, no, we're going to absorb all your selling now, and they kind of started to ease off as well. So we saw that kind of trend, starting signs of a trend reversal, where like the hands between the buyers and sellers are starting to shift in terms of whose pressure is overpowering here. But again, bigger picture, this could very well just come into VWAP and straight sell off as well, right? We're still underneath VWAP. We're trying to take the trend within the trend, right? So that's the move here.
4,500 will likely be a resistance too.
Yeah, right there. Look at that ES kind of accelerating up into 4,495, right? That's some tailwind as well. I want to see that bid kind of catch here on Amazon, start to squeeze this previous top at 138.25 as well. Let me just bring this down if I can. Right there. So right here, I'm looking at this top right here. If we kind of break that and we kind of push into here and we can get above this 138.40, which is also coinciding with where VWAP is, if we can hold above that, I think that's going to be even more reason to get long there. But that would mean that the shorts the sellers are kind of they've kind of laid off, right? So we don't know if that's actually happened yet, as the move still needs to kind of retrace a little bit more to see if those sellers kind of come back in there. But for now, we take the long on that potential move. If it's there, we'll take it out. If it's not, we'll keep it tight because the overall trend is still down. The sellers are definitely in charge on the bigger picture play here for over the past couple of days.
Remember that little Tay that used to stunt in Vancouver with like all that money, and she was like a kid?
Sure.
Yeah, you probably
not really, but okay.
Passed away.
What happened?
Yeah, passed away.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I thought you might know. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Of
I
course,
didn't really know who she was.
That's
Okay.
why, yeah, from Vancouver. And they used to stunt, and like that they got called out for like all being like her mom was an agent or something like that, and then they would stunt on all these houses and cars that weren't theirs. That's what the
Wow,
rumor was, right?
okay.
That's it, like made internet news back in the day. It was a couple of years ago, nothing big. All right, guys. I got the fill through 4:30, but it was a quick break. I was sitting at 429.10. I got the fill. And as quickly as I got the fill, as quickly as it dipped below 429, 428.5 it got down to. Now we're fighting to get back above 429. It's a bit of a dance here. As Obi was saying, the market curling up. Definitely the ES took that, made a newer high, and the NQ broke through that 15.2. And much in the same breath that he said that, I had a big boy pullback on NVIDIA.
There's some acceleration.
Pardon me? On the ES?
No, I'm looking at Amazon. There's some acceleration to the upside there.
Okay, let's have a look at Amazon.
I don't mean to cut you off, bro. Sometimes I talk to myself. I talk to
apologize.
the screen. The tape gets me a little. I'm like, oh, there it is.
There it is. My guy's printing. He's excited. What's wrong with that?
No, it's not about being excited for the print. It's being like, okay, the market move is following through. It's like, okay, that's what we're looking for. Confluence, right?
I like that. We're gonna hit the bank for that because you said confluence, and I like that. 138 break, nice break on Amazon there, Obi, especially after dancing with 138 for a while. Obi-Wan Kenobi, are you looking? Where's your first profit taker? What's your target on that bad boy? Is it VWAP?
My target will be a reason to sell that may or may not show up whenever.
Okay, to the viewers, without maybe tipping your hand, what are you looking for as a sell signal?
I mean, you guys literally saw me get out of the short and then get out of the long for specific reasons, right? So it's like, yeah, sometimes there's reasons, and then that's what I'm trying to learn as well, right? I'm not an expert at this. Like, this is not, I'm literally a noob when it comes to this, but there are certain nuances that I'm picking up on where I'm like, okay, well, if this happens after this and this happens after that, kind of like a story is being built on the chart, through the tape, whatever, certain things, the probability for certain things happening change, in my opinion, right? So certain things become higher probability or lower probability. Now, I can't sit there and be like, oh, this is going to happen with a 60% probability. Well, maybe for certain things, but intraday, off of that action, I can't be like, this is going to happen with a 60, 70% probability. No. Higher or lower, extremely high versus extremely low. Like, you can come up with a gradient of things. You can be like, well, this is higher by a factor of whatever. That can be very like proprietary to yourself, right? So it's like to your own strategy to trade. But
got it.
Reasons to sell. Yeah, maybe sellers kind of coming back in, right? Reasons to get out of the long as well. But yeah, no real reason to get out of this initial long really came up, and I kept on asking, give me a place to get longer, give me a place to get longer, and.
I'm long Amazon.
Yeah, Sean is still long Amazon from down here. Only 10% of his position, but yeah, that move really following through. And I kept asking myself, where can I get longer? Where can I get longer? Lesson learned, maybe a little bit here, maybe a little bit here. Definitely going to have to go back and rewatch the tape on those holds on that market turn, right? We called that. I mean, it was a bunch of confluence, right? A lot of confluencing factors, and the slowdown of the tape, the slowdown of the pace, the order flow, all of that, and yeah, we took that trade off of that, and we're getting a little bit of that was a little bit of acceleration. Might have been a good reason to piece off a piece of that move, but yeah, let's see. As long as we hold above that 138 and these candles kind of push and hold above that 15.2, maybe we get a retest of that 45. Like I said, this sell-off might have been a little too hard, too fast. And we might be poised for some reversion on the day. Yeah, we have seen a little bit of it happen already.
Fair. All right, let's see what else is moving here. Apple looking to retrace into VWAP. It's 177.01 bottom. Now we're looking here to knock on the door of that 178.5. On my chart, VWAP's 178.40, but you know that $0.50 level probably interesting. You have a couple of bounces off the $0.50 level earlier on, especially on the opening range drop, and then again around 10:30. The Katinaman is now short Apple. I love how it's like on cue with me saying it's for retrade. Hey man, look, it's a mean reversion trade. I think it's a good level off which to get. So we'll see what Apple does. I've been hoping for this one to dip, obviously, for other reasons. But yeah, Apple 178.25, VWAP 178.40 on my chart, but looks like there's some resistance here at 178.5. It is only 0.85% down on the day here at Obi-Wan Kenobi, so it's not a bad look. Let's see what NVIDIA is up to, because I'm still in this one, not by a lot here, not with a lot of size. We're holding 429 for now. Now, we did do that VWAP touch, and that's why I got a couple outs there. It's also that 430 level, but we're really not making any newer lows, and that's what's catching my attention. A newer low would have been that's a name, bro. 427 2/3. To me, that would have been a newer low, and I would have been out there, despite the fact that I have my stop at my entry. Now, the reason I'm looking at it that way is because what we've been doing is we've been kind of oscillating, right? A little bit, when you make a crest for 5, you peak on the crest at 5 minutes, you retrace for 5, but you don't make a newer low. You crest up again for about 10 minutes this time around with no newer low. Do we get a 430 decisive break here? And so that's what I'm holding a piece for that exact move. Whether or not it materializes, different story. Yeah, but 429, definitely 429. Buyers seem to be stepping in below 429 at this point. We'll see how it resolves. It looks like it's setting up for another 430 touch here, if I had to guess. Still weak on the day, definitely down 3.84%. La Vidia Esbella says, I don't even know how to say your name. Okay, so NVIDIA is beautiful? Why not? Yeah, sure, it made me money. I hated it earlier, I'll tell you the truth, because I had not been doing well on it, but yeah, better for now. Let's see what else the chat is up to. Same thing on NVIDIA, says Jameson. I'm shorting NVIDIA now, says Angry Bear. It's not a bad look for you to short NVIDIA here. I would have to agree with Angry Bear, because you're getting that 430 resistance. You're getting that VWAP touch, which could be a nice resistance level, especially because the trend is your friend, and we are definitely down the day. So it's not a bad look at all. I don't disagree with that look at all. It's just my entry happens to be way lower than we are around. So let's see what BLNK, someone's talking about that. Brendo brought us to that earlier. Blink Charging is the EV charging name. They used to be good in 2020. I remember the CEO got on MSNBC, and he had a little bit of a kerfuffle.
I think that a lot of things were good in 2020.
True. Yeah, that's a good point.
You don't want to get lost in that sauce. Yeah.
Good point. Let's see what Blink's been up to on the day, though. OB, it's up 8%, which isn't bad. I don't know why it's taking so long to load. There we go. Finally, we get the look here. BLNK is the name. What is its game? We're about to find out. I know this one reported. The report looks like it came back not too bad. A couple of analysts giving the thumbs up for this. You have H.C. Wainwright maintaining their buy rating on it with a $50 price target. I mean, $50. We're at $7 here, which is kind of ambitious. Make a long story short, it's been 3 half-an-hour candles in a row. The closing prints on the opening range, I don't care about these wicks. 7.25 is the top, but the closing print they're actually above 7. They're both at 703. We just touched 703 again on that wick, but we couldn't really stay above it. We're hanging out at 6 2/3 at the moment, or are we? I think this is delayed charting, so I'm going to flip off from this. Let's go to a different one and pull up BLNK on here. There we go. So we're not at 6 2/3. My platform is off completely. We are up 12.86%, and we are definitely knocking on the door of 7. 7 rejecting for now, though. Do we get continuity? It's been nice stair step up off that double bottom that we made about 11.15. We touched 6.50. We again 11:30 to 11:40-ish, we touch 650 again, and then we stair step up as with the overall market. So 7, resistance coming into play. We know that that was the issue earlier, but we are above VWAP and we are directionally higher. Earnings seem to be good. I didn't read them. A couple of analyst revisions here to the positive side. So getting some good tailwinds here for BLNK. We'll see if it can close above 7.
Yeah, I took a piece off the long, and then it kind of came back into trend, held, got a little bit up. So I was like, maybe this is a trend trade now. Added back on the piece that I sold off, and then we kind of rebid. So let's see if this is going to trend now. We did violate some of this morning consolidation. So if we kind of grind back up towards VWAP here in and around the 40s, like this is where we had some trouble there before as well. So if we kind of grind up to VWAP, that would be a little bit of a follow through on this trend, and let's see if we can really get a push past this 138.40 here. Markets are kind of they're starting to grind up a little bit, slow and steady, right? Slow and steady. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. So there's
Who says that?
I think it's a sailor saying, but it's used in a lot of places. But I like to kind of live by that saying. It's kind of been ground into my mindset as well. You know, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. But yeah, definitely a bit of a trend going on here on Amazon as the markets kind of slowly curl back up and kind of grind back up. So yeah, if I was short here and I'm like, oh, this is just grinding, this is very slow action, this could very well just slowly grind and bleed out the shorts back to the upside there. Like I said, a little too hard, too fast for my taste here on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it actually makes sense because if you're smooth, you can actually get things done quickly. But
yeah,
if you're
there's a whole
fast, you're going to be
logic behind
clunky and you may make mistakes.
But slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So if you do it slowly, which causes you to be smooth,
right.
you probably won't need to repeat it because you'll get it done the first time correctly. Yeah, I do like that.
Get it done
saying.
right, and then
Obi,
when
why
you're
are you
smooth,
so wise?
when you're smooth,
Where have you been, Obi?
you can get a little faster. I'm not wise, man. I just regurgitate the learnings I've had in the limited lifetime I've been given. So you know, that's what it is.
All right, well, it's a good look. What's the chat up to here? Apple short, says Mohammed Khan. A lot of training uses that phrase. It says the warthog. Adam Khalifa, Nvidia, Angry Bear is angry about Nvidia. Come on, man, because it's trending back up. Sorry, Angry Bear. But you had a good look there. I mean, if you had the VWAP rejection, you could have taken a $1.50 because it's retracing back up now. Looks like it wants to touch 430 again. Obi-Wan says rockin' the beard. Molfar says that's what cyclists say. Sure. Andy Fischella, racing motorcycles, that term was the gospel. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, definitely. Obi is so much better. No, I'm not reading that. Why would you say that? Anyway,
Don't be saying those things.
Sharif, what website do you use for watch lists? I don't use a website. I have my own watch list here on the side, and I'll bring it in. I use my proprietary watch list that I've compiled over the years. Anytime I like a stock, I add it to a sector. So my watch list is broken down by sector. We can go through it real quick here. This is what it is. Come to the screen, guys, if you're able. Yeah, so I got my big tech names at the top because, this typically what we're trading is big tech on the floor here. And then I have my NQ and the ES just below that so I can always see what the market is relative to the big tech names. Then I always move around these sectors based on what's moving. So just because microchips are second to big tech right now doesn't mean they will always be. But microchips have definitely been on my purview. I loved AMD, I've loved NVIDIA, clearly, as I'm in it right now. So I have no problem moving EVs above crypto plays if EVs are moving. So everything's broken down, microchips and semis, and these are, you can pause obviously and rewind and look at and see what I have on. I have crypto under there. The EVs are under there as well. Chinese ADRs because they're always moving. Then you have your meme stocks. I have a couple of names under there. Cloud computing and IT security. I kind of just put together. You could break them down into different ones if you want. I have my fintech and DeFi, decentralized finance, watch list as well. The weed plays, which have been good lately. Not so much today as Grow Generation reported. They're down 20 2/3%. Pharma and biotech, I keep together. Social media plays, battery plays, EV charging, solar. I used to have a lot higher. but it's really been not as impressive as it was in 2021. Obi making a comment that everything was good in 20 and 21. 5G plays have just kind of been insignificant. Streaming and then retailers. That's under my growth list, and I don't really know why I broke down growth and value, but under my value list, here's what I got. Energy's number one. Obviously, I keep my eye on energy a lot. Airlines, cruise lines, subsequent to that, banking, consumer defensive, nat gas plays. Maybe that should be right below energy. Uranium, I've watched uranium for a while. Wow, CCJ is at 34 1/3. I missed the boat on that one. And then my infrastructure plays under there. I'm in CAT, full disclosure, in my long-term account. I added on the pullback after earnings. It's one hell of an earnings call there. The reason I'm in CAT is because I'm using this as my housing play. See, millennials don't have anywhere to live. They got to build supply of housing. And, there's Caterpillar, there's Deere. You can take the home builders. What was that home builder stock that was moving lately? Brendo, what home builder are you in again? Lennar. Brendo is in Lennar. Lennar is another home builder that you could get into there. So, yeah, that was my look on that. Anyway, back to what we're trading here, which is NVIDIA. It looks like we got another 430 touch here, Obi, but another rejection off that 430-ish level.
Yeah.
Right back down now,
Bit of a
sub
pullback.
429 into the high 428s.
Yeah, I was like, oh, let me play this trend, 138.40s coming in, VWAP coming in, and yeah, there was some strong selling, a good enough reason to sell. You guys were asking, what's a good reason to sell? I think that strong selling, that flush back down, I was like, yeah, that was like we've been here through all of this, right? So like any relatively outlier type of action, we're definitely going to pick up on, and that selling a little bit different than before. So yeah, get out of get good enough reason to sell for me. But if we hold trend, let's see. I want to see that bid kind of step back in front of those sellers and hold above that 138, and I'll be more than willing to get long above that. Like NQ is still teetering on top of that 15.2, right? Looking like it's having a little bit of trouble here, so we might get a little bit extended pullback as well, right? That 138 being key as well. These are all levels that when there was earnings, we were sitting back here and watching this earnings kind of come in and the price action that went along with it. 137.50, 138, 140, huge size, all of it filled. After hours high, 142.60s. That was the Amazon earnings story, and what I like that I'm seeing that hard sells back into those prices are holding, and that kind of confirms that those players of interest might be defending some of these prices, getting in and out. There's a lot of transactions going on, a lot of chop in and around some of these prices. So decent opportunities I think are provided for day traders to take pieces off of that chop there on that move. But yeah, definitely some reason to sell there. Let's see if we hold the trend as well. I'm watching the 8, I'm watching the 21, and I'm watching a couple of others as well. But yeah, no, so we're pulling, as Sharif said as well, we're kind of pulling back on Apple, Microsoft, and some of these other names as well. I'm watching that as well. So definitely don't want to be long until this type of consolidation clears itself up and we get a move continued to the upside here. Let's just take a look. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at, because I'm just talking with the charts on the other screen there. But yeah, look, we'll take a look at Apple. This is a 3-minute. We don't really need the 3-minute right now. Let's take a look at the 15, bigger picture. But yeah, kind of pushing back into that 178, 178.50. We know that's a key area from yesterday and previous days as well. We held that 177. 177.50 was the area, but 177 held. I think that's good enough. We got that strong volume off of that news, and now price is holding above that kind of news candle, if you want to call it. Whatever. So it's holding above the range of that high volume candle. So that's something I'm keeping in mind as well. So maybe we get a retest of some of these prices before we make a move back up. But yeah, let's see. Kind of gonna
Oh,
stay.
boy.
And here's the thing. This is another trade that I missed. The 30. We talked about this. We were here since 11. I was like, oh, the probability if we hold 305 and base on top of 305, the probability of that 307 coming in becomes extremely high. Did I take that trade? No. But it gave you 2 points. Gave you 2 points. But that's how I kind of look at some of the changing probabilities there. You know, it's kind of like poker. As a river, as you kind of have the river kind of set out. The probabilities stay changing, and the probabilities can change.
I know what you mean, yeah.
Until that kind of the full river is kind of placed down. So you know,
All right.
changing probabilities. That's what we're taking trades off of.
Completely makes sense. Blink, we're knocking on the door of 7. I took an interesting entry here for the break of 7. My exit will be the break of this trough. That will be a newer low, and I won't want any part of it. So we're going to try our hand here at $7 on BLNK, up 12.86%. We'll see when that one does. But NVIDIA coming back down, but holding 427 for the moment. My exit will be the break of my entry. On that one, we get a couple of tests here at 430, but looks like NVIDIA headed back down, which is fine with me. We're already out of most position, but this is the one that I feel I missed. IDAI, this one got going. I flipped to it, but Obi was talking, and I was about to punch short. Then I saw punch long, and then I saw NVIDIA was going back down, so I flipped back to NVIDIA, and as quickly as I was away, as quickly as this one popped up, breaking and holding through VWAP, that $2. Let me just make sure that VWAP is in the same area. VWAP on my chart, 233 here. Yeah, 233 as well. Good look. Holding it, popping up, the volume really supporting this move. Yeah, of course. This 1 minute candle had over 500,000 shares. It's a $2 name. It's up 65%. It can't quite take 3 yet. Let's look and see what the longer term picture is so we can identify some levels on IDAI. But yeah, there it is. So interesting look here. Let's go to 15, probably a bit better. Last time we were up here, guys, we got right to 290. Surprise, surprise. Today we're at 285. This area is an obvious area of resistance. We haven't taken 3 here, it doesn't look like. Let's zoom out a little bit more, find out. Here comes the hourly. Okay, so we did take out 3, but that was May 31st. Did we take out 3? Correction. We got to 298. So this one's a former runner, no question about it. When it gets going, it gets going. AI name, in case you're wondering what it is. T-Stamp is a global provider of artificial intelligence identity services for use in multiple sectors, including banking and finance, regulatory compliance, government, real estate communications, and humanitarian services. The float on this bad boy, 5.3 million shares, micro to say the least. Let's go to Trade Ideas and Michael Noss's team to find out what the short interest, if any, is on this one. IDAI.
Michael Noss will be on the after show.
The Katina Man wants you to know that Michael Noss will be on the after show, the after party show, baby. So make sure to tune in. Mr. Katina will be on at 4 o'clock. So the float, short float, pardon me, is negligible on IDAI, sub 1%. So we're likely not to get a short squeeze here. It's going to have to be a lot of buying. In any event, 285 at the top. We've danced with this level going back to late May. So if we get a break of 3 here, I mean, I wonder how many people will be piling on. But the shorts, you know, they could be there. They could, because it's every 14 days that we report the short float. And so the data that we have could be a little bit older. So not sure, but keeping my eye on this one. And in fact, I will keep it on the side chart here because I want to follow this. I'm going to take off the likes of Rivian, and we're going to put IDAI on the side chart, see if this one gets going. Yeah, we'll see what this one does. Let's go back to Blink. Blink coming right back down after getting into this one at 699. If this breaks a 690-ish, 688-ish, that will be the end of my trade. But yeah, tried to test my hand, front-running the size, front-running the level, pardon me, at $7. Didn't quite get it, but there we go. Comes back down, but we haven't made a newer low, most notably. So we'll see what this one does. Earnings winner. reporting better than expected earnings, and it looks like it got a couple of analyst upgrades. One of them has this name at $50. H.C. Wainwright thinks that this one's going to get up to $50. I think that's quite ambitious. So, John Sproul says, I missed the bus on IDAI, or I don't know if he's talking about IDAI or Blink charging. We'll see here. AlbiTube asking about Baba. In case you're wondering, Baba reports tomorrow. Alibaba has earnings tomorrow. Now, these Chinese ADR names typically report quite early. What's going on with these charts? There we go. They typically report quite early. I'm not sure exactly what time this one's reporting. Some of them report like 3:30 a.m. before you can even trade. So let's go to the hourly, figure out what the levels are here on Baba. Let's put the ticker in. BA. Now, lately, been kind of consolidative. Definitely that 100 has been elusive. We got above it for a couple of days, July 28th until August 2nd. Couldn't really hold above it, and we've been stair-stepping down since, making newer lows. I was going to say, you know, this 95 area looked interesting. Now, that takes us back all the way to July 13th, where we definitely danced with 95, same with the 14th, and it looked like 95 was acting as an area of support for a while. It happened on the 25th, as well as the 26th. We get down again into the 27th at 95, we get bought up. August 2nd, we come back into 95, we get bought up. And then even on August 7th, we get bought up. But the 8th, we give up the ghost, and we break down, touch 93. We're trading below 95 right now, right? We're at that 94.5-ish area. Today, we did as good as 96.30, but definitely no new high. Look, I don't touch this name intraday. Let's see what it does tomorrow. If it's going to trend upward or downward, depending on earnings, let's play it then. But, you know, no play for me on Baba today, quite frankly. Let's see what Blink is up to. Still 5 pennies off that $7 level. We'll let that one run. Nvidia finding a second win. Are you serious? Back into 428 after looking like it was dead at 427. I didn't punch out because there's no point. Had my stop at my entry. This one can break 430 and the market can recover. That just be aces. Now on the future here, it looks like we dipped below 15.2, but we were immediately bought back up. Let's switch from the, this is the NQ. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. Let's zoom out a little bit here on the future. We hang out above 15.2 I'm talking about. We dip below, we touch 15.18, but the buyer stepped up again. So here we are, above 15.2, 15.206, 15.207. The top here, that 15.220. Are we going to start retracing here on the future and on big tech names? We'll see. But looks like the buyers are stepping in, no question, right now on the future as well. 44.95 holding on the ES as well. Is there some sort of have this? You have to have this, otherwise it's going to go bad because they okay. It's not going to go bad, but they have to be cold when you eat them, otherwise they fall apart. I want to quickly here look at in the economic calendar to see if because Dan said we had an auction. So today, yes, we did have an auction, 10-year note auction at 1 o'clock. So the 10-year note auction came out at 1 o'clock, 2 bulls out of 3. I don't have an actual result on it yet. The previous was 3.85%. I haven't got the print quite yet on the 1 o'clock 10-year note auction. So this should be interesting. This typically does influence the market. So we'll have a look. And once I have that data, I will pass it on to you, but you should know about the auction. And yeah, there we go. So the NQ looking like it wants to move back up here. Interesting. Holding 15.2, no question, Obi.
Nice, yeah. Took a quick bathroom break there, and look at what happened. Come back into the 138. Can't break below 138. ES starts breaking the top. NQ looks kind of strong above that 15.2, and I'm like, we are really holding that 15.175 that I have marked as a multi-time frame kind of level on the NQs. And, you know, give or take 50 points here and there. But yeah, No, we are holding that level as of right now as some of these names turn, and I'm seeing a little bit of volume coming into this as well, a little bit of expansive volume for the buy side, right? We saw expanding sells come in here, and now on the bid back up, we kind of want to see that expanding buying volume to kind of give us the go. Oh, there's 3,000 lots at 138.38 on Amazon. 3,000 lots right there on Amazon. 138.38. So let's see if we can kind of see what this level does, and let's see if we can take a trade off of this level right now.
You take that trade, Obi. All right.
Yeah, go for it.
We're pumping here on the future. I got into the NQs. So let's see if we can get that 2-3 touch. Let's see if we get that little bit of an out. What do I get long? 11s or 10s? We'll see what we get. Continuation here. The move off the auction. Adam, I think, put it in the chat. U.S. sells 10-year notes at 3.999 versus 3.998. Yeah. I was listening to the All In podcast, which is one of the podcasts I listen to with Chamath and the other cast of characters. There's obviously David Sachs. There's, what's his name? Cal Canis. And there's the Friedberg guy, the science guy. Now, they were talking a whole lot about treasuries on the latest pod as a result of the Moody's downgrade, and they're just basically saying, man, we're looking at $1 trillion a year just on interest payments. And this is what they're talking about, because this is what they're talking about. I mean, interest payments are not just on debt that you borrow from banks. No, this is debt, man. Government treasuries are debt that they have to pay interest on. So every time they issue these things, there's more money that has to be burdened here by the taxpayer. So, yeah. And then they were talking about who's buying these things. Is it foreign buyers, and what the decline in foreign interest is? And they're saying foreign interest in treasuries is declining, meaning that they're holding the U.S. dollar less as their reserve currency. It's just a super complicated look, but. Yeah, I don't know how that factors in, obviously, intraday, but I thought I'd mention that anyway. We're taking some profits here as we definitely pump up on the future. Let's see if we get that 15,230. Let's hang out there, Obi-Wan Kenobi. We'll sit there and we'll see if we get that print back to blink. Oh, baby! We break through that $7 on Blink, but we're now going to need to squeeze. I don't know what the short interest is on Blink, but 7 was definitely the level. Did we close above 7? Yes. Okay. So we got one measly 1 minute candle close on BLNK. We're definitely looking for a squeeze above 7 here. If we can get it, that would just be aces. Let's see what we can do. 13.5% to the good now. This one reported. Report was good. A couple of analyst upgrades. Again, HC Wainwright for, I think they're sober. They think that this one will hit $50. We'll see what brings on the day, Obi.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of size there on the ask. So got a little short because that's some serious size to be on the ask there. Markets are kind of accelerating to the top side, so I'm keeping that in mind as well. Got to keep a tight risk on this trade, but it seems like there's some pressure underneath VWAP that kind of wants to be held down on Amazon. But let's see where this move can go. What happens with that size? You see that size kind of popping in and out as well. 138.38, about 3,008 lots on the ask on Amazon. So let's see how that goes. I'm watching Nvidia here as well, kind of pushing up towards this 430 level here. So let's take a look at Nvidia. 430 could potentially come in, but we've had some trouble. Look at this heavy selling that came in off of the failure to follow through. Yeah, I think, did you get short off that level?
Short? No, bro. I've been taking profits off
all right.
there.
Well, no. So a bit of trouble there at the 430 there on Nvidia. Let's take a look at Apple. What Apple is up to as well. Apple still holding above that 178, but having some trouble at also its previous consolidation here there, right? So where is VWAP on this? We're holding in and around VWAP as well. Let's take a look at Microsoft real quick. Size stacking on Amazon. Amazon 138.35, 165 lots I see from the corner of my eye there.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, so yeah, those guys got a little taken out as well.
Good
But yeah,
guys.
that's fine. I got my eyes on Microsoft here. Let's see what that kind of brings in as well. Let's take a look at our friend Google, right? Google underneath VWAP still has room to go, but we've made a bit of a retracement here, holding that 130 level as well here on Google. Let's take a look at we already took a look at Nvidia. What's the name I'm missing here? Not Netflix, but we can take a look at NFLX real quick as well.
Go market.
Okay, all right. So yeah, and Netflix as well, kind of testing its tops, but looking like they're look at that 4,500 on ES.
Yeah,
so
man.
let's see if we're going to get a little bit of trouble on the first retest of 4,500. So yeah, a little bit of confluence there added onto that off that size that we're seeing on Amazon. 45 test, either this snaps right through or we pull back a little bit before kind of pushing through this level here on the ES here, 45 being tested, and then the NQ not really don't really see a key area there, but yeah, the NQ kind of pushing up as well, but been a pretty choppy day. So let's see how it kind of pans out there.
Yeah, I'm sitting at 30s here, 15,230 on the NQ. We got just like a couple of 29.5 prints here, not quite making it up to 30, but definitely the momentum, I would say right now, looks like at least for now to the high side here, even though we are down on the day. The NQ is down 0.84%. Some buying stepping in here. We're long 11, so I think we've got enough room to protect ourselves. But yeah, we're looking for continuation, no question about that. So here we go, 28s again, 29s. Do we get 30s? Bro, stop making me wait, man. Like, why do I have to wait like this? There, 29.5 again. Let's see, let's leave that. Every time I stare at it, it annoys me. Blink. Looks like we broke down through 7 again. 7 proving an elusive level on Blink, even though we closed above it for a couple of minutes. But yeah, definitely right back down. Nothing changes on this play. It breaks the crest. The trough here. I'm Gonzino. We'll see what happens, but we're looking for that squeeze above 7. Maybe I should check what the short flow is on our friend Blink Charging, BLNK. The short interest, 27.33%, not negligible. It's just going to be a matter of where these shorts are sitting and where they start getting squeezed, right? I mean, you can kind of try to guess that from the recent price action and where the majority of the volume was, but that's always still a guessing game, no question about it. I'm going to hang out. What?
I definitely got clipped on that. That trade did not work, but that's fine. That size got broken right away. So yeah, took a little bit of a short underneath, but had the stop in for the violation of that level. Got clipped on that. That's fine. Yeah. So yeah, definitely that size getting taken out is pretty big. So maybe a reason to get long here off of that 138 to 38 level ish on Amazon. Let's see what that does with that size. Got a little clipped on the short idea, but yeah, the long looking like it's really kind of embedding itself into this price action here as size getting taken out. Here, let me just bring in my level 2 here real quick. Look at this size getting taken out, all of it at 138.38. What is that? Almost the 3,000 lots that we saw, 300,000 shares getting taken out all in one order there on Amazon. Nice level interaction there.
Yeah, man. Look at this. Look the futures trade, bro. This is good. All right, we're letting this one run. We're about 40 points or so 35 points or so in the money. Letting this, now we're only down 0.75% on the day. Do we get that 12.250 touch? Well, kind of a random level. VWAP on my chart, 15.267. See what we kind of get here as the future pumping up. Here comes 15.250 possibly on the NQ. We're in the mid 40s at the moment. What's Nvidia up to? I haven't even looked at Nvidia in a while. Nvidia is above 430 again, and it's looking to take 431. My goodness gracious, this stock is nuts. All right, we don't have too much shareage on this one, so we'll take a little bit out here. What's life without whimsy? Let's see, we get the print comes in, and very little left at the moment, but this one looking good. Let's flip back to Blink Software. It's again above 7. That's what you want to see, man. You want to see the buyers stepping in at that key level. No question about it. The buyers are stepping in, but we're really going to need the squeeze now. Again, I won't keep repeating myself, but it's really going to be where these shorts are sitting. All right, so now that we've kind of secured some profits here, let's have a look and see. Oh, this chart takes forever to load. Oh, no. I'm going to have to probably give this time to load because it's very slow for whatever reason. Blink charging doesn't load on my platform. So we'll let that go for now. And we'll wait till that one loads. Let's go back to NVIDIA. 431 blow through. Oh, my goodness. 431.5 incoming. I think we just got a 40 print there on NVIDIA. We're long 426 and 2/3, man. And we were long 425s earlier as well. Bang, the Katina man goes. Good move on the Future. Good move on NVIDIA. Where do we end up here, man? We're down below almost. We almost touched 6% negative on the day. We've cut that almost in half now, 3.5% to the bad. But yeah, looking to retrace here. No complaints about this NVIDIA trade. Let's go back to the Future, see what that one is simmering and doing. And we did get a 250 break, but old man Hands was busy looking at other things, and we reject 15,250 at that level. We're retracing right back down now into the 40s. Should have been hanging out there, but wasn't. So we'll see if we get continuation here along 11, Zobi.
Wow, that was definitely a little bit of exhaustion there past that level. Like that size breaks all together, all in one order. You rip up to the 60s, can't really follow through, and then you break back below into that price at 138.40. So a little bit of shake and bake on a short time frame there happening. But yeah, I guess that's definitely a reason to get interested at this level. I was going to say reason to sell, but maybe not just yet. But yeah, no, definitely. Bit of exhaustion there, heavy volume, kind of doing that pop move and then kind of coming back in. So I think dinner might be ready there on that move. But yeah, so let's see if we can get a retest of that 138. I did not effectively execute around that size. I play here and there, but I'm not that great. No? But okay, I like to play the game. Yeah, it's fun. It's nice, and especially when it's with the boys, it's a good time. It's always a good time, right?
It's not like a pastime of yours to play online or anything like that. Blackjack,
no, I mean I've played like online poker here and there. Like again on what's it on? I forget what it was. Some app, right?
Poker Stars.
I think was it Poker Stars? I don't remember what it. I don't remember specifically what it was. But there was a time where I was like kind of addicted to the poker app on the phone. Really? Like all day, I'd just be like, I'd just be playing all day, and I went through that phase, and I was like, no, less time on the phone. This is taking up way too much time. And I was like, get this out of here. Clean up some apps on the phone. Look at that 307, 308 testing now. A bit of a quadunk coming back down on Amazon. Exhausting. Off of that VWAP. Take a look. That exhaustion happened off VWAP. So you know what? I want to get a little short here underneath VWAP for any retests of VWAP, because this kind of move here kind of might be setting the tone for the rest of the day there, because as it was a little bit of an outlier move there. But yeah, let's see if that 45 kind of comes back in as well, gives us that tailwind.
Come on, why you do me like that, bro? Why do you do me like that,
Got him. Nice. What are you dancing over there for, bro?
Because you said as it was, so I started singing that Harry Styles songs.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with the song, but apparently it's a vibe. So yeah, nice look on that one.
Oh, my mood has changed since the beginning of the show. That is for dang sure. The Katina man singing it. I remember when we were. Oh, it wasn't you. It was Neil.
It wasn't me.
We couldn't remember what when a song the person who sings all the time, songbird. Right, a person who's constantly singing. You call him a songbird.
Okay, all right.
All right, quickly back to the Future here, MNQ. We danced with that 15,250 back into the 30s, but the buyer stepped in. We're back into the mid 40s again. Do we get continuation now? When I was looking at the ES, we did get a VWAP touch here. I think my charts are not updated. No, they are. We did get a VWAP touch on the ES. It was at 45.05 touch. Obviously, 4,500 level, the more important level for me anyway, to stay above there. But yeah, I think it's going to take some buying here because we have been very negative today on the day. The ES, to be fair though, it's only down a third of a point. I mean, having looked at some of the big cappers today, you'd feel that we were down a lot more, but it's only a third of a point here on the ES, which is not too bad at all. Let's flip back here to my friend NVIDIA. We're consolidating here at 431, and this looks like it's going to break up. Now, I only have one more out left on this name, so I'm going to let it run, okay? I can't take any less than what I have now. So this is going to be my final out, so I want to let this run, a piece for the dream. Finally, we get the print on BLNK, and this one now has decided that it wants to take 7. The buyers are stepping up in front of 7. Now I'm just waiting for the short squeeze. 20, what was it? 25% short? 23? What was it? 27 and a third. Thank you, Neil. % short on the name. It's just going to be really where are the shorts sitting. Did the chart load yet? Yes, it did. So let's maximize it and try to. Oh, God, let's go, bro. Let's see where, okay, well, definitely going to need the daily on this because this is not showing me anything. We're going to have to wait again until it loads. We'll come back to that one. I definitely want to see where the majority of the volume was and where we spent a lot of the time on BLNK. Now, almost 15%, 14 and 2/3% to the good here on BLNK as we're looking to take that 710 level. I'm looking at the book and I don't really see any significant size standing in our way. Doesn't mean we're gonna have smooth sailing. Definitely not, because there could be a lot of icebergs sitting. You just never know. So, but I don't see anything here reflected on the book to keep me worried. At the same time, I don't really see too much in the way of bids following me up. Now we know that the bidders have been below 7 because every time we dip below 7, we got bought back up. So we know the bidders are following us up here. We saw HC Wainwright with the kind of cuckoo $50 price target. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, $50. HC Wainwright thinks Blink will get to. So we'll see. It's a good look if you're long on the day. No question about that. Blink charging. We take a little bit of it out there through 705. We're long. Where are we long? 99s. So we front ran the level and hope to be rewarded. Quickly back to the future. No, we're back into the 30s. Fine. NVIDIA still consolidating in that low 431 area, 431.20, 431 and a quarter. Here we go. It's accumulating. Do we get a break here? The top end of the range? You guessed it, the $0.50. 431 and a half seems to be the top end of this consolidative range that we've been in for the last, I want to say, 10 minutes or so. We'll see what we get here. Obi.
Yes, sir.
And that's basically it.
I just saw this wave of some more big boy options coming through here. Take a look at this. What is this? Western Alliance Bancorp. Someone just sold a lot of calls there on Western Alliance about 15 minutes ago. So I pulled up Western Alliance as well. So when do these kind of expire? I said August, all of them expiring August 18th. So all of them expiring next week.
Interesting.
So short-term options. So like, yeah, I don't know, maybe they got sold too. Because like, I think short-term option selling is a decent strategy if you're on the right side. But yeah, a lot of options sold there, a lot of size on Western Alliance Bancorp here. Now let's take a look at what this ticker has been doing.
Don't forget about the downgrade. Moody's.
They had a downgrade?
Mid to small. Well, not specifically mid to small banks yesterday.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. So yeah, a bit of a bearish news on top of this action as well. But yeah, no, look at this action here. We kind of picked up very heavily. This is a week chart, right? So look at this was the week of that SVI. I think it was the SVIB. The whole SVIB debacle happened in the first week of March, first week of March. That kind of happened, and then we kind of bid back up, testing the bottom of the range from before all this I guess bank drama kind of took place there on some of these regional banks. So yeah, kind of testing into that area. So maybe the idea of whoever's buying those, whoever's selling those calls is definitely on the short side. I don't know who's buying them, but yeah, just a little bit of unusual options flow coming in on Western Alliance here. I also have Netflix. I'm watching Netflix as well from the side of my eye here. Netflix seems to be the only one really that's kind of bidding back up towards VWAP, as some of the other names, well, maybe Meta as well. Meta's catching a nice grinding bid to the upside as well. We can probably throw a moving average on that and see whether there is some respect, because that seems like a very tight. Those are very tight candles getting bid up there on Meta. So let me just take a look here. Yeah, look at that. That action is very, I think, okay, no, never mind. That's a weekly. Yeah, there's definitely been a buyer on the weekly. Let's take a look today at a shorter time frame. Okay, yeah, the 3 minute. All right, so where are we bouncing off of here? 303. All right, so we know that 310 was a key area. We went all the way down to 303 and then came all the way back up to 308, kind of this consolidation zone 309 to 307.50 here on Meta. But yeah, let's take a look left and see if we are gonna find any trouble. But yeah, look, take a look at this 8. It's holding this, holding above this 8 and the 21 as well on this reclaim above. So like we saw that the downtrend was negated in and around sometime here. We got a little long, not on Meta, but other names. But it seems like Meta was the place to get long because it's kind of magneting back to that 310 key area that's been observed over the past few weeks. Yeah, that's what I got on watch. Look at that. 308 breaks as we say that, giving me a bit of FOMO here. But yeah, you know what? I'm gonna wait for the dip to get in, and yeah, not like this morning where if you tried to buy the dip and the dip kept on dipping.
You got slapped in the face if you tried to buy the dip.
You know that saying, when you buy the dip, but the dip keeps on dipping.
I miss that. That's good.
It's a classic saying. I think it's pretty funny, but yeah, no.
We're laughing at his own jokes, baby.
It happens. I mean,
yeah, I do that all the time too. I crack myself up. All right, Blink retracing. It did a bit of a top there at 709, back into that 705, but holding 7. Let that one run. Let's let it do its thing. It's not really that volatile, to be quite honest with you. Kind of stepping up here, but a good look nonetheless. 431 proving an elusive level here on NVIDIA as it flirts with the lower 431s, now sub 431 in the 430 and, well, 90s. Okay, we'll let that one run. No more outs left on that one except one. The MNQ. We are knocking on the door of that 15,250. We got a perfunctory break here. We got up to 5.3, but then it was Huadunk right back down. Couldn't hold above 50. Do we get another 50 test? Again, one more out on the MNQs. Don't want to take it out prematurely. Let's see if we can run through that 15,250. It's been a weird day on the market. There's no question about it. We started off very aggressively to the downside. I didn't really understand why, but you know, healthy pullbacks, macro-wise are good. So sometimes you don't question it from the macro sense, but you want to understand why. Intraday, why are we moving down? All of a sudden, you know, it looks like the selling got exhausted, and we did find support. The NQ found support at 15,150. The ES randomly found, I think, 4480. Let's look at 4480 on the ES. Is that actually a level? Let's see here. What is this? No, not really. Not really. It was sub 4,500, I think. Yeah, I don't really think there's any significant levels here that we need to concern ourselves with. Okay, so back to the MNQ. Looks like we're a few points away here, 3 or 4 points away from getting that 15,250 touch. We'll let that one ride and see if we can get that print. NVIDIA, same thing. Blink, what's Blink up to? Yeah, just dipped into 7, got bought up again. So gonna pack my patience on Blink, nothing else moving. Maybe time to look at the chat, see what they're up to. The positions board isn't working, so maybe let's see what I got here on Blink. Yeah, we can take a note on Blink. Why not? Just update the positions board. No, there we go. All right, so now it's coming back. Yeah, sorry about that. Let's see what else this is up to. This is the day to buy some Disney for max profits. Later on, won't be as huge of a profit, says Trend Board 1. Well, I guess you're bullish Disney then. We've heard a lot about what they've been thinking. They maybe wanted to offload Hulu. We know they've been talking about Hulu a lot. ESPN is on possibly the chopping block here. Same thing with ABC. None of these guys know if they are quote unquote core to the business of Disney, because that is the exact expression that Mr. Bob Iger used. If you are not core to his business, it seems as if, you know, you may get sold off, dealt with, whatever. We're going to see what Disney has to say. No question, we will be all ears today. And, you know, Disney also is a possible here acquisition target. Depends on really who you believe. I mean, we've heard about Amazon wanting to possibly merge with Disney, Apple. Anyway, there's lots of rumors out there. I tend to believe that maybe the government steps in there with the likes of Lena Khan at the FTC, but we shall see. Nothing is etched in stone. So Disney definitely on watch for tonight. Make sure to check out the closing show with the Katina Man. He will be covering all the earnings play after the bell today on the closing show. Make sure to watch that. NFTG wanting me to look at UEC. I am not familiar with that ticker, so let's go ahead. Before I do UEC, here we finally have Blink charge of loading. It's loaded. So now, it's kind of a tough chart to read, guys. No question about it. Because it's stair-step down. It's stair-step down so incrementally, it's hard to know where the shorts are really at. Well, there's a huge volume candle here back February 7th. And I'm assuming that has something to do with earnings because it did wick. More macro, definitely 7.5 has been a level. That's from around like mid-April to mid-May. Any wicks we got above 7.5 were sold off. So maybe the shorts are sitting in front of 7.5. If that's the case, we're still 50 pennies away from a squeeze. Over here, July 13th, we did break above 7. We did close below it. So maybe shorts a couple of shekels above 7. Hard to tell, no question about it, where the shorts are sitting on BLNK, but see what the price action is currently. There we go. Get a big boy Huadunk right through 7. Are the buyers going to step in again, much in the same way that they did before? This is my out, the break of the crest. The breaks here, I'm gone. So here we go. The trough, sorry, not the crest. Here we go, right back into 690s. The sellers are all over this one. And this goes back a ways, baby. Now only up 12 1/3. Where are the buyers at? We'll see if they step up. No question about it. I'll keep my eyes on this one. But there it is, the MNQ now above 15,250. It did a touch at 259 here, 255, 256. That's the end of my trade.
Nice.
All you, Obi.
Yeah, so I'm watching Google here as well. Google is testing VWAP, and there's a bit of acceleration here on Meta as well. Look at that. We said that 305, if 305 held, the probability of that 307 testing becomes higher, but like we got that and more as we're pushing back up to the top of this consolidation range. Here at 309, where sellers kind of really got back in. So let's see if this is still an area to sell, or we kind of break back above and a bit of these sellers that are still kind of bagging this short all the way back to VWAP, maybe potentially looking for a place to get back in. Maybe let's see if they kind of get squeezed out, or the pressure is big enough that they kind of bring the ticker back down as well. Amazon not really giving us that pop, that grind back up after this kind of exhaustive move, right? So I'm keeping that in mind. I'm looking to get long, I'm looking to get short, maybe a little bit more short than long, but I see that it's holding above this 138 after this kind of move that just happened underneath VWAP. If the markets kind of continue to slowly grind back up, I'm watching this 45 hold as well on the ES, and we're well above that 15.2 that we were talking about, testing that 15.250 right now on the NQ. But yeah, a little muted on Amazon, which is kind of perking my interest as well. A little bit more on the short side. I want to see some of these larger other caps like Google, Microsoft, and Apple start to pull back a little bit as well. As you can see, they are near. They're kind of in the same place, near that consolidation that we had on the first drop. So some of them are testing the highs. Some of them have already broken past the highs. But yeah, keeping that in mind, Google hasn't even reached its consolidation area here. Actually, no, this might have been it right there, actually. Yeah, so Google is testing its VWAP. NVIDIA, let's take a look. NVIDIA is kind of having trouble at its VWAP as well. Let's check out some Roblox. All right, RBLX. Let's take out Roblox as well. Wow, this is still happening on Roblox. Is this a buyout now? Like, what's happening
What is
here?
happening?
Like, this is very,
weird.
very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sean, for pointing that out.
Is that a
You know
long?
what? I want to pull this up on the tape. Let's see how this looks on the inside real quick.
Good call.
Let me pull it up. RBLX. Bing bang.
Bang bang.
It does not. Okay, all right. This is clearly a name we don't trade very often because it's not on the NASDAQ. It's on the NYSE. All right. So wow, that is definitely a nice grind here on Roblox. Seems like there's a lot of interest right in and around this 29.95 area that you can kind of re-up the trade for the bid to kind of come back in. It seems like that's what's been going on here on Roblox. Now, Roblox had earnings. I think it was not yesterday. Sorry, this morning. This morning it was on my list as well. But oh wow, would you look at that? I got a resistance level here from some time back, and look at that pre-market high. This is what I always say. Some of the best prices, you can identify them maybe weeks ahead, and they kind of come into play during key days. And if you see that happen, there could be a trade-off of that. Now this line here, this 39.45 line here. Let me just check when I put this line in, if I can, is there details on whatever? Yeah. Anyways, this is a level, right? This is a level that we identified in the past. Look, it's right there as well. And then you kind of come into that level. Today on Roblox, you can't get past 39.50 in the pre-market, and that resistance holds. And look, if you're playing off of that resistance and you're like, this is a multi-time frame level, and you can't even get past it on an earnings call, on an earnings report, and then you sell off and then you break pre-market consolidation low, that 38 short. Maybe, just maybe. I don't know. I'm learning here. I'm learning. I'm observing, keeping those things in mind. But yeah, some key level interaction here on Roblox comes all the way down. Definitely SSR mechanic in play today, but it seems like we can't really get past this $30 area. The initial reaction low being, where is this here? What's the low of this candle? The low of this candle here is at 29.68. So 29.70, the low of day here roughly, and we kind of are teetering sideways in an extremely, extremely tight range for this ticker. This ticker, I don't think this ticker does this kind of consolidations regularly. Like, look at the range on this, right? Sure, maybe into here, but like, it doesn't happen very often. And for this to happen on earnings day one, that's definitely an interesting look there. Watching that Amazon kind of rebid back up into that 138.30 level, 138.38. So yeah, that size kind of, it showed up, it got filled, came back, blew through it, came back in. So maybe I'm just keeping in mind that this is a level of interest. I don't really want to get involved just yet. But yeah, it seems like this long was definitely, I got to review this trade, man. This long, I definitely had, there were reasons and I couldn't recognize them. That's what I'm recognizing. I'm recognizing that I couldn't recognize the reasons to get longer. So I got to get back to that desk later on today and rewatch this tape. I hope that recorder didn't crash back there. But yeah, got to rewatch this tape and got to really assess where I can get long. There's some failure to follow throughs. Like, this was a failure to follow through. This was a failure to follow through. This was a failure to follow through right before the pop. So it potentially gave you 3 areas to get bigger as the bids kind of stepped up as well into VWAP after a quadunk in the morning that was, again, a little too hard, too fast. So yeah, we're seeing that move kind of come into play. I got to reevaluate this trade. I could have done so much better on this trade here. We kind of saw what we wanted to see, but didn't execute it how we wanted to execute. So much to work on. But yeah, that's going to be a little bit of the homework tonight.
All right, I've got my out here, my last out on NVIDIA at 431.64. That would make it a $5 winner, and there it is. It's all done for there. So that's the end of the NVIDIA trade there, baby. The Katina man hitting the dollar. We got to hit the $5 trade. That's it. That's the end of the NVIDIA trade. It's probably going to blow through 432. I mean, it did right here. Look at this touch over here. Got to 431.98. But good move up on NVIDIA. Definitely was able to get off those bottoms. Definitely a sweater of a trade. All right. Blink still south of 7. Not happy about that. But I want to talk about Meta. Because somebody in the chat, I don't remember who, shout out to you, asked me, 307 long question mark. And I said, it's a good look. You have a bit of a top forming, bit of a flat top vis-a-vis VWAP. It kept rejecting off VWAP at that level. You had 1, 2, 3, 4 touches on the 5-minute chart. And then you had that big boy move as the future started getting going here at around 105, pardon me. This is Meta. 105. And it broke through VWAP. And look where you just got a 309, I believe, 10 touch, 309.09 touch. Fantastic. That's a $2 winner plus. So shout out to you. I hope you took it. That was me, and I got wicked out, Mr. Fife. I'm sorry. I really hope, I'm sorry. You know, it's a tough trade. It's a tough trade, no question about it. But you had the right idea. There was no question about it. You had the right idea. It kept rejecting off that level. You had accumulation. You had VWAP. But it was quite rangy. I mean, look, it touched VWAP there at 307, then it big boy all the way down to 305.84. Sure, you had to give it more than $1, and that's more than some people's risk appetite. So I completely respect that. But the trade was sound, your idea was sound. So try to repeat it again next time because it was a good one. And besides, you had that same 307 level acting as a bit of a base, to be honest, earlier on. Have a look. We moved down big on that opening range drop around 10 o'clock. We formed that 307.15 bottom. You dip again into 307.50. You dip again into 307.50. Then you have the decisive break at around 11 o'clock when the market really started fleshing. So former area of support becomes resistance in this case. Add to that it was VWAP as well. And if it broke that level, it was a sound trade. I hope you can repeat that again next time because that was obviously good thinking on your part. Let's go back here to BLNK. We are 3 pennies south of $7 again, consolidating a little bit. Is this a failed breakout? We know that this has failed 7 multiple times. You need only look at the daily. Here it is. Look at what happened on July 13th. You have a wick above 7. Look where the close is. The closing print, 686. Much in the same happened on June 14th. You have a high there of 713 with a closing print of 663. Again, on this day, May 30th, you have a 725 high and you have a 690 print. So this has definitely had trouble closing above 7. And I could give you more examples here in May as well. You guys get the idea. So this one has been a tough trade. And I think, you know, really we're going to have, the buyers are going to have to step up here. I don't know if the volume supports it though. What's the volume on this? Why am I not seeing the volume on this chart? All right, well, I'll have to look at that. This I'm talking about my own IBKR here. It's absolute garbage today. It's not showing me a lot of stuff, and the charts are taking long to load. Anyway, make a long story short, it's been hard to get above 7 and stay above 7. So it's a risky trade. If we break through 90, that is the end of the trade for me. I don't want any part of it. It's really going to have to go now, or it's going to be kaputs. All right, trend board 1. What do you think about Lulu right now? Wow, that's not a name we've looked at for a bit. Now, I know Lulu had a good year when all the clothing names, especially the, you want to call them the higher end names if you want, were really struggling with margins. Lulu seemed to pull, you know what, out of there, or you know what, a rabbit out of the, you know what. Quite frankly, though, that 390 has been an obvious top, and that goes all the way back into December last year. Look at this. Let me put the ticker here so everybody can follow. LU. Here we go. All right, so 390, we test that level in late November, early December, reject. We get back up there. Is this early May? 390, reject. We dance with that level, 386-ish, earlier in July, reject. You get one break, and that was July 19th. But guess what? You didn't close above it. You wicked up to 395, and look where the closing print was. 389.19. Long story short, it can't seem to close above 390, which is kind of random. You'd think that maybe 400 was a level here. It doesn't matter what you think, though. The price action is saying 390 is trouble. Now, the good news, look at this. In April, pardon me, March, mid-March, we have a 290 hold. That's the low. Let's call that the trough. And then in May, late May, this is obviously earnings because you can tell by the wick, we close above 330, so a higher low. Look at this. July 10th, another higher low. Look at this. July 27th, another high low. And now you're kind of compressing upward, and you know what the book says, compression patterns typically, wedge patterns typically resolve in the direction of the trend. I would suggest to you the trend is upward here. So what you're looking for maybe is a multi-day close. I don't know if you're talking about intraday or you're talking about swing, but if you're looking for a swing, it is what I would wait for is a multi-day close above that 390 level. Prove to me that you can stay above 390 for more than just a transitory period. And then, you know, it may be an interesting setup here. So that is the look on the daily. What does the intraday look like? Well, we dipped down into 376 and 2/3 here, but this is really light volume, guys, okay? Like Lulu, not typically a day trading stock, quite frankly, which is why I looked at the daily first of all. Now we're right back at the highs that we made at 930, which is that 382 level. Right back there. So where are we on Lulu? We're down 1/3%, which is nothing. Are we down 1/3%? How? When we closed yesterday at 380. Am I seeing the right price? I'm not seeing the right price action. This thing is bamboozling me. These charts are so screwed up. The high is 382.11. The current price action 379.45. We're above VWAP. I'm sorry, guys. I'll have to use different charts here. This is absolute trash. Let me go over here. Switch from Meta to Lulu. Yeah, so we're down. Are we down? We're up. Oh my God, we're up 1/3%. Everything, look at what it's showing me. I'm not crazy, right? It says down down. It says down 0.5%. I'm sorry, 1/3%. Okay, so we are at that 382 level. So we are at the highs made at 930. I'm sorry. Do we have resistance here? That's the thing. Today, we've done only about 214,000 shares of volume. I mean, I'm not going to do. Look, Neil.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Neil agrees.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, so 382, Obi, is the area that we kind of had trouble with in the opening range. We're right back there. Now, V-shaped recovery. I don't know. This is not an intraday stock for me. I wouldn't trade it intraday, but yeah, maybe resistance around here clearly because we had trouble with this level earlier. For me, this is more of a swing trade. I take a long-term view on this.
Nice. I got a little short here. We popped back up into this area here, and then kind of got a little muted here, right underneath the 60. So I could be wrong. This is kind of counter trending the intraday trend within the trend, but yeah. So yeah. So let's see if this is the lower high. We saw that kind of it's kind of an exhaustive candle here. We saw the size that kind of took it up in there. A lot of volume went through here. You push back, the price kind of pushes back above. This is also VWAP. Where's VWAP? I have VWAP here at like 138.43. So yeah, got a little short here, 138.50. Let's see if there's continuation back to the downside. Maybe a retest of this here, 138.20s. That's what I'll be looking for. 138.10 is the kind of the support that we've been pushing off of. But yeah, let's see if we can kind of get that. Printing a little red as well here on the SNNQ. Like we said before, we were looking for those consecutive greens to come back to back. They did. Did I hold my longs? I did not. Do I need to get better? Yes. But yeah, so lower high definitely coming in, confluence with VWAP as well. So let's see if that 40s has a convincing break back down to 138.10. So we'll take that quick scalp. quick 40 cents. 40 cents never hurt anybody, and we'll kind of just see while this kind of ranges. Seeing it is kind of forming this base here on the 138.10, and then we have this exhaustive top 138.60, 70. So yeah, decent move there as the NQ kind of showing us a red candle here. Maybe I should stretch out my charts like this a little bit more, because when it's kind of like squished like this, it's a little bit harder to take in. I guess the magnitude of some of these candles, because when the candles are kind of squished, like I like to do like a bit of like, the way the candles kind of form, sometimes I think it can be a tell as well. So yeah, I got to make sure I'm seeing the proper size and the formation of some of these candles coming in. But yeah, that 138.50 seems like it's kind of a resistance for now. Let me actually throw up the trend here. I want to make sure that we also break back below some of this trend for me to be good on this short. But yeah, no, we're not really below that yet. We've got a lot of spaghetti on the chart here today, right? But yeah, let's see where that is. So in and around here, what's that price? 138.30-ish. 138.30 is that area kind of that trend hold. But yeah, the real support I see down here at the 138.10s. So let's see if we can kind of pull back into that area on a market move. But if we don't, that's fine as well. If we hold VWAP and kind of push back above, I'll get out of the position, as yeah, I will definitely be wrong if this price kind of bids back above 138.60 on the day. But let's see this VWAP interaction we're having right now. This bit of pullback here on the futes as well. Still looking at Roblox over here. Roblox, I don't know what's going on here. I gotta speak to Sean after. Are you trading this? Like, how would you kind of? Yeah, like that's what I'm asking. Like, how do you really trade this? I mean, you could churn it. You could kind of take the churn off of these 29.95 bids. But other than that, I don't really see I don't know what the best. The most effective way to kind of trade this action here is, but definitely very, very interesting action in and around that $30 area here on Roblox. Maybe I don't know what it's waiting for. People in the chat were like Kathy Woods on that Roblox trade. Yeah, maybe she's holding the door. She's holding the bid there. Maybe on that name. I have no idea, but. Yeah, a lot of mid prints, a lot of mid prints going through there. So yeah, maybe a bit of a churn going on.
All right, someone was one joint a day asking me to look at DBTX.
I thought you were recommending that.
No. You can do whatever you want.
Join a day.
I am making no recommendations.
Yeah, join a day keeps the fugays away. Is that how it is?
What?
Join a day keeps the fugays away?
I got what? Hey, look at this guy coming up with hotlines. I love it. There you go. But look, in all seriousness, DBTX, it's up 76% on the day. That is nothing to sneeze at. It's done 5 million shares. It's a monster gap up, guys. We closed up the day at $2.80. We open up, yesterday was its day, the 8th, right? No, today, no, it's today. I'm not losing it. We open up the day at $4.91. We closed up the day at $2.80. Huge gap. A bit of a, bamboozling wick here. This is the 4-hour look on DBTX. Let's go to the 5. Now, look what happened. Much in the same way that Obi was talking about Roblox. Look at this. It's been hugging between 480 and 490. Very, very consolidated.
There's a selling. Roblox just broke the range. No. I'm just saying Roblox finally broke that range right now as we speak. Could be something. Okay. Just pointing it out.
So DBTX, guys, I mean, look, I don't take a trade here because it's quite consolidative at the moment. I also can't find a catalyst on DBTX, to be quite honest with you. I looked here. There's a lot of them saying, oh, it's moving, Decibel Therapeutics, spike higher, but I'm not seeing an explanation as to why we are up 76%. That's not something that happens by accident. Someone didn't punch in by accident here, DBTX. Got a boost, shooting 76% to 491 after Regeneron announced it will acquire the company. And another piece of the puzzle falls into place. This is a buyout, okay? So that's why it is range trading. There is a style of trading on the floor. It's called buyouts. and this kind of fits the mold. I didn't realize that. DBTX is a buyout. Look, once the buyout price is determined, I mean, usually you trade at a premium lower than the buyout price. Why would you trade above, you know? So it's typically a little bit lower. I don't know the deets of the buyout. Usually you have to look to see what the buyout is. Usually it's better if it's above $1 billion in value. And what's the other buyout rules? $1 billion has to be trading sub to the premium. In any event, it's not a trade that I typically take, but thank you for bringing it to our attention, DBTX, but it's not something that is
we try not to talk in detail about proprietary strategies.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, whatever. We're just talking a little bit here. Let's give the viewers a little bit of a taste, man. Yeah. MULN, another person, who is this? Reliable Rudy asking me about MULN. Let's have a look. I mean, not a name I typically trade. We start off the day 11.25 pennies. We retrace much like the entire market. We find a bit of a bottom there at 10.5 pennies, a nice double bottom off 10.5 pennies, and then really started moving up, guys, at that noonish time hour. Really get all the way up to 12 pennies here, just a smidge above 12 pennies, but it's been retracing. Now just holding above 11 pennies. Yesterday's close, like I mentioned, 11.25 pennies. We are technically negative on the day, down 2%. Look, I don't have a trade on Mullen. It's not one that I typically trade. The resistance levels, let's see here. 11 seems to be an interesting support level, I should say, on MULN. Look at what happened here. August 7th, 11 pennies is the bottom. August 8th, all the closing prints. Subsequent to the bell, 11 pennies. So today, we're first time in a while, we break that 11 penny bottom, and now we are right back at that former area of support, maybe current area of resistance. Yeah, bit of a tougher trade here, to be honest with you. I'm not gonna opine on this one, but all I got to say is 11. It seems to be an important level, and we are currently at VO up. What's up, Neil? Neil is short 12 pennies. Wow, you got the top, my guy. The guy has literally top wick. 11.85. Really hard to get. He said the liquidity there was tough. It was hard to get shares. He's at 11.85, the top. He's essentially short right here. So he's wrote it down quite nicely. Off that top, that's basically almost top wick. Look at the closing prints. They're all south of 11.8 on my 5-minute chart anyway. So getting a bit of a bounce now, it looks like. We'll see whether or not this one holds. Looking to curl above into 11 1/5 penny. Still a bit of ways away. We'll have a look at that. The other question, Squanchy was asking, was your CAT entry for a long-term position or was it for a day trade? No, it is most certainly a long-term hold. I'm looking to play this one for the housing play. You can, like I mentioned earlier, you can get into Deere, you can get into Lennar. The point is, there's consensus that there's going to be a lot of home building in North America, Canada, and the United States because there's a large swath of people that have nowhere to live because they can't afford them because supply is short. Now, I want to mention one thing. I showed this to the Katina man. Canadian. This is a Canada data point, but I think it's equally as applicable. We have month-over-month building permits for Canada was released today for June. The consensus amongst analysts, we're going to have actually a reduction in the amount of permits given, a reduction of 3.5%. What actually came in was plus 6.1%. That's a bit of a miss there by the analysts, if I can say so. The previous was up by 12.6%. The trend is here. We are issuing building permits, and some people are going to be involved in that. What?
I'm just talking to myself.
Yeah, you got excited. I got excited for you. I gotta be honest.
The selling kind of came in on Amazon, and then I got short. I punched short Roblox on that break. Not the best price, but it seems to be coasting right on top of my price here. So yeah, don't really like that. We rebid back into the 90s, and then had like a heavy selling back into the 80s. Low of day I have here on Roblox as 29.70. Right, we pointed that out. So Roblox, low day 29.70. Let's see if we can kind of crack that And if we can correct that, we might be able to get a little bit of continuation to the downside there. But yeah, SSR mechanic is definitely on this name. So yeah, a little bit harder to punch the shorts. But if you are trying to sell, but yeah, definitely looking like that. So this break right here, that was some hard selling. The bid definitely got clocked, and it's on SSR. So I think the only people who can really be doing that are longs. So I'm keeping that in mind. But yeah.
I just want to mention one quick stock because I forgot to mention it. Sorry to who was the individual that wanted me? NFTG. Sharif, you forgot UEC, my dude. UEC, Uranium Energy Group. It trades on the Amex Uranium Energy Corp. Pardon me. It's an Amex stock. Look, I like uranium. It's just very, politically sensitive type of play because, well, uranium. Now, I know in Ontario, we're really expanding with something called the small modular reactors. These are basically nuclear power plants, but on a small scale. The pitch here is they can be expanded, so as the city grows, you can add more small modular reactors. I don't know if they work off plutonium or uranium. I think they are uranium, but here's the chart on uranium. Let's have a look. This goes back to early May. And at the time, we were sub 250. Now we are at 3 3/4. So the macro look on uranium seems to be good. If you're talking about a long-term hold on uranium, I like it, not financial advice. Here's the 4-hour. So we can look at some resistance levels here. Definitely be looking at that 4. We had trouble closing above 4 and holding above 4 for a while. So maybe a hold above there, and then it may be interesting. But a fantastic year so far. Fantastic summer so far for uranium, getting off that 250, 240 bottom that we ended off here in late May, and now looking to take that 375. But we are over time, Mr. Obi.
We're done already.
We are done already.
We're having so
it's
much
been
fun,
a good
though.
day. It's been a good day. Well, it started off really bad, but Obi and I will be back tomorrow. Same bat time,
Max is
same
back
bat
tomorrow,
channel.
I think.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Well, Brendo's still at the big desk.
Well, if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you on Friday.
Sounds good.
Yep. Take care. Have a good one.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon. Max is actually going to be back tomorrow afternoon, so stand by for that. 0.7 right now for the